a chain link fence that's in the woods there at Trump's course in West Palm Beach. He was playing golf in West Palm, as I just mentioned, and the advance team, the Secret Service has an advance team, I guess, that goes a hole or two ahead of where Trump's playing, and they went ahead and that's when they spotted.
Yeah, they did their job.
That's when they spotted Ruth with that AK-47 barrel leaning on the chain link fence, and they opened fire. I think it was maybe 4 shots. It was like pow, 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 whatever. That's what what he was telling Sean Hannity, and Sean Hannity went on Fox News talking about the play-by-play of it. And when that happened, Ruth just took off running. It left everything behind.
Yeah.
And luckily, a bystander, I guess, hearing the gunshots and then seeing somebody run out of the woods, because there's a public road that run parallel to that hole, took a picture of his car and his license plate and let authorities know, which was crucial, because he was later pulled over 40 miles away in another county, and because of the advanced license plate readers or whatever, they put that out, and I guess the cameras spotted him, and they called that sheriff's department of that county, and then they located the car, pulled him over, and have him in custody now. But there's so many questions as to what happened, how it happened, and I think one question, and understand, when we ask these questions, we're not a bunch of conspiracy theorists. We just want to know, and I'm sure these are questions that authorities are asking Ruth, is how did you know that Trump was playing golf?
Yeah.
How did you know where he was on his round?
Yeah.
How did you know all of that? Because his golf game, and apparently from what we're seeing, was not planned. It was kind of like
announced it.
Spur of the moment golf game. It was not public knowledge. So how did somebody out of state know where to set up, that he was actually playing golf? And then how do you park and then walk with an AK-47 into the wood line of a golf course without being seen? There's just so many questions that we have, and I know these are questions.
Just like with the first attempt.
Yeah.
We're going, so y'all are in charge of this, and you got a elevated position 160 yards, whatever away, and y'all didn't think anybody need to cover it?
Yeah.
It's the same type questions. It's starting to look a little weird.
And according to some of these stories that we're reading, local law enforcement, Secret Service, FBI, they all have the same questions with no real theories yet. And so we'll break all of that down as only we can today and try to figure it out along with you, the audience, and we'll get your help too. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Looks like we're up and on YouTube now, so things are running, and so all is good, I believe. Both audio and video now have the show. All right, so we'll take a break. We'll come right back. Wow, what a segment. When you looked at me with that look, I thought, okay, he's messing with me. You need to come on in here. But no, you weren't.
No.
So all right. Hey, FYI to Adler, you might want to bring some batteries for the for the mouse.
Well, I got it charging now.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Attaboy. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe. You've heard me talking about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like optimized gel tips for custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX. Our Rick rickandbubba.com for a link. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for a specific sleep position and comfort preference. With 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, and a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, you'll find one that's right for you. And Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep Quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 25% off your mattress order. Or visit rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. So you owe back taxes, right? Here's the question. Why is the IRS targeting you and not the millionaires who owe a fortune compared to you? Tax Network USA are patriots you want on your side to solve your IRS tax problems quickly and painlessly. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. Call 1-800-780-8888 or visit tnusa.com/bigbox for a free consultation. Find the link at rickandbubba.com. Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. And we are enjoying another day together, and we appreciate you on this Charity Charge Day benefiting Vanice's Foundation, a participating Buffalo Wild Wings. Go out and enjoy some great food. 10% of food sales will go to Vanice's Foundation. Crap Run coming up October the 5th.
Boy.
That's a Saturday evening in beautiful Piedmont, Alabama.
That's right.
And Greg, through Lisa, through Vanice's Foundation, asked if I would come and be a part of it. Of course, you've handled the emceeing and have done fine. But they wanted to know if I could come help and enjoy
you got that
the fun.
reputation as a hype man.
And then you said, why don't you run? And we are two old men, apparently, that have nagging injuries that won't get any better. And
I
so
am nowhere near I need to be.
Yeah, I'm not either. So I told y'all that, I've had this Achilles tendonitis in my left ankle area, lower calf, for quite some time. This isn't new. And whenever I start running again or whatever, it always flares up. And somebody like, won't you stretch? I do stretch. And matter of fact, Hobie even got
Who
me
thought of that?
one of these official calf stretchers because he said he he suffered from that when he ran track at Alabama. So he said, hey, this has helped me, whatever. So anyway, I've been using that. Saturday, I thought, Greg, okay, I'm gonna try it because I hadn't felt it or anything, and so I had waited almost a week, and so I'm like, okay, here I go, and I start running. I stretch for 15 minutes, and I'm like,
Did you
okay,
use that
this
little
is fine.
stretcher thing?
I did. I'm not sure if I'm doing it right, but and so then I take off running, and I get exactly 0.3 of a mile in, and I start feeling it again. Well, instead of last time that it happened, I just ran through it, and I had I don't know if you've ever seen a running limp.
Yeah,
that looks really good.
I see it a lot, actually.
And so I went ahead and stopped, and I'm like, okay, let me just. Of course, now I'm walking back home, all dejected.
Yeah.
And when I'm walking, I'm not limping, but I could tell, okay, I feel it again. So I don't need to push it, or I'm never gonna. So I will tell you, I attempted to run, and I had to shut it down.
I'm kind of the same boat. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna try again today.
You can't have it.
And just see. Look, I'm gonna do the best I can. I may end up walking some of it.
I know, dadgummit. Or I could just go and MC it and not run. Who knows? I mean, the main part is that we're letting you know about it, and hopefully you're going to register and all that. But I had a Saturday where we were kind of piddling around the house a lot. We enjoyed spending time with our grandson for a day or two. But Saturday kind of opened up to where we just kind of were around the house and piddling.
Great weather.
No, it really wasn't. It really wasn't. And it's kind of a weird forecast here. And I don't know about you, but I kept seeing like all this awful stuff on the radar, but it never would rain where I was.
The whole week, when we're dealing with the hurricane stuff, every time I did a lot of traveling.
Yeah.
Running back and forth, had a lot going on.
Yeah.
I never got caught in any of the rain. Now, there was wind blowing.
Yeah.
It was cloudy.
It was weird.
And at the ball game now, I went to the ball game. They moved it up an hour, which was a good
Friday,
move.
talking about Friday night football.
So instead of a 7 o'clock kickoff, it was 6.
Yeah.
So about the end of the third, and the game was pretty much at hand, me and my buddy Lee, I said, look, why don't we cut out? And sure enough, right as we left, I think the bottom fell.
Boy, you
out.
called
So
it.
I've avoided it all week. All this rain that we've had from the hurricane, I've avoided it all week somehow. I don't know how. Every time I'm sitting, because when I first said the game, I was looking, I said, ain't that bad?
Right. Yeah. I knew that when we left each other on Friday, you were still contemplating, do I stay? Do I go?
Yeah.
What do I do? And then I'd heard, no, I'm staying. But I didn't know it had been moved up an hour, which was important for that.
And I think Vance David and them played like at 4. They moved theirs
Oh,
up
really?
like 4 o'clock.
Okay. I could hear, because where I live, Helena High School was hosting Spain Park High School, and I understand it came down to the last minute of the game. Spain Park ended up winning 28-26. But the story is that I guess the way the wind was blowing, because Helena High School's way up on the hill, and I'm not like close, I'm not far, but I could actually hear.
Oh, I can hear
the game going on.
I
The
can hear
band.
the announcer and everything.
Can you really? Yeah. So I was like, oh wow, and I could even hear one time Keith Marks, who does the stadium announcing, it does a great job. He's been there for a long time. Old friend of mine. I could hear him say, "First down, Helena." And I'm like, I know what's going on. Should I just sit on the back porch and enjoy the game? I mean, I don't know.
Let the crowd go nuts.
But Saturday was all about waking up and getting some piddling, doing this, that, and the other, and then the notification came through. ESPN and ATT, UVerse, DirecTV have settled their agreement.
See, I never saw the announcement, so I got up and just went there and turned the TV on and said, I'm just going to look.
Yeah.
And I clicked on it. I said, well, look at there.
That's a game changer.
Game day's
That's
on.
a game. Oh, look, game day. Check them out.
Yeah, I missed the announcement.
Yeah. They, I guess, figured it out and said that everybody has immediate connectivity to all those platforms that were that they didn't have, and so that opened up a lot of things. So I texted my dad, who was very distraught because he has UVerse, even though he can't say, he loves to listen and all this, and so he's like, well, my day just changed. I have ESPN now, so that's good.
I knew you probably knew, but I went ahead and sent you a text when I got up.
Yeah,
I said,
that's
hey,
good
man,
stuff.
You got to check this out.
Yeah,
it's working.
I appreciate that. A lot of good games on. There's some that just, hey, wow, Mississippi State. But I won't really get into that because I was just so distraught.
Yeah.
But man, Georgia, Kentucky. That was a good game.
That was good.
I know it was a low-scoring game, so for some of you that love offense, it probably wasn't that entertaining. But man, that was a good game.
It was. I was flipping between that and Auburn. Let me ask y'all: is it just me? And Lisa agrees. Auburn Stadium on TV, the field looks weird green, and
Real bright.
Yeah. And my mom even said she'd almost hurt her eyes, which I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But it looks weird green, and even their uniforms look like not quite the right color. Do they have LED lighting and all that weird? I wonder if that's what makes it look like that. But it really looks strange. It's like dark, and the field's like a just weird green color.
Yeah.
And the jerseys they're not really. I can't explain it.
Well, no,
it doesn't look right.
I saw what you're talking about because I was going back and forth between like 2 or 3 different games. After absolutely being disgusted with Mississippi State, Toledo, and then you had Kentucky, Georgia, and then you had them on at the same time, and other ball. I was flipping around, and when I would go to them, I would see what you're talking about. Everything seemed like really bright, and it's like
weird looking.
It's different than the others, and I don't know if they're set up. Just the cameras are different, or the settings. I wouldn't think so, but I did see what you're talking about.
We all got to have this crazy blinking lights now every time we score.
Yeah,
I don't know if the type of lights they have. I don't know, but it just looks weird.
Yeah, the resolution was off.
It isn't just me.
No, just real bright, and things didn't look right.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. They
the uniforms almost have a purple look to them a little bit, just a deep
right.
And the grass, really weird looking.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Definitely, probably not that way in person. I would think if you were there, but that's the way it came across to me too on TV. I don't know. Y'all are at it again. I see you with AI and putting our face on just about anything and texting it to us at 866-932-3244. But a big weekend and on college sports. Then, of course, you had the NFL. So a lot to recap and talk about in today's edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. But, yeah, that is interesting to say that about the Auburn football program. I think it was on ESPN2. I can't remember because I saw that too. I know exactly what you're talking about. But the big story is that ESPN's back. So now that little TV we have over there
there it is.
Doesn't have that weird notification on a black screen. It's actually something going on. We'll be right back.
The next contract, I guess.
Yeah. So I still need to cancel though. And do
I do too.
Rick and Bubba.
So you owe back taxes, right? Here's the question. Why is the IRS targeting you and not millionaires who owe a fortune compared to you? Well, wealthy people have tax attorneys. You probably don't. Tax Network USA are patriots you want on your side to solve your IRS tax problems quickly and painlessly. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which to avoid. And by the way, you should never talk to the IRS yourself. Plus, Tax Network USA learned of a limited special IRS offer. The IRS is willing to forgive $1 billion in tax penalties. Do you qualify? Find out by calling 1-800-780-8888 or going to tnusa.com/bigbox to find out. They are the team that we recommend to solve your IRS issues and get your life back. Go to tnusa.com/bigbox for a free consultation. You also find the phone number and the URL at rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere.
Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cooks Pest Control.
Feeling secure in your own home, that shouldn't be a luxury. It should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing advanced protection and peace of mind to all families. Now, right now, you can save big on your award-winning Simply Safe system for 50% off and claim a free indoor security camera. When you order today, this offer is not going to last long. With exclusive Live Guard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm and even speak to intruders in your home, warning them that the police are on the way. With no long-term contracts or hidden fees, Simply Safe earns your trust every day by keeping you safe, satisfied, and never locked in. That's why Simply Safe was named Best Home Security Systems by U.S. News and World Report. Join countless listeners who found peace of mind with Simply Safe by going to simplysafe.com/bigbox. Save 50% on a new system and a free indoor security camera. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you're going to get a 100-night trial to see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox and save 25% off your mattress order. Plus, you get a free gift. Or visit rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
All right, we make our way back 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, 866-932-3244. You can text that same number right there, and we see that, and I know a lot of you are doing that now. One of the early games Saturday, looking back, I was excited on Fox. Alabama was at Wisconsin, and let me just tell you, Alabama looked like Alabama. They were dominant, that was good to see. They looked really well.
They pounded Wisconsin.
My goodness, they played well. Wow.
They did on both sides.
And Tennessee I know they had
a lot of people are starting to
gracious.
really turn their heads towards Tennessee and say, hey, these guys.
Did I see where this coming week they have USC?
Oh, really?
I thought I did. That no, it's not USC. Who is it? Oklahoma, I'm sorry, not USC. USC is playing Michigan. That's who I was thinking.
Okay.
USC and Michigan play, but then, Tennessee and Oklahoma play.
That'll be a good one.
That should definitely be a good one. But, hey, back to the Auburn, New Mexico game. I understand New Mexico had trouble getting to Auburn. And are there reports that they had to kind of
they ended up being routed to Mobile, I believe, and
this had storm. This was because of storms, or what was it? Why didn't they land in Montgomery?
One of them, what I just saw on the thing, claimed that the Maxwell Airport they didn't have the right ladder to get them out of the plane. I guess the way it's set up.
Oh wow!
I don't know if that's but anyway, they ended up in Mobile, and then the University of South Alabama gave them a bunch of buses to use.
Wow!
And they bussed them from there up to the game.
Huh.
Yeah, they had a little trouble getting to Auburn.
Good gracious.
No.
What a way to go.
Yeah. Yeah, so how about that? But I actually saw it on the news, and there they were. They were in the South Alabama buses with the Jaguar on it and all that.
So yeah, now you got that drive. You think you're landing in Montgomery and going to hop on over, and now you're driving in from Mobile. But thanks to South Alabama for think of that call. How are we going to get there? And you start calling around.
Yeah, we're not using our buses. How about that?
Yeah.
You know?
The other game that I was really interested in, and it was one of the games earlier in the day, was LSU and South Carolina.
That was a good one.
Yeah, yes, it was. And
South Carolina pretty much, well, when the quarterback got hurt, that hurt them.
It did. But again, I told you this last week or whatever when I heard Robbie Ashford's name. I was like, he's at South Carolina.
Yeah, I didn't know he was either.
And he is, and he came in and tried to get them to a win and got them down to field goal range there at the end to see if they couldn't tie it 36-36. Yeah. And when it left the kicker's foot, I thought, well, that's good. And then it just kept drawing to the left and barely missed, and they went down. LSU on the road won 36-33. But that was another good one. Everything else was just where they were just blowouts.
South Carolina's pretty good.
They are.
They're better than I thought they were.
Yeah, they are. College game day was there, right?
Yeah.
I know that because when ESPN came back, I was able to take a look.
Yeah. Look, guess where that.
We are aware of Tito Jackson.
Yes.
Just so you know, and we'll let the main show discuss
Legendary musician.
But we do know of his passing, and just 70 years old. And
it was sudden. Too.
Yeah. I was telling you that on the way in, I heard a report on Fox News that they believe it was cardiac arrest and could have been while he was driving. But we'll get updates from that, and then let Rick and Bubba officially talk about it. We know we've taken that from Bubba, but he's aware. I'll just tell you that. And then this story coming out of the Green Bay Packers. I don't know. Did you see this this story about Malik Willis, the quarterback, refusing to throw the ball because Josh Myers, the center, I guess he ended up throwing up on the ball before he snapped it.
But see, I'm kind of the opposite. I think I would have threw it.
Yeah, got it out. Instead, he just ran it, and the coach said, "Why didn't you run our play or whatever?"
I guess he's worried about getting a good grip on it, to throw it.
Yeah.
So
he's like, "Hey, we got a problem here, coach.
Hey, I need to change gloves. Somebody help me out."
Yeah, how about that? And
that don't happen a lot.
We've got audio and video of the post-game press conference when coach is talking about it, and he said, "Well, this is a first. I've never had this issue."
You don't have that a lot. Imagine taking the step. Oh God,
But it just goes to show you how tough these guys are. So I'm throwing up on the ball, and I'm just here. Let's just keep on going. I don't know if you've thrown up lately. I apologize. I know that sounds gross to everybody, but
it's nothing.
It's not fun. It's not fun. And he's in a game about to snap the ball.
Yeah, I had to block somebody.
Yeah,
you couldn't just snap it and just not do anything because I don't feel good.
Didn't make a big deal out of it. Just let's go.
Let's go. Come on.
I wonder if he felt better like sometimes you do.
You know what? He may have had probably the best play of the game. He felt so good for about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And then you're back. I feel great. Oh, here it comes again.
Have you ever had, I'm sorry, I know this is grossing a lot of folks out. I apologize for that. But it's just a story that's in the news. It's one of the bigger NFL stories about this. Have you ever had a situation where anything remotely close to that happened? No. Anything that you
not that I remember. Let me think. No, thank goodness.
I know we've done things where we don't feel well, but not
like the floor at school and stuff.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah,
that's good. I wasn't talking about that. Good gracious.
In the trash can at school or something.
Oh, speaking of that, so JC, I had Sunday. I had to wake up early and get out the door. I was serving at church, doing the sound and all that, so I'm out early. And Terry was coming to one of the services, and so she gets there, and we're leaving, and she says, "Got a call from JC early this morning before he was going to church about Cuddy, his dog."
Oh no!
Said.
What about the dog?
And you hear this all the time. He's never done that before. That saying. Hey, Cuddy did something he's never done before. Somehow, I guess JC left something open, but he got in the trash or something. I don't know. And ended up having some issue. Not only was there trash all over the room and everything, but there was some other stuff too.
Sure.
Very kind of like this game here when the center relieved himself. But so anyway, so JC was like, he was talking to Terry about it. Well, she said, I was trying to get ready for church. I was trying to do my hair, and he's on FaceTime, and he's like, hey, check this out. Look at, and he said, and I've been there before. It was such a mess. I don't even know where to start.
Oh yeah, I know that. Like, where do I begin this process?
Where do
it ain't good. And
No,
it's bad everywhere.
Right. And so he was in the process of just tearing up some paper plates to just get it going. You know what I mean?
Dang,
and he said I don't know where to start. I just wanted somebody to share in this misery of mine
looking at it.
and let y'all see it, because this is my morning right here. Waking up.
That's why I told you not to get a dog.
Yeah, I know. Hey, you glad you got a dog? Huh?
Yeah.
Everybody glad you got a dog?
Everybody loving the dog.
Right.
Hey, that comes with them.
Yeah, I thought you were getting up and going to church with your buddies, didn't you, son?
Yeah, well, no,
and now all of a sudden I got Cuddy, and he's gotten into something, and I'm in a mess. Oh, in the car. He goes, he said, I'm concerned of a couple of things. First of all, that he did that. Second of all, how did I not wake up?
That's true. Slept right through it.
Yeah. Woke up to that.
Couldn't believe it.
Good gracious.
Ain't nothing worse than that.
Trying to get to the door. He said that was nice. He said it was like
morning, Cuddy.
He said it was a minefield. He was trying to get out. So that's the way his day started.
Well, I bet that was a good way to get a Sunday morning, good old Sunday morning started that way.
All right, we're just hopping around, getting the day going. Rick and Bubba and Adler all join us right after top of the hour, so we thank you for being with us. I know that segment ended kind of gross, but I apologize for that. But this story out of Green Bay is pretty interesting. And the coach was even laughing about it. He's like, I can honestly say I don't think this has ever happened before. A quarterback refusing to run a play I called, and that's the reason.
That was it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching
Does this have peanuts?
to waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh,
don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox or find the link at rickandbubba.com. All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, we have 11 minutes until top of the hour, and this portion of the program is sponsored by our friends at helixsleep.com/bigvox, BIGV as in voice OX. How's your sleep over the weekend? Did you get some good stuff? Yeah.
I did. You know why? I got a Helix.
Come on. For those of you that don't, let's dramatically improve your sleep with helixsleep.com/bigvox and save 25%. Did you know, friends, our friends at Helix are offering a lineup of 20 unique mattresses, including their award-winning Luxe and Ultra Premium Elite collections. They offer Helix Plus, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, and Helix Kids mattresses designed for growing bodies and endorsed by child sleep experts as well. That's why Greg and Lisa get a better night's sleep. They have a Helix mattress.
That's right.
And you can try it out as fans of this show for right now for 100 nights risk-free. You have nothing to lose. The top quality luxury mattresses are number one. You got that. You got the 100-night risk-free trial. You got 25% savings, and it ships right to your door. I mean, come on. You can't really beat that. So this sleep quiz takes about 2 minutes or less, and they just want to know your preferences and how you sleep so they can recommend what mattress you need.
That's right. They match you up with one.
Yeah, it's easy to do.
Custom made.
Custom made. So easy, Greg did it.
That's right.
HelixSleep.com/bigvox has a variety of mattress models to choose from, each designed specifically for your sleep positions and preferences. So check them out right now. Again, save 25% today at helixsleep.com/bigvox. Your mattress will ship right to your door, and you'll save 25% in the process. You'll get a truly amazing night's sleep. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com as well and look under the sponsors page, and that's easy to click on.
Click around.
Click. 1, 2, 3. Click 1, 2, 3. I do need to mention one other game, and Texter said, "Hey, what about this game?"
Oh.
We were sitting there just shooting the bull about college football and all that.
Sure we were.
Hey,
we
how
were
about
just tickled we had the channels back.
Yeah, I know. How about UAB gave Arkansas fits?
Yeah, I saw that.
I mean, it looked promising there towards the end, and some things didn't go their way, and they ended up losing by 10. But it was a good game.
So that was in it the whole time.
Yeah. The offense, UAB's offense was moving the ball. I mean, at will at times. That was a really, really good game.
I wonder what that says about Arkansas.
I don't know, or what it says about UAB.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know. So
UAB has some playmakers, wide receiver and some other positions, quarterback, of course, very experienced. So I thought they might have. I was like, oh, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Watch out.
Hang on, wait a minute, hold up. Wait a minute. And so I apologize for not mentioning that. And real quick, a new top 25 AP poll is out. And I know that's probably meaningless at this point. But did you know out of the top 7 teams, 6 of them are SEC?
Wow. How about that dominance?
Texas has leapfrogged Georgia. They're number 1 now. I know that doesn't mean a whole lot.
No, and I heard an announcer say they were predicting that may happen. They go, and that would be the best thing that happened for Kirby Smart. Instead of giving him a motivation to get the players fired up.
That's right.
Which he's right.
Yeah. So now Texas and then Georgia, and then there's Ohio State, and then Alabama, Ole Miss at 5, Tennessee 6.
How about Ole Miss?
I know.
Have they really played anybody yet? But they've done what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, they're beating the mess out of everybody. Scoring a lot of points and not letting them score, the opponent. So you have Ole Miss at 5, then Tennessee at 6, and Missouri is at 7.
Missouri.
And we talked about Tennessee's big matchup this coming weekend. Oklahoma's at 15, but Tennessee and Oklahoma play, so that'll be a good game. Yeah. But yeah, I haven't watched Tennessee yet, but everything I hear is just like, wow, they're dominant, and their quarterback they say is the real deal too.
They were talking about him last year when he was. I guess they redshirted him when they were going that. Next year, they've been bragging the whole time because the guy last year was okay.
Yeah.
But they were saying the future is this other guy, and evidently he's pretty good.
Yeah, very good. So a couple of things we've hit. We've talked about Tito Jackson passing away at the age of 70. Rick and Bubba will kind of get into that next hour. We won't steal that from him because I know Bubba can't announce it. He does know, though. So we'll revisit that. And this second assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. He was playing golf at his golf course in West Palm. There's so many questions that we have, and I know the authorities. And when we ask these questions, we're not sitting here going, oh, we're a bunch of conspiracy. No, these are questions that I'm sure authorities are asking this guy.
In both instances, there's a lot of questions. You're going, how did that happen without someone tipping somebody?
Right. Ryan Wesley Ruth is 58 years old and in custody after aiming an AK-47 rifle barrel towards Trump through the chain-link fence that's in the woods.
He just happened to know where he was going to be.
Between the road and the golf course. And I guess he was set up a couple of holes or a hole ahead of where President Trump is. But the Secret Service doing their job with the advance team, they normally go a hole or two ahead and just make sure everything is good.
Good thing they did.
And that's when this Ruth guy was spotted and Secret Service shot his way. At first there was reports, hey, shots fired. There were shots fired, but was Ruth firing who was firing? It looks like Secret Service were the ones doing the firing. And then he leaves where he was and runs back out to his car, takes off. Bystander takes pictures of his car and the license plate. They put that on the license plate finder camera deal, and then they find it
got him
in another county, and then call that sheriff's department, and they pull him over about 40 miles away. So thank goodness someone saw something and said something, which I know they tell us to do. But you hear shots like that, and then because that's not an area you hear shots a lot.
Not at
golf
course.
Yeah, and President Trump, according to Sean Hannity, who went on Fox News and said that he had talked to President Trump, said that they just all of a sudden heard pow pow, pow pow, and it's like good night. And I didn't know this, so they're on the golf course. Picture this, okay? We're on the golf, and all of a sudden now everybody jumps on him, and to cover him up. And there's like an armored golf cart that he can get in.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
And
good idea.
And so anyway, they went into action.
Quick, get him in the armored golf cart.
And he is praising the Secret Service. He did yesterday on Truth Social and other places coming out saying, "Man, they did their job." But I think now it goes further than that. And okay, they did their job because they're right there with the president, but why wasn't the perimeter around the course more secure? And I think that's the question. And they said in the press conference, the sheriff there said, well, look, he's not a sitting president, so he doesn't have the detail that a sitting president would have. But I think because of the other attempt 2 months ago, now this.
And the way they handled it, it looks like the way they were doing it worked.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, no,
they could get there, but at least they were going ahead and they did their job.
Right.
They saw, they were obviously very intent on looking and making sure everything was good, not just going through the motions.
And apparently, too, the son that was interviewed by Daily Mail about their dad, Ryan Wesley Ruth, they had, I guess, had a falling out and weren't that close anymore.
I was reading some things. He's a bird.
He is. His son didn't know a lot about what his dad does. He didn't think he was a violent person, but you sit here and look at his rap sheet, and he's pretty violent.
Yeah, evidently they hadn't been in touch in years because, I mean, he was charged with, if it's the same guy, they said, with like weapons of mass destruction and all this stuff.
Yeah, it was a standoff with police at one point. This something separate in his past. But how does somebody out of state go to this golf course, get to where he was, and set up in position
and
know where Trump is when and these are things that people are asking. Okay, and I'm sure the authorities are asking, how does he know that he's even playing golf, because that's not public knowledge. Yeah. How does he even know that? Yeah, I'm surely he didn't just stop and walk and go, well, let me see if he comes by. It seemed like he was, and it looked like the bags that they were talking about, the backpacks, it was actually looks like steel plates that were hanging on the fence as a shield and a GoPro. And a lot of people are like, okay, was he just going to film this, or is he going to try to stream it? There's a lot of questions that are still unanswered, and hopefully we'll have updates today. But that happened yesterday afternoon around 1:30 p.m. if you're listening, and it's Monday the 16th. All right, we'll take a break, and we'll come right back. Don't forget charity charge today at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, 10% of food sales
some chicken
this month. Go to Vanisa's Foundation.
That's right. Go out and eat some good chicken today and help a good cause.
That's right. If you would like to participate in the Crap Run, October the 5th in Piedmont, Alabama, you can go to rickandbubba.com, click on events, or you can actually text events to 866-932-3244, and link will come back with our upcoming events. Click on that event, and then it'll take you right to the registration page. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us, and we start a brand new week together. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I just don't know. This could be tougher than picking a girl. I'm just kidding.
I'll tell you. Look at you.
They're both great pieces. You can't go wrong with either one of them. I think.
Come on, Cassie. It's just a 2-hour
shot. Here. Where this one's just a carrot. I mean, it's just a carrot. Like, that's nothing impressive. You know what, John? I like this one. This is going to be the one right here.
Which one go?
Got you all ready, man. Oh, I appreciate it, man. You guys have been great here. Thank you. Good luck with your decision.
You went with
Thank
Parvo.
We'll see you guys later. We love the show.
It's a good choice. Look at him. Got his choice like he likes it. So there it is. Oh, yeah. So you picked it out. All right, let's see the messages.
Here are the messages. Now, I've got a special song that we're going to play. This is a special song. I don't have Gary's last name.
I'm just excited. You okay?
But a guy named Gary through a young lady named Patty at Mother's Day Out gave me this CD. It was written especially for the Factory Day. This is the song he wrote to ask his wife, Stephanie, to marry him.
Have you screened this?
I have screened it, and it's perfect for what we're doing.
And we're going to play
except for the last verse when he's actually asked her to marry him. We'll leave that part out. But everything up to that is perfect. Special song. I don't have Gary's last name.
I'm just excited. You okay?
But a guy named Gary through a young lady named Patty at Mother's Day Out gave me this CD. It was written especially for the Factory Day. This is the song he wrote to ask his wife, Stephanie, to marry him.
Have you screened this?
I have screened it, and it's perfect for what we're doing.
And we're gonna play.
Except for the last verse when he's actually asked her to marry him. We'll leave that part out. But everything up to that is perfect.
Okay. Well, look, you never know with the kid. He can surprise the group.
So we'll look at D. That's my bad. I had it on my desk the whole time. I'm so sorry. All right, here I just sent D on an adventure for no reason.
Yeah.
All right, here are their final messages. This is a song that Gary, his last name is not on anything, but it is a guy named Gary. So here it is. Very good song.
G-A-R-Y.
Hey Cassio, it's Candace. I just wanted to say thank you so much for letting me have this opportunity to come meet you. You were such a wonderful guy. I would love to get the biscuit, like to see, where this relationship could go, and I just hope you don't make a mistake that both of us will regret, because I think I really deserve the biscuit, and so please pick me.
Hey Jesse, I just want to say it was wonderful getting to know you.
This is Megan.
And I really want to keep dating you, and I love your family, and I really felt for you on that first date. And I swear to God, my feelings are genuine. I haven't met somebody like you in a really long time. And I hope we can still keep dating. And my stomach's been in knots for about a week. So it made me feel better if you, chose me just so we could keep dating. And I really like you.
Brought us here.
I've never held such a beauty.
Chocolate, I'm not a big fan of it.
When we have to go to a hard break, nope. Yes. Because I would have to interrupt, maybe while you're thinking. Yeah. I don't want you to be sitting there going, I got to do this. Oh, my gosh, I got a minute and a half. Yeah. So we're going to do it at the top of the hour. Also, this will be interesting, too. It is possible that Trista from The Bachelorette will be here to see you make this decision.
Standing right here beside you to put her hand on your shoulder and hopefully not distract you, but help you make a good decision.
Right. Be all according to what outfit she wears.
Sure, right.
Sure. We remember, did you see, I'll tell you what.
How about this? Here's a flashback for you. Somebody had asked me how you got the name Cassio Kid. It started with Jesse Mitchell, 14-year-old, sending us a tape of him doing a rap song.
Yes.
And it has evolved into today. He is the bachelor. Possibly looking for his soulmate.
There's no way to get a split screen of both ladies in a frozen picture for him to look at side by side.
You're killing me.
Well, I don't think there is a way. Just tell me no if there's not, Bobby.
Please tell us no.
It's hard for me to look at you serious now, Bobby Bowden, since I've seen you shirtless in a hot tub.
And we've had email with women who think you're hot. But anyway.
Right, sure. Yeah.
I got a lot of emails saying I should pick Bobby, but that's fine.
That's good. That's it. Bobby Bowden, is this your last day with us today, Bob? No, you'll begin this weekend.
26.
Oh, the 26th.
Really about to cry then.
This guy played the song to ask his wife to marry him.
Will you be my whole life?
He was a lock then.
Oh, sure. Sing good to pull this off.
Sure.
Oh, will you be?
For Cassio. And we wish you many happy years together. Will we have many happy years together for Cassio Kid and his new love? We will find out who it is when we come back. Decision time. One biscuit, two ladies, and Trista from The Bachelorette will be here next hour as well.
Rick and Bubba, Rick.
Past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. As a brand new hour begins, this hour starts with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Another Rick and Bubba hour. Here we go. Thank you. 30-plus years we've been at it. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. And we're glad you're here. We'll look back over the weekend. The kickoff hours dabbled in that a little bit. Speedy and Greg have knocked that out. Eddie Van Adler now joins us. The YouTube option is in full force now. Hello, tubers. Whether you're watching us live or archive, thank you for being with us. That's one option. You can watch us on YouTube. Another option is America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Some of them have been with us almost the entire run. Thank you, guys. If you don't have a station, another live option for you is the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app. You can stream it 24/7. Rick and Bubba there. Full shows archived as well. Another archive option are our podcast archives, available every day, the entire show on your own time as well. So you got live options, you got archive options, and every now and then, and most weeks, you also get additional. If you're saying to yourself, this is not enough, could I have 45 more minutes? Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. A new one is out, came out over the weekend, The Border. It is a hot topic. It's a very important topic. Chris Clem has been involved in border control for 27.5 years. He gives us the real story. You can catch that if you haven't already seen it or watched it wherever you get podcast. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at our King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates, and fans of Purple Disco Machine, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
There it is.
There she goes.
Earth,
There
wind,
she goes.
and fire.
They thought that was all the elements.
Yeah.
We've learned there's a few more.
Yes. Hello, Shining Star.
That's right. That's right.
So we have so much to unpack from the weekend. It doesn't get any bigger than yesterday. I know that it's been dabbled with a little bit in the kickoff hour, as only Donald Trump could do, as he put out on his Truth Social 0-2. So have you seen that post? Yes. So anyway, another attempt to kill Donald Trump over the weekend. We'll take a look at that. We'll unpack that a little bit, this time involving his golf course. Secret Service was able to see the gun barrel sticking out of the shrubs. Took a couple of shots at the suspect, who fled, and then the citizens did a great job of getting the tag number in the vehicle, and he was apprehended not too long after that. We do have him alive, so we'll try to figure out what – one of the things that I was saying, and I know people pronounce their names differently no matter how they're spelled, and the first time I saw him, somebody on the news say his name, they said Ryan Wesley Rue, but it looks like Rowell to me.
It's Ruth.
But how can Ruth be Rough?
Maybe it's I don't know. I thought that's what I heard.
You maybe go.
No, no, that was at Ruth. I heard the same thing.
I thought it was Routh.
It's spelled Rough. And
what it says in the headline that
now and that was spelled. No, it's T. You got G.
Yeah, okay.
But it says T here. But what I'm saying is, you're right. If it's pronounced Ruth, if you took that R and made it into S, it would be South. Why is it not Ralph?
I don't know. Maybe
Ryan,
it is.
Ryan Wesley Ralph. Now, I heard all the news people calling him Ruth, and sometimes people just spell their names in a way that should be something else, but they say, no, we say Ruth.
Yeah.
So you have a G on our headlines, but it is a T. But I remember looking at that, and I told Sherry, I said, if that R was an S, that word is South. Why are they calling him Ruth?
Yeah, maybe so.
But maybe that's just how you pronounce it.
I've heard Ruth, but if it's
they were saying that on the news.
Yeah.
I'm simply talking about the spelling.
Right.
But just because it's spelled that way, people do all kinds of things with spelling. So
Well,
seems like it should be Ralph now that you think about it.
Well, if the R is an S, it's South.
Yeah.
Well, the proper name thing, you
You
can
never
say
know.
It. He could say it's Smith. and
That's
spell
right.
It that way.
You're right. You're exactly right.
But it brings up a lot of questions. We'll break all that down today. Very, very strange.
Yep.
A lot of news today with, of course, a big sports day with everything going on this weekend.
Yep.
And we had the passing of a very famous person.
Oh, I don't know about this one.
Well, I can't announce it.
I know you
You'll have
can't.
to.
I'll find out who it is in a minute. Who can you say? Greg?
Yeah, I can say it.
All right, you
Tito
sure?
Jackson.
Who?
Yeah.
Tito.
Oh, Tito died.
Yeah, Michael.
Suddenly.
Well, very, very famous, but you're right. I mean, he's not this a household name unless you know the Jacksons, but Tito's been talked about a lot. I agree,
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So Tito went on in.
That's right. At 70.
70 years old.
Yep.
Doggone it.
Still performing.
I love like the textures are saying back to this name. So the great Babe Ruth is spelled R-O-U-T-H. Really isn't. It's R-U-T-H. But anyway, but as you said, people's names and Tito.
Those silent.
Yeah. So Tito
was pronounced Tito.
Yeah,
T-I-T-O.
it was. And Jackson's such a simple name. No one. I'm sure there's somebody that spells it Jackson and then says something different.
Oh, yeah.
Jetson or something like that.
Yes, absolutely. there is.
Well, Tito went on in. Well, now you've just.
And out of all the Jackson brothers, his name was the most recognizable.
It was. I agree. Jermaine, pretty big.
Yeah, I'm just saying Tito was fun to say.
But
Tito was involved in a lot of jokes.
He was. Yes. He was a punchline of a lot of jokes,
That's my
so
point.
everybody knew his name.
Yeah. If you did a Jackson joke, you're gonna put Tito in it.
Yeah.
So we'll touch on that today. Greg, today we remember Tito Jackson.
That's right.
Tito went in. I don't feel too good myself. Yeah, that's good.
He was one that actually played an instrument.
Yeah.
Him and Jermaine.
Yeah. Was he
older than Jermaine?
Yeah, I think he was second oldest.
Who's the oldest?
Jackie.
Is he still around?
Oh yeah.
How old is he?
I don't know.
Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba.
I may be wrong.
More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And it's top of the hour.
I'm in love.
So you will not Cassio in and you're like humming it in the halls, you'll have questions. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you need to be careful. Cassio, it's time. You will now have to take, and we didn't have a controversy in the break. Blair and Karen saw the necklace that Cassio has picked out. She came in and tried to eat the biscuit and say, "Pick me."
Karen.
I'm upset that I didn't choose
Karen.
a bachelorette.
Karen, go back out in
Karen,
the hall.
don't stand in the way.
Look, I know this.
Is Cassio better looking with that necklace?
Cassio is hot with those diamonds in his hand.
That's not Karen.
Now, when he takes the diamonds away, then,
Well, easy.
it's back to Cassio. But
Okay. Well, there it is. Karen, you cannot win this contest.
This is Cassio's moment in the girls' play.
Right. And Peaches,
bless her heart, she's just green.
Peaches, where is the necklace? Where'd you put it? Find it and bring it in here. You're going on a missionary trip. Come on.
Am I hot, Peaches?
All right.
Did y'all lose the necklace?
No, we've got it.
No, we got it. Is the biscuit here? Oh, yeah, there it is.
The biscuit's there. Well, here it is, and here they come. Wow, I'm a nervous wreck.
I am too. I can't look.
How this is going to go?
It's real.
And there's the biscuit in a heart-shaped box for them to be presented. Cassio, you will stand up. You will face these two ladies, and you will ask one of them will they accept this biscuit. And at that moment, the other will know that they were not picked. And then, of course,
is Trista here yet? By the way.
Trista from the Bachelorette. If she's not here,
well,
she's
I just thought it'd be
it.
funny if she's standing here next to Cassio to help him out.
Well, we'll get her in here momentarily. Well,
I know they are nervous.
Well,
because I'm nervous.
Well, I'll lose my cool points if I lose my breakfast right here.
Yeah,
I'm nervous.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
Cassio, let me just be clear. Do not throw up. Okay, that is one rule that I will not allow because if you do, I will. Okay.
I don't think anybody will accept the biscuit after that. Do
No.
All right, I'm going to stop the music.
Oh, my gosh. It's real.
And now it's time. Cassio, let's get this thing underway. We've waited long enough. They've waited long enough. Just stand up, address them, and ask one of them to accept the biscuit.
Okay, let me preface this by saying you're both wonderful women, okay? And I had a great time with both of you. And my family genuinely loved both of you.
Oh, my gosh.
This really has been a tough choice. And I wish I would have met either one of you outside of the contest to, maybe go on without the contest, without the cameras and everything. Maybe it would have been a little different. But the sad part is I got to cut one of you today, and you'll probably hate me, but I really do. I apologize for cutting whoever I do, and hopefully we can still chat afterwards. But right now I got to cut one of you. Do I got to cut one of them?
Yes.
Yeah, we're not in Utah. Go ahead.
Now, what happens beyond this? Now, if you end up breaking up with one, you could always go back and date the other. But as of today, one will be selected for a try at this, and one will not. Wow, I hate to put it that way.
Megan, will you accept my biscuit?
There it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my gosh. Should we take them out and spend a moment?
Are you nervous?
No.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm about to pass out.
Oh, my gosh. This is a horrible...
Don't fail with me the last.
We got to get the...
Oh, my gosh.
I need to open this up for you.
She's opening up the necklace. Candace has to watch it. Oh, my gosh.
Appreciate that, Rick.
Well,
I'm good.
Well, I don't...
Did we say our goodbyes first?
Really, I mean, he tore into that necklace so fast.
Yeah, I know.
He heard what Karen said, and he wants to get it up.
If you could...
Somebody say, but it's you know that I love you. Tito Jackson went on in. And one time, let's dance, let's shout. Shake your body down to the ground, let's dance, let's shout. Shake your body down to the ground, let's dance, let's shout. Shake your body down to the ground, dance, let's shout. Think it over. So Tito Jackson has passed at 70.
You know, we were trying to scorecard this here in the break.
Yep, we done it.
And Greg, give us that rundown of the Jackson family, because it is kind of an interesting list.
Yeah, I have it here too, Greg, if you're searching. But we pulled it up. But Greg, of course, has gone in and found out facts about the Jackson family that no one else.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
I thought I knew the Jacksons.
It comes out of the gate. We got Reby.
Right.
She's the oldest. Mm-hmm. She was born in 1950. Then you got Jackie. Boy, their full names or something.
You're right.
Sigmund Esco Jackie Jackson.
Okay, great. There's no need for that.
Yeah, just give us the well-known
I got to
name.
tell you Tito's real name. Though.
Yeah.
Okay. Toranio Adaryl Tito Jackson.
Okay.
He's the third. Then you had Jermaine right after him. He's 1 year behind him. Then LaToya comes into the scene. And then Marlon, I didn't know this, Marlon had a twin brother that didn't survive. They were born in 1957. Then you got Michael. Then you got Randy. And then Janet's the youngest. And then down here at the bottom, there's just one thing.
Yeah, okay.
I'm trying to research, but I can't. It says extramarital.
Uh-oh.
Giovanni Nakia Jibu Jackson.
Oh, great.
August 30th, 1974. I don't know if
Now,
Joe.
Who did
Joe,
he belong to?
I guess Joe might. It just says extramarital above it.
Well, I think if you go to extramarital, you wouldn't think Catherine.
Well,
I mean, you'd
just-
immediately think that'd have to be Joe.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm just asking to be
No,
factually
and I could be
correct.
wrong. Maybe I'm stereotyping men, but I think in this case I'm just stereotyping Joe,
Yeah.
not Catherine. But anyway, so there's the Jacksons.
How many is that total?
10 is total, but that counts the twin that didn't make it.
Right.
So I guess nine that survived.
Yeah.
And then an extramarital for either Joe or Catherine. We think Joe.
And did I see the story right?
Put our money on
Tito
Joe.
died while he was driving.
That's what I heard coming in, that he had a cardiac arrest, and they think it might have been why he's driving. I don't know if that's official. That's just what the report I heard, and I think it does allude in the story that it was cardiac arrest, but.
How old was he, Greg?
70.
70.
That ain't that old.
No, it's not.
Well, like I say, he was still performing. They had been in somewhere out of the country, and there was France or somewhere. They went and visited a memorial they had there for Michael, and they all took their picture with him. This was like 4 days before he died.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I still think they missed a golden opportunity. If they could have all got along and agreed to do it, is to tour again as the Jacksons and let Janet sing Michael's part. I think that would have been huge. I would have bought a ticket the day it come available.
I remember when you brought that up, and all I could think of was brilliant. I mean that is a great idea.
She already had some of the moves he had.
Right.
If you've ever seen her, she can do the stand on your tiptoes.
Right.
Michael was a little feminine, but I don't know if I want some chick taking his place.
Well, there we go.
She could do Black Cat too.
Just get Bruno Mars out there.
Right.
He can do it.
Yeah. Now you're talking, of course, about Janet or Miss Jackson. If I'm nasty.
Yeah. Right. She can do all that.
My name.
She put on a good show.
You saw her.
Yeah,
I've never seen her.
Yeah,
in
she
concert.
did really good.
Yeah, but I can assume that.
And
then,
she's our age, so she was out there working pretty hard.
Is she still like? What is the state of Janet right now? I don't know.
What are you asking, Rick?
Is she still wanting to tour? How long ago was that tour? Does she still do anything?
Did she not too long ago have a tour? I think.
But it seemed like something weird happened
just
with
a
that.
few years ago.
Right. I don't know. And
somebody were the Jacksons touring?
Greg's got coffee down the wrong pipe. I saw it happen. I saw it happen. I saw you get a pop of coffee, and you're like, well, that didn't go the right way.
So what were they touring as? Or you said he was still touring. What was the deal with that?
The Jacksons, they just go sing it differently. I doubt they were packing arenas, but it was the Surviving Brothers.
Well, I'm not trying to say that without Michael they kind of lost their way, but somebody said they actually went to a wedding and they were playing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It probably was.
Don't doubt it.
So I went to janetjackson.com, and she's currently touring. She's in South Africa.
Okay, all right.
Or on the 21st.
South Africa.
Then she's in France, then the UK. So, yeah, she's hopping around.
Okay, I didn't know that. All right, well, how about that? So there you go.
And it was packed the night we were there.
Oh yeah, well,
I'm sure she's moving the ticket.
A lot of
she's gonna be on in Vegas on New Year's Eve. Well, she's busy.
Yeah. Did you?
I've not seen her do anything with her brothers in a long time. I don't know. Are they estranged?
You never know when you're dealing with the Jacksons.
And I guess if she's selling out arenas, why do I cut my brothers in? Right.
I think they're talking about putting blanket in there with the rest of it.
Well, we hadn't even thought about that. Michael's kids. I mean, what's going to happen there?
I know.
Yeah, and
two of them would look awkward, but you put blanket in there.
Yeah,
Paris.
Yeah.
She's modeling.
Is there three of them? Three of them.
There's Blanket, Paris, and what's the other one?
Prince.
Okay. Wow. Is that Prince Michael?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
And then what was Blanket's real name?
What was his real name?
It was something.
It wasn't Blanket.
No,
I hope not.
That's because he kept.
I think he was Prince too. I think didn't he have the same name?
Yeah,
okay.
it was something
it
like
might
that.
have been.
Michael's if you weren't weird enough.
Well, yeah,
it's whole child thing, and again, I'm not going into it.
Greg, wait a minute. Did Michael do anything though? Do you impress with Michael? Did you ever have?
Oh no, never.
Greg does the never.
It's Michael with a stopped up nose.
Yeah, I got stopped nose.
No, by the way,
never.
No, never. But
looks like Prince Michael Jackson II is Blanket's real name.
Okay,
and the other one's named Prince too, right?
What's his name?
The oldest boy.
Yeah, I don't know. There's
I mean, I think it is too. I mean, he couldn't come up with anything better than that.
Yeah, well, Greg, remember that George Foreman, who seems somewhat normal, he named every one of his kids George.
That's true.
I mean,
and they went by their middle names, right? But all of them's first name was George. Is that right?
Or they all
Yeah,
went
it
by
was something
George.
like
They can't all go by George.
Rick, I think they all called them all George.
No.
Didn't I see an interview with about 2 or 3 of them, and they were all
George
sitting
1,
around
George 2.
That can't be. Surely not. So, but but anyway, you were talking about Greg and all this. I didn't see it. Still haven't seen it. But I started getting emails over the weekend on the technical difficulties that we had on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
You saw a silent movie?
And people say that watching the YouTube archive is the greatest silent movie of all time.
I bet. It's a good thing it was silent.
The range of emotions coming from those that contacted us on what they were experiencing.
Oh, my gosh.
And focusing on different characters.
Well, we'd be trying to figure out what was happening. Somebody go, wait a minute, commercials.
Right.
Going there.
Yeah, you had a live show you had to cover.
They said watching the scurrying, the various, flybys on the nose, top of the crack of people bending over.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they said it just featured everything.
You're going to have all that.
Yeah, I mean, he said it just, and because y'all were scurrying, it looks like those silent movies when they speak.
Going fast.
We didn't know what to do. I mean,
Right.
we got to play and play something.
Right.
You
Yeah,
know,
sure.
We even got one microphone working, so we can inform everybody. We know it's messed up.
That's funny.
Hang in there.
I see that I know over the weekend that y'all had a little trouble getting YouTube started again, and I see that today, in an interesting move, so Disney gets everything worked out with Dish, so ESPN has returned, but now our local ABC affiliate is not there.
Really?
It was there earlier. It looks like
was.
that's more of a direct TV signal thing, I guess.
It was, and I saw it locked up. So
Oh, okay.
maybe
That one never went out. I mean, we
But
had
it is
though.
now.
Right.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah, that
is weird.
That
There's
it's
those weekend gremlins.
it's crazy. It really
You
is.
just plan on it on Monday.
All right, we'll be back. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. Lots to cover. Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge at participating locations in Alabama today. It benefits Vanisa's Foundation. Speedy and Greg will be there for their big run coming up on October the 5th. Find those details at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Happens beyond this. Now, if you end up breaking up with one, you could always go back and date the other. But as of today, one will be selected for a try at this, and one will not. Wow, I hate to put it that way.
Megan, will you accept my biscuit?
There it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Should we take them out and spend a moment?
Are you nervous?
No.
Oh my gosh.
I'm about to pass out.
Oh my gosh, this is horrible.
Hopefully I won't be the last.
We got to get the...
Oh my gosh.
I need to open this up for you.
She's opening up the necklace. Candace has to watch it. Oh my gosh.
Appreciate that, Rick.
Well,
I'm good.
Well, I don't.
Did we say our goodbyes first?
Really, I mean, he tore into that necklace so fast.
Yeah, I know it.
He heard what Karen said, and he wants to get it up.
If you could. Look, I'm hot with the necklace.
Yeah, I noticed
somebody prized Karen off the back of the door.
If that
Candace couldn't get out yet.
if that door won't open, it could be Karen standing in front of it. So,
okay, here we go.
Turn around and look at me.
He's taking the necklace out. For those of you listening that cannot see this, all this will be documented on the website. We will have it up. For those of you who don't get Turner South, and there is the necklace going on.
I'm so nervous I couldn't snap it.
There it is. Why don't y'all step outside, talk a few minutes. We'll bring both of you back, and we'll speak with Candace before. Okay, there you go. I made that call on my own. Do you think that's the right thing
Rick,
to do?
I'm with you.
That was me flying there. I didn't go with producers or anything. I just jumped out there. Is that bad? Huh? You know, I'm lost without producers now. I used to do a show myself. Now I can't do it anymore.
I feel like I got
Come here, Candace. Come here. We got to. Come here. I mean, my God.
I hope you can breathe better than I can.
I hate this contest. It's just not.
I don't know it. It's evil.
Rick, give that to her, please. Okay, this is Rick. Okay, this is.
Somebody sent you a basket, Rick?
Yeah, they should.
Shouldn't it be for Candace?
It really should, and I'm gonna let her have it.
Okay.
This is. Do we know? Do we know who this is from? Okay. I know. How are you feeling right now, girlfriend?
I'm a little disappointed. But...
well, I know. Here, I know. Did you?
How about a nice Rick and Bubba love pack?
Yeah, we'll send you some Rick and
Nice
Bubba stuff
t-shirt
too. I would send you bobbleheads, but that's another issue of somebody stepping out and not being able to deliver. But you know, we've only got about 200 of them, so we need more than 20. But let me just say, but some of y'all, you will eventually get them. I promise you.
Right.
But
next year.
Next year, you know, somebody begs for the job, you give it to them, and then they say I can't handle it. But let me just say this: I would give you some bobbleheads, but I don't have any. But
not that you'd want one.
Not you'd want one yet, but we will. This is horrible. We all feel terribly uncomfortable right now. But you knew he was going to have to pick. It's just the way the contest works.
Mm-hmm.
You wish you'd never gotten the contest right now?
No, I don't wish I never did it. But you know, I knew this might happen. So.
How about this? You the girl.
You did. You really made the audience fell in love with you, but they fell in love with all of you, certain parts of the audience and all that. Everybody had their favorites, but you come away from this being shed in a very positive light on the show, TV and radio. People love you.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm upset, but you know, Megan's a great girl too, so he could have won either way.
Did y'all become friends and all that?
Yeah.
This is the point where you should tell everybody it's good he didn't pick you because you're shipping off to Kuwait.
That's how Lana got out of this.
I wish I did have something like that, you know, so I can make an exit like Alana did.
Well, let me tell you, you're going to have a lot of love out there today. Don't you doubt it.
Now, I will tell you this. On your way home, I would turn the radio off.
No music.
Yeah, and let Jon get his call over with.
Yeah.
And then you can join us again because, you know, he's been waiting to see who did not get picked, and he is going to call up and probably, you know, really have some fun with that. But we just want to tell you thanks for being such a good sport. Because,
I mean, had a blast.
This is, you know, it's a tough contest. It's not actually a barrel of fun. So, except for the dates. It looked like you had a good time.
Yeah, I did. I had a blast.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There she is, the lovely Candace. Hounds out there. There's one more that's free. You'll get a lot of email, a lot of calls. So thank you.
And I'm wore out.
I know. God bless you. Well, let's take a break. I think we all need to take a break.
Yeah,
I know.
I need a break.
All right, show this. Trista from the Bachelorette has arrived. Yeah, here we go. Thanks for being with us. All right, so anybody out there got tax trouble? Yeah, I know right now as the left is trying to convince you that it's the opponent that weaponizes the government, not them. The only problem is we've actually seen them weaponize the government. And they'll do it through the IRS, too. You can count on that. If you think all these new agents are going after... Did you know that the left, they have the wealthiest people by far than the right because of all the entertainment people that are involved? They got more billionaires. And do you really think that they're going to take these IRS agents and go after them? They're not.
Nope.
And the reason why they're not is because between the IRS and the uber rich is an army of lawyers. I'm just gonna bet that most of you out there don't have an army of lawyers. No, and so that's who they're coming after. So why don't you go get some negotiators and some lawyers to be your advocate? And you can do that by going to tnusa.com/bigbox. These are patriots that want to be on your side and solve the IRS tax problem quickly. And how about this? Painlessly. They're attorneys, they're strategists, they're expert negotiators, employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. Things like a preferred direct line, they have that to the IRS. First-hand experience. They know which agents to talk to, which ones that you might want to avoid. And right now, they're very familiar with the IRS program that is a limited-time program, willing to forgive $1 billion in tax penalties. So find out if you qualify for this program. This may be exactly what you're looking for before it's too late, and get this burden off of you. So go to tnusa.com/bigbox or call 1-800-780-8888. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we've hit on the big story that had us starting the show, and that's the death of Tito Jackson.
Right. We had to get that out of the way.
You can't just let that
Sure,
go.
sure.
That's right.
I know that we've dabbled with it a little bit, but we had another attempt to kill Donald Trump yesterday. This one involving him playing golf. From what we've all been able to see now, this person was about 2 holes from the president. They say somewhere around 500 yards. A Secret Service person saw a barrel of a gun sticking out of the shrubs. We now know. Again, I'm with you, Speedy. His last name is spelled what should be Routh, but they're calling him Ruth. Ryan Wesley Ruth. Maybe that's how he pronounces his name. I don't know. But he got there at the chain link fence at the golf course. He had a weapon ready to go. Had a couple of backpacks. Had a GoPro, which means he was going to try to document him shooting Donald Trump, or at least trying to. And thankfully, it was foiled. And then when he got shot at from the Secret Service, they didn't hit him, but he went to jump out into his vehicle to speed away to safety, even though he left his gun and his backpacks behind and his GoPro. But a citizen saw him jump into the vehicle, speeding away, got the license plate, and they apprehended him in minutes. So that's kind of where we are.
Rick, the thing that is still somewhat amazing to me is, and I understand guarding some of these candidates is incredibly difficult, especially someone like Trump who gets out and does all these things and plays all this golf. And, a golf course is a lot of area you got to cover. But I just don't know how in the world someone with a gun gets this close again to former President Trump. It's just kind of mind-boggling to me. If he's going to play golf at his resort, then there needs to be a perimeter plan for that. And apparently it ain't working.
Well, they took that on, and this is what the question is, Bubba, and your question is valid. They're saying if you just look at protocol, which in this case you got to go beyond that because now there's been 2 attempts on him. If you just look at protocol, the protocol is he's a former president and he is a candidate. He's not the current president, so he doesn't get that kind of protection. If the president were on the golf course, of course, he wouldn't know it. But if he was on the golf course, he said we would have been there days before and we would have people everywhere and the guy would have been seen and it would never happen. But that kind of protection is not now being given to Trump. And we did send people out a few holes ahead of him, but we do not do the whole thing like we would if he was the sitting president. Now, the thing that people are saying is, but I think we're going to have to.
Look, he is a candidate again to be president, and he is leading in some polls, dead even in others. Very likely he would be or could be the next president. What are we going to do? Wait until he is shot to go, we should have had more security?
Apparently. But people are saying now, but not, there's been many people that were running to president. He said, but the fact is, this particular candidate, for whatever reason, and I think we know some of the reasons, people are trying to kill him. This is twice in a little over 60 days. So I think that we have to break protocol, to your point, and give him the same protection we're giving the sitting president because it warrants. The atmosphere, the environment warrants that kind of protection.
Well, yeah. And like I say, we've had 2 attempts. What are we going to do? Just wait till he is shot and go, we should have done more? I mean, surely we can reassign some assets there. I mean, my gosh.
Yep.
Economy as big as ours and what we're doing, can't we put a few more agents out in the woods?
Well, we're going to have to, or like you say, this is going to, let's hopefully, God forbid, it could end poorly. But who is this person? We'll find that out because we've captured this one alive. In the beginning, there were a lot of talk about terrorist groups, other countries. I hate to be a Debbie Downer right here because I hate to say this. Bubba, I think you alluded to it in the break a minute ago. At least that's how I took it. If this was a little more advanced, like another country, I'm afraid the president probably would be dead.
Right.
The fact that this person couldn't pull it off after access shows that I think more likely this is a person, and I hate we live in these times where this is my chance to be remembered forever, and I'm going to earn some sort of celebrity by GoProing and putting out me shooting Donald Trump. I think it's just a crazy person that has now if the left would say that this person has been worked into a frenzy if it was the right. Now, if we had people trying to shoot Kamala Harris, they would say that this is the fault of Fox, conservative radio, Trump, of course. And the reason why we know that, they're now already saying it's Trump's fault that people are shooting at him.
Right.
It's not their fault.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, again, some of the rhetoric in this campaign, I think, has got way out of hand. And, being told that he's a constant threat to democracy, if you're mentally unstable, that can have an effect on you.
Well, calling him Hitler doesn't help.
Yeah.
No, and we have some of his social media posts from the past, and that's kind of what he was using is things like Trump has to go and, all that type of.
If you disagree with Trump or you don't like him, then you can say whatever you want to about him. But I think this threat to democracy thing is careless and really out of bounds on a lot of points.
Yeah.
Babylon B.
Even for political rhetoric.
Babylon B, FBI tries to distract from old Trump assassination attempt with a new Trump assassination attempt.
Yes.
Report, Trump furious as would-be assassin fired the gun right in the middle of his backswing.
That's good.
And Trump put out, 0-2?
0-2.
That reminds me when, Reagan was making the speech and the balloon popped something real loud, and it was shortly after his assassination attempt, and he said, "Miss me."
Right.
He just kept going.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Everybody loved it.
Yes. Left is perplexed that a man they keep calling Hitler, people keep shooting at him.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway,
crazy, isn't it?
So many questions.
Well,
how does this guy know that he's out there playing golf? Is this? Trump plays a lot of golf. Is this him just taking the chances? Hey, it's a pretty day. He may be out here. How many times has he been there before waiting on him?
Yeah.
And he never came by. So I don't know. Or is there some kind of leak?
Yeah, I think if we ever, again, I'm not a conspiracy theorist person, but I do see the truth, okay? Sometimes the truth, that's not conspiracy if it's blatantly obvious. Y'all just stand by. If we ever get all the information on the first assassination attempt, we're all going to be grossly uncomfortable of the things that we saw, that we see of how poorly that was set up and handled.
Well, wasn't one of the more far left Dems came out last week? He's so far left, it's unbelievable. And he even said that Americans are going to be shocked of what they're learning on the first attempt.
Yeah, they're gathering it, and there's people that now have it. We just don't have it yet. And the word is that we are going to be just aghast. But another thing, interacting with the public on a regular basis, not just here, but a lot of places, there's a lot of theories why. But I will tell you, I've never lived in a time on this earth where mental illness and people who have lost touch with reality, the numbers of those people are higher than I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen so many people that are off mentally in my entire life.
Yeah.
They're everywhere. And there's a lot of people saying that there's a lot of reasons for that. But, buddy, people have left the real world.
You're right.
I've never seen numbers like it is now.
Just look at the polls.
Correct. 14 minutes to the top. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Coming down the hall. Yes. How did Tony get involved in this?
I don't know. Tony is not one of the bachelors.
Yes.
Let's be clear
on that.
There
comes Trista.
She'll be here in just a minute.
And when we come back, we'll talk with her, and maybe she can give, because she's been where Candace is right now.
She has.
And so we'll discuss that when we come back as Trista joins us on the Rick and Bubba Show. 877-WE-BE-BIG. Our fax line is 205-945-3999. And on the World Wide Web, all this will be documented. It'll all be there on the website. Thank you, Ryan Greenwood and Timothy Witten, rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 14 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Two sexiest fat men alive, and I tell you, we just experienced Trista from The Bachelorette is here, and she has lived what just happened here. Trista, welcome. Thank you for taking time to be with us today.
Of course.
I know a few people want to talk to you right now, and we feel flattered that you chose us. We think maybe your mom helped us out, but whatever it took. If we have to call in a mom favor, we'll call one in.
Of course. Moms are good like that.
Are you getting tired of all this media stuff? I mean, your whole
fun.
life is camera.
It is kind of crazy. I'm getting a little bit drained at times, but it's been so much fun.
It has to be.
It is.
Now, you were driving in, so you have not been updated. We've done our version of it called The Fatchler. And that's Cassio Kid. Well, that's all right. I mean, we've got a little weight on us. We don't hide that. And
right.
And it's big boy, big love. That's what
right.
we say.
Exactly.
Once you go big, you never go back.
Right. And you seem to kind of like the somewhat big guy on The Bachelor, and he hung around.
Bob. Yes,
and
but,
Bob was kind of our favorite. I have to tell you,
love
the
Bob.
funny guy.
Wasn't Bob a lot of fun?
He is. He's the best, and we're still in touch. I know we'll stay in touch forever.
Well, so there it is.
Yeah.
It didn't work out with Charlie Orion, and now you're with Bob.
We made a friend connection.
Oh, not the friend.
Oh, there it was.
Oh,
we did.
He's your friend.
How about we talked about that on the air? The worst thing you want to hear if you're kind of overweight, funny guy, is I want to be a friend. And everybody got on us. And then the guy that was hosting the show brought it up. And I go, well, there you go. See, everybody knows
You just don't know how scary it is for a guy who may be a little big to hear the word friend. Because what we get from women a lot is, you're so sweet. You're just like a big brother to me. Can we be friends?
Friend is code word for you ain't getting no sugar. That's what it means, okay? That's what it means.
It wasn't called the Fringerlet. It was the Bachelorette. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, what I was going to say, you've been here. We just had our version of it. The two ladies were here. Candace is here. She's going to have something here too. She was not picked. The young lady who was picked is here. We want to introduce them both to you because you have been on both sides of this. You now have been the person who was there wanting to get picked. You're now the person who has to pick.
Any advice? Any advice for Candace?
Yeah. On picking, I thought she already
well,
did.
I mean, now that she did not get picked, like you did not, what now?
Go on with your life.
That's right.
There
or
are
sign
worse
a TV deal.
There
sign
are worse things to not get picked.
Yeah, get a good agent and sign a TV deal.
And get a number from somebody at ABC.
Yeah.
So Candace, thank you. You did very well. And you have a gift for Cassio, even though he did not pick you.
I bought this free.
Oh, my gosh. You feel terrible right now.
Wow. Well, it was for whether I won or lost, but, it's for you anyway. You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
You've been there. You've been this person.
I have. But she's doing good.
Yeah, she is.
She's got a ton of fan mail. She'll have 100 dates tonight.
There she goes. There she goes. There goes Candace. Y'all, let's give Candace.
Yay.
God bless you, Candace. God bless you. And bring Megan in. Megan is the young lady that was picked here on The Bachelor. The two girls are hugging each other. Watch out.
Oh, no, watch out. A fight.
Well, wouldn't that be good TV, though?
Megan, meet Trista. Trista, this is Megan. This is a young lady.
And wow, there she is.
Congratulations, young lovers.
Thank you.
And are you excited now? How you feel?
I feel good. I'm excited.
Good. Have y'all been like in the office making out or something? I mean, Cassio's got that look again, like he can't breathe. Have you noticed that?
How do you feel after this?
Like a winner.
Hey, is this Cassio's day? I mean, is this the day come through of all time?
So hot today!
There you go. There's all their little gifts.
Oh my goodness.
There they are. So
this is also for you also.
You can't see her. It's such a big bag.
Yeah, Peggy's homework.
Peggy's over there.
We'll need hand trucks. We'll need hand trucks to get that out of here.
It's getting heavy for me, so take care of it.
Yeah, and you're also going to get. Yeah, it's out there. 9 minutes to the top. All right, so we're back. Thank you for being with us today. So let's review what we know. So the person who was set up to try to shoot Trump while playing golf, Ryan Wesley, they're saying Ruth, I'm really bothered by the fact that his spelling is clearly Ralph.
Yeah.
But everybo's calling
call him Ralph Ruth.
They're calling him Ruth. So apparently, we start trying to find out about this fella, and he is all about the left. He's really big on the Ukraine situation. Donated to the. Now I do know, no matter what we say about him being radicalized, the left will still tell you he was radicalized by Trump, not them.
Yeah.
Even though if you find out about him, he seemed to be being radicalized by all the scare tactics of the left. But I know ultimately that can't be their fault. You look back over his life. He had an AK-47 style rifle. He had the backpack, as we mentioned, GoPro camera. We mentioned that. Registered Democrat. He was fleeing the scene. He has had a couple of charges in the past. Concealed weapon. Has a hit and run in his past. So his son claims he didn't know his dad even had a gun or would do anything. Well, he just said a form of crazy like this.
Right.
And he used the bat analogy. So, this is always the thing where some people try to act like that they're surprised. But when you look deeper, maybe he was a little more unstable than everybody wants to leave.
Yeah, his neighbors are weighing in. They say he's quite a bird.
Yeah, that he was a bird.
Yeah.
So
now his son did admit they had a falling out and hadn't really been in touch.
Sounds like
it's clear.
The way he described him was nothing like he is.
No,
it's clear after we see who he really is that he and the son have not talked in a while.
in a minute.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You guys have not been in touch if your dad's got an AK-47, backpacks, and a GoPro headed to the golf course to shoot Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Got
some problems.
Yeah. So we'll see how this all turns out and what we learn. He said that there's no apparent record of him spending any time in prison for any of these offenses, as well as resisting an officer, driving on a suspended license. Said he was given parole one time, a probation. I think his license may have been suspended once.
Wow. Now, in that same story, Rick, I think he had a standoff with police at one point
he did resist arrest.
Weapons of mass destruction is what it actually says in the article.
Okay.
Some type of standoff with police or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
From back in the day.
Yeah.
He fits the role. I'll tell you that. You get you a good look at him.
Well, here's a line from some of his posts that I know some of these things have been removed now. We cannot afford to fail. This is him. Echoing Harris's and Biden's rhetoric, the world is counting on us to show the way. He said that this is not good. Trump wants to turn America into slaves, and that he will be our master. So
now, where did he get that idea?
Yeah.
I've missed that quote.
Here's another.
Let's say he was president for 4 years.
Right.
Never got any slave requests during that.
No.
Well, matter of fact, everything went pretty smooth there for a while.
Well, if you look back, it was actually a much better time.
Yeah.
So that's what's funny. You can compare. He was the president.
I actually felt. I actually felt less like a slave than I do now.
Yeah, I know.
But anyway, his son also, once again, noticing we're not keeping in touch. I do know that my dad hated Trump, but I think every reasonable person does. Yeah, your dad's not reasonable though, and no, that's true. I don't hate Trump and think about him being president again. I'm pretty reasonable. So there you go.
Maybe your whole family's nuts.
Yeah.
He's in the bushes with a GoPro. I don't think he's reasonable.
No, he's not.
No.
Somebody with a good one on the text said it looks like Gary.
Who? Busey.
Busey tried to kill Trump.
A little bit. But I don't think we've got a highly trained assassin sent here by Iran or China or Russia.
No.
Thank goodness. I think we just got a whack job leftist.
But to the Ukraine.
But I do think y'all brought up something that's very important that others have over the last 24 hours, and that is that so we've had apparently 2 lone wolves here, okay, that have gotten that close to our former president. A foreign actor that is here on the grounds goes, hey, I tell you what, do you see how close everybody's kind of getting? We need to maybe
not a goofball.
Widen the parameter of detail on our president, because he was very upfront saying the Secret Service that was with him did their job. the folks that went out a hole or two ahead spotted this guy, but that's all he had. We probably need to widen the perimeter of everything he does on both sides. Both sides need protection because there's wackos everywhere, but both sides need protection. But this is scary that folks are getting this close.
And they don't seem to be really that talented in
you know what I'm saying? How does somebody park a car
assassins
and carry that kind of weapon into a fence line of a golf
this guy
course
right here,
and nobody see him?
Well, to me, honestly, this one, even though it is bad, I agree 100%, doesn't look near as grotesque a poor job of protection than that rally.
Oh, no way.
That rally.
No. That rally's
that rally.
There's just no reason for that.
I mean, we got the guy. He's up there. He's got bombs ready to detonate. He's got.
Guys, this was a scheduled event that was going to happen at the rally. You would really think you'd be on top of your game there, as opposed to trying to keep up with him while he's playing golf.
But I think all of you make a good point. I think because of our country is in a bind, this is a very volatile election. For both parties have become, there's so much distance between the two. I think that we have to give the protection. I would think Kamala would need it, and I think Trump would need it, because what I don't want to happen, but what could happen, there's so many unstable people in our country right now, so many unstable people, okay, that there was a time when most everybody could handle agreeing to disagree and trying to win the election and, let your ideology, hopefully you can get out and get enough votes, and that's how it's supposed to work. I'm afraid those days are either completely gone or they are fading. And now people do drastic things because they're not stable. And I think that both of the candidates, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, probably both need the same protection of a sitting president. I think they do.
Yeah. You're probably right.
Top of the hour. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number.
Dial us up.
We'll come back and we'll chat with you, America. You can weigh in on the events from the weekend. We have more to cover, not near as intense. Top of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll go phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Certificate to Spa Motius, and they'll be spoiling you rotten.
Oh, there you go.
And Cassio will actually be doing the massage.
Yeah, that's them.
That's the surprise. Yeah. Is that cool?
Well, we just want to tell you congratulations. And you handled yourself very well. I know it was trying. And there she is. So, And we'll have to show Trista some of the only hot tub scene that we had in the whole thing. It was one to remember.
You had a hot tub scene.
Of course, you got to have that for ratings. You know, everybody knows that.
Hey, it's a show of me.
But look,
there was going to be a hot tub scene.
Yeah.
All right.
Cassio, when y'all carry that basket back, bring the cheese whiz back.
Okay.
Will you mind?
Well, and the crackers.
Well, y'all go and spend some time together and be happy. We'll bring y'all back.
You crazy young lovers.
Congratulations.
Bye. Congratulations.
Nice meeting you. Look, Megan is not going to let go of Cassio
Megan,
at all.
Don't let go. You worked hard for him, girl. Hang on.
Tell you what, you won't blow away in a March wind if you're holding on to him, you know?
Well, let me, he can protect you. Let me ask you this, Trista. First question, what is tougher, being where these girls were or being where Cassio Kid is, having to pick or to be the one wanting to be picked?
It's both. You know, I feel like this is kind of a cop-out answer, but it's easier and it's harder to make the decision. It's easier because I have the power, but it's also harder to, say goodbye to guys that I've made connections with. So.
Are you always shocked that those connections are made? Of course, you had been there, so you knew it could happen.
Yeah.
But, I mean, because to me, I think I get a feeling sometimes people go, I'm on a show, we'll see how this goes, it'll be a lot of fun. They almost look shocked when they find themselves actually falling for people. And that short
I did. I mean, I thought that there was a really good possibility, but you never know what's going to happen. I mean, who knows if these 25 guys are something that I'm looking for. I could have just found 25 friends and made it friendular.
Right.
Friendlerette.
Well, Bob did.
Yeah. But everybody loves Bob now.
You know, we all wanted you to get rid of Russ.
That's what I hear.
We didn't trust Russ.
He reminded us of somebody in advertising sales. That's what kind of, you know what I mean?
That's what ticked it off for you guys.
But there was a guy who was in radio sales.
Josh Crone.
Yeah. And I was glad to see him go because you can't trust him.
No.
That's what everyone in radio says.
Well,
everyone in radio told me that.
They're heartless. They can't. They're heartless. I mean, let me tell you something. Those salespeople are hitting the streets today, and they're ready to cut somebody's legs out from under them.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
No, but that's
everybody out there in radio sales, I still love you.
No, they do their job. They do it well. Without them, we wouldn't get paid.
Right.
As a matter of fact,
we're the eye candy, and they go get the money.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty clear cut.
Do we really
bad guy, good guy.
Yeah. Do we really want them to have a conscience? Come on.
Hey, we got to get paid around here.
Right.
Trista, this is one thing though. It's we have talked about it since the very. Can we go back to the very first Bachelor?
Okay.
Yeah, Bachelor. I'm confused now. There's so many of them. On the very last part where, what's his name? I forgot.
Alex.
Yeah, Alex 007. I had to pick, okay?
Yes.
We were hoping, and I know that the standard thing is to get dressed up and put pearls on, have your hair up and all that. And that's a good look for you, okay?
No offense.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
But we felt like to absolutely secure the victory, if you had come out in your Miami Heat dance outfit,
absolutely,
oh, please.
and just had the music hit.
No,
I mean, you know, look,
here you go.
Son,
and that's just his last look at you, and there's old Miss Priya sitting over there. Here you come.
Yeah.
Maybe.
He could not have put you in that limo with that going on. No way.
Thank God I didn't, because maybe he would have picked me.
That's true.
Have you been
true.
Have you been in touch with him at all?
No, not really.
Are they still together?
Is he and that girl still together?
They actually just broke up.
There it is.
But it's been a year.
And Aaron and Helene are no longer?
Yeah.
Of course, we predicted that. He's going to get back with Brooke. Y'all write that down. Now, what? 7 minutes past. From the Big Boy Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, the Rick and Bubba Show moves forward with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us at the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Phone calls, Speedy taking them now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Now, some of you, before we get to phone calls, it's only 8 seconds. Adler has a video today. Some of you are putting on the text option about the shooter appearing in a propaganda video that involved, what's that bunch, Black Rock? Yeah, and all that. And so, Adler, what are we seeing here?
The weirdest thing is that both of these guys have showed up in ads. Crooks and, what is it, Routh, whatever.
Are we sure it's that he's in this ad? The other one definitely was.
This is definitely him as well. You can see, here it is. I don't know why it has that weird audio, but there he is.
Yeah, that is him.
There he is.
Yeah, there he is, Greg. There he is, Bubba.
And then the Crooks ad, here he is right here.
And gave as much as he could to help the community.
Right, he's in the classroom.
Made this place a special place to come.
There.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That is weird.
That is weird.
If that is true, and I'm assuming it is, we're seeing what we're seeing. That is very strange.
That is odd.
Strange.
I tell you what, I would comb the list of everybody's been in their productions and not let them anywhere near any president.
What I was seeing prior to the show starting is the video he appeared in was an organization that was supporting the Ukrainian effort against Russia, and it's a group that tried to organize themselves and go over to help fight.
So it's not BlackRock.
It starts with an A. What we were talking about it prior.
AZOZ.
So we're just saying two guys have appeared in videos.
And he's been to the Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
The Crooks ad is definitely a BlackRock ad.
Right.
100%.
Yeah. That is fact. That is not up for debate.
This map is very helpful as far as understanding what happened with Trump at the golf course. He was at hole 5. He was going to make a turn around the lake here. And this is where the shooter evidently abandoned the rifle here. So Trump was at the 5th hole waiting for him.
Good point on the text option. If we need more protection for Trump, certainly those that are using the normal protection for a sitting president must be bored out of their minds.
Right.
They have nothing to do. Just send them over to Trump. Nobody's even going to throw a rock at Biden. He's fine.
That's a great
They won't even
point.
shoot him a bird.
There's no need. Yeah. We continue. Let's go to...
He is a little grumpy, though. I don't know if you saw the video today.
Yes,
he jumped on somebody.
Did I see a video that he was at some event and he tried to lean in and kiss the woman? You know how you do, and she pulled back on him.
Greg, he's always smelling people's hair.
I'll try to find that, Greg.
Let's go to Jeremy. Jeremy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment. You had said that it's about time they both get the protection as a sitting president. So it seemed yesterday, a member of Congress had said that it had already been ordered by Joe Biden that both Trump and Kamala receive that protection. So
that'd be Kamala.
Obviously not happening.
That means that's just Kamala. Say it correctly,
Kamala,
sir.
you racist.
That's right.
Yeah.
People are going to say you're racist because you're not saying it right. Unless of course, you're
Absolutely.
Unless you're a Democrat and don't say her name right, then you're clear.
Yeah. Nobody even gives you a second look.
No. James in Alabaster. James, go ahead.
Yes, I just wondered, maybe the Florida governor could deploy the Florida National Guard and station them around the golf course, around his home, put the soldiers out in the bush every 10 feet, have rifles, give them ammo, don't just put them out there, and just surround the guy. I mean, they could, as far as I'm concerned, they could travel everywhere he goes with him.
Yeah, that sounds a little unnecessary.
tough to do,
it sounds like we should just simply do what everybody's saying. and
Some of the artwork is incredible.
Such a good one.
But anyway, the point is
9 lives, buddy.
Number one, just logically, what we just said, I don't think Biden needs all those people.
No.
But just give
Just keep him away from steps.
Right.
I mean, he's at the beach.
I thought y'all give him more on that.
Yes.
He's more danger to him, I can tell you that.
I was laughing, Bubba.
Sorry, I was still looking at the
Laughing
cat.
inside. I know. It's hard to get by the cat in the comments that we're not showing.
So good.
Let's go to Eric in Tennessee. Eric, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just wanted to update you. So my daughter and I were the ones that got to come down to the Regions tradition and be in Bubba's group. And I just wanted to call back in and say that was a great experience and was treated so well. But I got to tell you a funny story with John Daly's caddy. So we were standing on the second green together and we're talking, and he looks at me and he says, "Man," he said, "I can't believe the amount of good-looking women that are following us right now." And I said, "Well," I said, "I haven't really noticed." And he turns and looks at me and he says, "That's your daughter, isn't it?" I said, "Yes, it is my daughter."
Yeah, buddy.
It just happens to be.
Oh, great.
He wanted to take that back.
Greg, yours, though, still the best. Before anybody goes any further, I got to say, that's my daughter. When you were in the meat department. Sister.
She was huge.
Great. Why am I going to say that?
He went ahead and gave her a hey for y'all start. That's my sister.
But you know what? I appreciate that kind of heads
Everybody
up.
thanked him.
Yeah. Thank you for the heads up.
Anonymous in Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, all right, so I'll give you a little insight on the Secret Service here. So there's multiple, I mean, there's a lot of Secret Service agents that we could have a lot of Secret Service. They're saying they were so short-handed and everything, but there's Marines and other military people out there that could be on, that's age 38, that's retired and above, but they won't let them be on the Secret Service details because they don't have college education, and Speaker Johnson said that they're going to try to fix that.
Okay.
I know a lot of retired military law enforcement people who are still young and in good shape, Rick, who I think would love to be on an outer ring of protection. I don't know why we don't enlist a well-screened volunteer army to help cover some of this.
Well, you and I, it's a friend of mine I go to church with that has served our country well in many areas. You remember we interviewed him about the guns and Jim? Yeah. You think he wouldn't go out there and do it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
The other thing is,
hey, it's my week to cover hole 5.
Now, I know they already had it. I know they already had it in the HIPAA, but still, I thought the irony, I just happened to see a TV on. If you don't think that propaganda is going on, the second time in just over 60 days somebody's tried to shoot Trump. Okay, 60 Minutes. The story they had Sunday night, January 6th.
Are you
and Trump the insurrectionist?
Yeah.
That's what they put out after that. That was their response. Program. They wanted you to know that Trump is dangerous. Yeah. What a terrible. I would have pulled that at least. Go, hey, somebody pull that. But I know we had that in line to do tonight. We don't need to do that.
Yeah.
But they didn't even check up.
Wow.
That was their story. January 6th. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a
Brooke personally, so
yes. Well, let me ask
I
you this
haven't met her
question.
yet.
Let me ask you this question. You've been there. You're there now.
Right.
Don't you get an awful lot of requests to appear at things, to come to stuff, to be on shows?
Tons,
right? Tons of requests around the country.
Yeah.
He picked Tuscaloosa. Said, "Yeah, I'll come."
to a women's show. Just happened to be in Tuscaloosa like in 2 weeks.
Where Brooke goes to college. Well, isn't that interesting?
Oh.
Well, you know what? Honestly, if they're paying him some good money, I would go too.
Well, sure, but
I imagine he had them all
he
over
had a
the
lot
country.
of choices, and he just thought he'd pick Alabama.
Well,
of all the women's show, and nothing against the one in Tuscaloosa, but surely there were some in front of it.
Coincidence? I think not. Look, I know those two are in love. You can
what time
tell.
did you guys get up this morning?
We've been up since about 4:30. Yeah.
Okay,
We're high on caffeine and we're rolling, baby. And we love it.
What are you here for?
We want you to love us more than Bob when you leave, but that's all.
right.
That's on our request.
You're here in Birmingham, Alabama, where there's our flagship station where we do the show from, and you're in Birmingham this weekend. And what exactly are you going to be doing?
I'm going to be at Parisian River Chase Galleria tomorrow at 1 to do some meet and greets, just meet people, sign autographs, take pictures, that sort of thing.
Do the guys still hit on you? Do they go, hey?
You know, not really.
Because they figure you know.
But I'm taken, so it's all good.
So you are in love with the person you pick, and y'all are doing well.
Yeah.
Can you whisper it to me? I promise I won't.
We all think you picked Charlie. Because you were hot for him to begin with.
That's who my wife wants you to be.
And Ryan is driving us crazy because he's just too sensitive. You know what I mean?
He's not, though. Everyone's given him the sensitive rap. Yes, he's sensitive, but Charlie's sensitive also. They just didn't show that side of Charlie.
Well, you know, when Bubba and I go out in public now, the show's really hit, people think we're Ryan and Charlie.
We get that all the time. Yeah.
Everywhere we go.
I can see that.
And I have to scream, no, it's Rick and Bubba. You're close, but you're not. But, you know...
But you both have wedding rings on your fingers.
Yes, we're happily married.
14 years.
7 years, beautiful.
13 going on 14.
Between us, we got piles of kids. We got 6 kids. And so if you want to know what it's going to be like from here on, we can tell you that.
Yeah, you can interview us on that one.
Unfortunately, we have to watch TV now and live vicariously. We forgot what that part was like. But, no, we're all very, very romantic. You saw my wife call and wish me happy about it. Betty couldn't get through. It was probably busy. But we, and I had a or she's still waiting on that land deal to get done. But I actually got in there, had a card in my car this morning, very sweet for my wife.
Aww,
in your car?
Card.
Well, I got so much junk in mine I couldn't find it.
Well, it took me a minute to find it.
Speaking of that, how bad was the apartment? That is something we've got to email. Ask her how bad the apartment was.
It really, honestly, was not that bad. They made it seem so bad. I did not have a problem with it. Apartments in New York are really expensive.
Sure.
And I've lived in small apartments before. I did not think it was going to be huge. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be huge. And he told me before we went in that there was a guy subletting that was a pig, pretty much.
Yeah.
And that it was probably going to be a little messy. So I was ready for it. They just made it seem with the music and everything that...
They got to do a show.
Yeah, exactly.
We told the 2 ladies a minute ago, I said, you know, they were talking about how uncomfortable some of this was, you know, and you know, and I said, but you got to understand, there's 2 sides to this. Y'all are looking for love, but there's also people trying to put together a show that's going to be entertaining.
Exactly.
So those 2 things kind of clash a little bit. You know, we got a job to do to make it entertaining to the people listening and watching, and then you're in there trying to find what's real and not real. I can't imagine what that must be like. For getting cameras around and really trying to get to know somebody, how in the world?
Well, I mean, that was easy, actually. I forgot about the cameras, especially because I was on The Bachelor the first time and was used to the cameras. So that was no big deal for me. It's just hard watching scenes and how they edit it sometimes. I mean, I'm really good friends with the producers, so I understand they need to make a television show. It's just there's sometimes when I just, why can you have put this sentence in and taken that one out? You know?
And can I just, you're going to be glad to hear this, I think. Maybe some... minutes past the hour. Working our way back. So a couple of things to make you aware of. Buffalo Wild Wings and Rick and Bubba, another charity charge today. Benesis Foundation will benefit, and we've been working with this great organization for years now. Greg and Speedy will be at the next crap run coming up on the 5th of October. Those details at rickandbubba.com if you want to be with them. Also, Chris Clem, our guest at Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this past weekend.
Well, how timely was that?
Boy, U.S. Border Patrol Chief, 27 and a half years of experience, now retired, using his voice to bring awareness to how dire the situation is on the southern border. And boy, did he lay that out. If you haven't caught that, catch that coming up this weekend. A couple of items going on this week. Looking forward to being up in Rossville, Georgia. Headed right near Chattanooga. Be at Shiloh Baptist Church coming up this Saturday. I had the honor of doing the morning service at 11 a.m., and then we'll do a man church at 5 as they roll through the men's discipleship strategy. So if you want to be at Shiloh Baptist Church in Rossville, Georgia, join us Sunday morning. Ladies, y'all can be there for that because that's the whole church. And then men Sunday night. Also up in Sevierville, Tennessee at Connect Church, Scott Dawson will be there for the men's breakfast coming up this Saturday morning if you want to plug in there. And ladies, Sherry will be in Pensacola on Tuesday the 24th of September. She'll be at First Baptist Church in Pensacola if you want to join her there. So those are things that are all going on this week and then a few days into next week. So, Bubba, do you want to talk a little football here? You want to transition?
Yeah,
a lot of football
let's
over
look at
the weekend.
college football. We've got a new number 1 in the AP poll. Texas jumps over the Georgia Bulldogs because the Bulldogs just barely survived a upset scare by Kentucky, 13-12.
Yep. That was a good game.
Texas with a big win, although they may have lost their starting quarterback. But we did get to see Eli Manning take the field.
Arch
and,
Manning.
Or Arch Manning.
I'm sorry, Arch.
If Eli went out there.
Yeah, they really got something.
And for his age, what a performance.
Yeah, he got a Super Bowl winner.
And how about
that 60-yard run?
How about Arch can dig, can he?
Arch can dig.
Yeah.
If you're Texas, how do you feel right now? Because it's not like Ewers is some terrible quarterback.
Oh, he's very good.
He's considered one of the best in the country. And now he's down with some weird abdomen.
It was a non-contact. It looked
weird.
But it may have been hit before, and that brought some of it on. I don't know.
So I don't know how serious that is. Do we know any more on that yet?
I heard today they expect him. They're hoping he'll just miss this week.
But Arch will play this week?
Yeah.
Who they got?
And there's
I don't
Arch
think it's
digging.
just like this was. Who was it? Texas, San Antonio. Was that who they were playing?
They play UL, Louisiana, University of Louisiana at Monroe.
Okay. All right. Texas does look good. They even look good again. Now, this was an inferior opponent, but they look good with a great opponent, Michigan. But Arch did great. They didn't seem to drop off at all. I don't think anybody expected them to. So, in the Georgia-Kentucky game, I mean, now I haven't seen it. I mean, I have seen it on social media, but I wasn't watching the game at the time. I kept flipping back and forth from other games to see it. I missed the play that Kentucky fans are just lamenting over. And that was the pick six that was taken away from them because they ruled the ball hit the ground.
Mm-hmm. I didn't see it either.
Now, if you're for Kentucky, it did not hit the ground. If you're for Georgia, of course it did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great call.
Yeah, so I looked at it. I couldn't. It was hard to tell, but I know they did review it, and they said that it was that didn't touch the ground.
I think Kirby Smart is probably glad they're off that number 1 spot because now he can go and claim, hey, see, they didn't believe in you. They think you ain't got it, and he will use this as a motivating factor. He even pointed out they usually don't play very good in their first SEC road game of the year.
We did say, officiating, there's been a lot of Video 7, Adler, officiating. This face mask that they called on Kentucky, I don't know that you've seen this one.
No, I didn't say. I was like you. I was flipping around.
Watch this. This is actually ends up being a face mask on Kentucky.
On Kentucky?
Correct.
On Kentucky.
Because
there was another face mask, I guess, involving
the Georgia guy ripped his helmet off.
Yes.
Yeah.
He decapitated him on TV.
That's as bad a face mask as I've ever seen.
It doesn't get much worse.
So was there another lineman or something that grabbed a face mask or something?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
He had it and grabbed it and pulled it.
Best case, that's offsetting two face masks on each side.
Yeah, you would think.
But I thought Kirby Smart after the game handled it wonderfully.
I did too.
Here's the robbery supposedly of Kentucky's.
Here's the play. When it's 13-12, now you think about points you could have had. See, they're saying that he never had control of it and it touched the ground. So now this pick six going the other way. So there is about as good as you can see it.
It hits the ground.
It does hit the ground.
And then bounces up.
Which it can hit the ground if you have control over it. But I guess they deemed he did.
Well, he was trying to finish a catch. To me, that's an incomplete pass.
Yeah, and that's what most people. I mean, I think it was the right call. And I know when it's 13-12.
I know.
Every time you scored, you're like, how boy. The portal. With all that now, the teams, they're now not even saying what high school they play for.
Yeah.
The announcer just goes, now this person played for Iowa State last year and now plays, this guy played for Georgia, now is playing Georgia, and he and Kirby have great friends. Kirby said this kind of man you'd want your daughter to marry. Of course, now he's for Kentucky now. I mean, it's just, it's so crazy watching all this transfer portal stuff. People, it's like all-star teams made up of.
It's like travel ball, isn't it? Ohio State at number 3. Alabama with an impressive road win at Wisconsin.
Tad.
42-10. And, Rick, when you play Wisconsin, you know you're going to have to deal with the big uglies up front. And Alabama just pushed them around.
I mean, hey, the Tide came to play. I mean, Kevin DeBar's finally getting his act together. I wasn't sure about it, but I'm all in now. Roll Tide.
And sitting there at number 5, Ole Miss. I mean, has Lane Kiffin hit? They are having some really good years at Ole Miss. As a matter of fact, according to one of the stories today, he would be Florida's first pick to replace Billy Napier.
What's wrong with the game?
Napier.
I think he needs to go.
I know you do.
I don't think he needs to stay.
I know you do. Hey, State looks good.
Yeah, boy, don't they?
Don't they look good?
They play Florida this weekend. That ought to be good. I've never been more frustrated.
I've never seen a Toledo rocket launch like that.
Wow.
So
Tennessee at number 6, Rick, and I know the big Orange Nation is very excited, but be careful.
Yep, they got
Tennessee they're a little bit like the Vikings in the NFL. They can look good and then the wheels come off. So be careful.
Well, they have Oklahoma this weekend.
Yeah, what a great game that'll be.
Oh yeah.
That's in Norman, isn't it? Yeah.
I know we left Florida really quick. I want to know what's wrong at Florida.
Okay,
I don't know why anybody. Why can no one? This is Florida.
Yeah, it's like no matter who you put in that position,
and good coaches are being combined with what one time was a great program. Why is it not working?
Well, think about the whole state of Florida. Mike Norvell at Florida State, and Billy Napier at Florida, and both of them are on the hot seat. There's a story today that they have raised $26 million to buy Billy out.
Miami's figuring it out.
When you look at the investment they put into Coach Napier, and then look at Florida State, the investment they put into defensive line,
I don't know their money's worth.
They are not getting returned. Florida State now 0-3 as well.
Wow. Hey, Memphis
got beat by his former team. Wow. We'll talk more about that when we come back. And Bubba needs to address Vikings email right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Make a television show. It's just there sometimes when why can you have put this sentence in and taken that one out? You know?
And can I just, you're going to be glad to hear this, I think. Maybe some people have already told you this. The cowboy. I mean, hey, let me just hold on a second. If I didn't like dogs.
Right.
And I've got 25 women to choose from. And one of them is saying, I raise dogs and I've got dogs everywhere.
Right.
In the house, in the car, in the bed.
To me, it is not shallow to say, you know what? I don't have long to get to know all of y'all.
Amen.
I don't really want to be with somebody that's got a pile of dogs.
Exactly.
And I'd like to, because and dogs are it's not like horses or something he kind of does. He's all about horses.
It's his entire life.
How is
and
that?
He said he's been doing it since he was like 5 years old.
How is that? How does he? I want to grab him and shake him and go, buddy, it's not shallow for her to make a decision that she doesn't like horses.
It's just a preference.
Right.
You've got horses
I'm
everywhere.
Allergic also.
Why would you want to date somebody that's going to have horses everywhere if that's not what you want to be around?
Exactly.
That doesn't make sense to me.
And
Rick,
your whole point about how there's 25 guys, I had 24 other guys to choose from.
Right.
It was just that this was an easy way to say, okay, Brooke, I'm sorry, but you're just not the most compatible for me.
You know something? You shallow, and I told her right to her face she's shallow.
I know. And we actually cleared it up
I
at
know
the
you-
reunion show,
I
so
know
it's
you
all good now.
But I wanted to rattle him and go, how can you think?
I know.
How do you not understand what she's trying to tell you?
Plus,
man?
I don't trust anything that doesn't have a clutch. You
That's
know?
right. That's
really.
true. That's true. Can you stay with us another second? All right, we'll be back. Trista's with us, 877-WE-BE-BIG. We got some more questions. She'll be at Parisian tomorrow, 1 o'clock at the River Chase Galleria in Birmingham, actually in Hoover, right outside Birmingham. So if you're going to be in the area, you'd like to meet Trista, make plans to be there to meet her tomorrow.
We really got one question that you answered that we want you to clear up for us if we can.
Okay.
Somehow write it down or whisper it to me or something.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She makes a decision, Ryan or Charlie, and they go home to see Mama, don't they? And Daddy,
Daddy.
too. Daddy and Mama.
Stepmom and stepsister.
Oh my gosh! So they got to deal with all parents, everybody involved.
Yep,
And your mom said the two men she met were very nice young men.
they are. They're
So-
great guys.
Want to let you know too, since Trista's here, it's Birmingham, Alabama tomorrow, where you can meet her live at the River Chase Gallery at Parisian. She'll be at Parisian also in Atlanta on Sunday at 1. So
Thank you.
those of you watching in Atlanta.
Is Rick saying Parisian right? Because
That
I
was a
say
big
it different.
controversy. I say,
We argue about it every time.
I used to say Parisian.
I say
and then,
Parisian.
And then somebody said, no, it's Parisian.
Parisian.
Which one is it?
Cleared up. They've been well trained. It is Parisian.
Did I
I'm
say
right.
it right that
You
time?
mean I'm right?
Parisian.
I'm
Parisian.
right.
Did
Wow,
I-
that's a first.
See,
That's a first.
I
Now,
started
here's the
saying
I
it.
can't
controversy.
spell it, but I mean...
A lot of people try to put an S on it.
Parisians?
Yes, it is
And
no
Bill's an S
Parisian.
at her.
Yeah, I
You've
know
never
it.
done that.
Parisian.
I'll say Walmart's in a minute.
It's not a word.
So in
It's
other words,
Parisian.
so I switched to Bubba's way, and I was
Right.
correct.
That's right.
Parisian, but I heard snickering when I said it.
Hey, you know, I used to work at Britches in Parisian. Right here.
Really?
Yeah.
Britches.
Yeah, the Britches department.
Trista, can I just ask you a question?
Britches.
Slack.
Oh, I was
Slack.
like Britches.
Yeah,
Do you,
Britches.
do you
Sorry,
find
I'm not-
Speedy? Do you find Speedy attractive?
He is very cute.
All right.
Yeah. We get that.
I like the
He's
bald
happily
head.
married, but he's a magnet. I mean, he is a babe magnet.
It's the bald head.
We
That's,
think
that
he
is in
may.
right now.
It is.
We were afraid he was tainting our contest with the contestants because they're always hot for him. Debbie Gibson tried to pick him up in New York.
Debbie
Anyway,
Gibson?
Yes, Debbie
The singer?
Yes,
Yeah.
she was throwing herself at him.
Her mom too, by the way.
Ooh.
And I've caught your
Terry's
mom.
lucky.
He's hiding.
She's a lucky man.
Terry Terry Wilburn is a lucky woman today.
Right.
Happy Valentine's to you, girlfriend.
Aw, you guys are so sweet.
Well, we've got a lot of questions.
Yeah,
and,
this is going to be delicate here. We
Okay.
need to. And look, we didn't want to bring this up. Okay.
Yeah, right.
But after the what do they call the flashback show of the night?
The
Anyway-
men tell all.
Yeah,
yeah,
men
the
tell
one
all.
the one that was just on.
Right.
After that question was asked you. Sorry, Mom, I can't look up. While
Her mother
Can you
is
go
in
to
the
snack room, Mom? No,
Her mother is in the room. Her mother
When,
is sitting here right
Why
now.
I feel like it's my mom all of a sudden.
I know it.
You
So yeah, talking to the store over the weekend, said, "Hey, give me an update on how things are going," because with the year winding down. So if you're looking right now, let's say we have our world famous Rick and Bubba hunting hat with hunting season here, and for some of you, if it's not here, it's almost here. And it has the blaze orange, has the Rick and Bubba logo, and it's got a camo bill on it. 20 of those are left. So, and when they're gone, they'll be gone. So if you want to grab those, you can by texting store to the number we just gave you to get the link, 866-932-3244. All right, so unpacking a little more. Also, those of you that are collecting the glasses, the new one is about to come out here probably in the next week or so. I'll keep you posted on that. So let's talk a little bit about some of the football stuff. So we mentioned, Florida, we don't know what's wrong there. There's people gathering money to buy out Napier. We don't know what's going on with Florida State. They spend millions of dollars on a defensive line that keeps being pushed around by everyone. They've lost again. Terrible. It kind of goes back to what Saban said when he used a word that normally isn't used on TV coverage. You can have money, and you can have money to buy, but you better make sure you're spending it on the right people.
Yep.
Or you're going to be, or as he said, or you're going to be out of luck. There still needs to be some vetting on all this. We also saw some changes. We saw Auburn go to a freshman quarterback, Greg, that you're familiar with from Lipscomb up in Tennessee.
Yeah.
And he looked young. At times, I can imagine if you were his parents, it was scary. But very good, much more accurate in the passing game. And Auburn's offense did look better. Their defense didn't look great at times, but that's just a change in the lineup that seemed to produce some fruit. So we'll see. But that's going on. And some of the other stories over the weekend, I know that some people were asking, did we see the player from UAB get hurt in the Arkansas game? I did not see that, but I had people texting me saying, hope this kid's okay.
Brandon Buckhalter, I think is his name.
Yeah.
And he had his helmet ripped off on a tackle and then was hit in the head and fell awkwardly, but he, was released and traveled back home with the team. So that's good.
Also, Bubba, we were looking at, you talk about Tennessee with Kent State, or Video 8. So, the onside kick, they're trying to basically remove from football.
Yep.
But we have an onside kick with Kent State and Tennessee. And don't forget, they're up 30-0 when they do this.
And they onside kick.
Yeah, and some people are like,
maybe the Bush League.
Maybe they're just working on their onside kick to see if they can.
A 30-point first quarter and an onside kick, and the ball is still loose. Tennessee pounces on it.
What? To their defense, it is in the first.
It is in the first quarter. But you see the gap over there?
Oh, yeah. They had a very...
Yeah, they saw that.
Yeah, that's... so anyway...
That may have been something the kicker just saw and because of the count. He may be told, look, they ain't got so many people over there kicking.
It may be. And
roll it over there.
So... We did the Manning deal. Have you seen the one where we get to California, who, like I say, beat Auburn last week? They're playing San Diego State.
Yeah, that's
San Diego. I always say, I try because of Will Ferrell. I almost say that every time I see it.
Yeah.
San Diego State with Cal, and the coach has to take the microphone that the referee talks to us on and reprimand the fans, saying y'all are killing us, throwing stuff on the field. Yeah, watch this.
Service. Fans, we love you. Stop throwing the cards on the field. That's 2 15-yard penalties. Please stop throwing the cards on the field.
I've never seen that.
So you know how they have cards where they form things in the stands, different colors and different stuff.
Yeah.
Well, the fans were taking their cards and throwing them out on the field, and they kept getting their team penalized. Well, do you love that? Walking over to the white hat and say, "Can I have your mic?" Fans, you're killing us.
I love how you said first, "We love you, but
you're killing
How
us."
did the game end up?
I think did California win? I don't know. I don't know how the game ended. I don't know.
They were on that high for that Auburn game.
Have you seen?
They
did win. Yes.
Yeah. Have you
31-10?
Okay. Have you seen Jesse Palmer making fun of the Florida fan with the mustache? Have you seen this one?
Yeah.
This is from the coverage too. What's wrong with Florida Gators? What's going on?
All right. So he's with a bunch of ladies, and I think. Doesn't Jesse say this is clearly friend status here?
Yes, he does. He says this guy's clearly in the friend zone.
He's whipping his hand with his shirt. I'm going to make a bold prediction here. I'm going to say that guy's in the friend zone.
I agree.
Listen, you are a top analyst. I'm just going to say
Years of relationship and dating. I see it up close and personal on my other job, and I think I'm going to say he's a good listener.
My other job, I've seen it. Bubba, Tulane against Oklahoma. We have here what Speedy and Adler are saying, which may be the worst PA attempt of all time. Mm-hmm. So let's have a look at this. Here we go. This is a point after.
Mm-hmm. He's going to snap it. He's going to kick it, and
he kicked it under.
Yeah.
He kicked it under the goalpost.
How it almost hit the center in the head. A snap. Yeah. Oh, actually, that was the front judge. It looked like right in the middle. Look at him. Right there. Little ducks.
Yeah.
Speaking of bad kicks, on ESPN's kickoff coverage, where they pick somebody out of the audience to kick a field goal.
Oh,
Y'all
yeah.
seen this?
They never get it.
And they can make like 45,000.
Yeah.
Well,
then they keep adding.
started adding to it this week. It got up to like 120.
What?
$120,000. And the guy, it was possibly it made that kick look award winning.
Okay.
He kicked it like sideways.
Has anybody ever got it? Every time I watch it.
Yeah, they did the first of the year.
I think like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, because anytime I watch it, they're not even.
He missed the first one, and then they gave him another opportunity and raised the amount, and he made it.
Boy, this guy, he missed it bad this week. I mean, he almost
ugly.
Yeah. Oh, it didn't even go toward the goalpost. The guy said he'd never kicked before.
And they're in that little narrow.
Oh
opening.
yeah.
I mean, I'm afraid
Yeah.
they're going to bounce one off somebody's head right there. So
Bubba,
look.
Let's. Oh, we do have it. Okay, here it
Look
goes.
at it.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So we do.
His
actually
shoe
have-
comes off. He kicks his. He slings his shoe out in the audience.
Yeah, that's a makeable kick right there. Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness!
I don't know how a ball can go that way.
The
if you
picture of everybody's face, how
Yeah.
bad it was.
Oh my
The still
goodness.
pictures
Oh,
were
my goodness.
incredible.
Yeah. Man, that's his.
I like that
magic.
little
Hit the
thing that
stage.
Herb Street's got down there to prop on.
Yeah. There.
That's so good.
I don't. Where did that ball go?
I mean, it went hard left.
Okay, I see.
Hard left.
So, Bubba,
Like
Jack
my
State
two-shot.
over the weekend, Jack State.
Oh,
you were
lost
telling
the
me,
heartbreaker.
but you're telling me that where they play, there's all kinds of weird things that the other team
Yeah,
does.
Eastern Michigan, and they're not very far from the big house.
and
yeah.
Auburn, yeah.
And they were saying 5 minutes door
Really?
to door. Yeah.
Okay.
So they've got a new turf field, and it's gray.
Gray.
And they say it's because they really encompass this blue collar work attitude. So this is the parking lot, they call it, and everybody's working on the parking lot. But
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you, on TV, it was painful to watch. It threw all the colors off, and just our perception of them. And the coaches all wear, excuse me, like oil change shirts, and they have their nickname on a patch.
Really?
Like the defensive
Bucky.
coordinator, his name was Beef.
Okay, I know what he looks like. With that
Yeah.
Never even
oh,
seen
yeah,
him.
exactly.
Yeah.
He looks like Meatloaf.
Okay.
And the head coach had CC on his, and all, I mean, it looked like oil change. And the other thing they did was kind of odd, is they have a cinder block wall they built, and then the team has to take sledgehammers and tear it down before
You're
they run
making
on the
this
field.
up.
No.
Did you dream this or
and
actually
then,
see it?
And then the sledgehammers they use, there's two of them. Somebody has to hold it during the game, and it can never touch the ground.
Really?
Yeah,
And
that's
which
what they
which
said.
Michigan is this? East.
Eastern. Yeah.
Eastern, and it was a close game.
Oh yeah. Sadly, Jack State lost in double overtime.
Oh,
And,
my gosh.
Yeah, it was painful.
On a missed field goal.
Well, it was a lot of things went wrong right at the
Okay.
end. We had a bad snap going in to hopefully score the go-ahead touchdown.
Oh, there it is.
And then
Look at that field.
yeah, it just throws you off the color of it. And the
That is weird.
The Jack State kicker made like a 51-yarder to tie the game, put it in overtime, then missed a shorter
Of
field
course.
goal in the second overtime, and their guy made it. So,
So
but
it-
it was a very exciting and close game.
So is that why the Vikings are looking at him? So we'll come back. Speaking of that, we'll go NFL. Bubba would like to address Viking hype.
Yeah, please, people, please.
What a bizarre thing that happened in the Packers game involving Malik LaFleur. So we'll hit that too, and we'll take a quick look at the NFL when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Was ask a question, and we won't repeat that
The
question.
studio audience question,
Yeah.
the tall woman who had to bend down to the mic.
You gave her an answer.
I did.
And
Okay, now
it confused us a little.
My wife is an RN. Okay, so I feel like well, she's an RN, and she turned around to me and said, "What does she mean by that?" And I said, "Oh, that means," and then I started thinking, what did she mean by that? And I thought, well, I'm just stupid, and I'm not going to say anything because people will assume you know if you don't. But I came to work, and I had an idea in my mind, and I said, hey, Rick, what did Trista mean by what she said? And he gave me a totally different answer, and I said, uh-oh, that means nobody knows, okay?
Right.
And there's a lot of confusion.
I want to know what you guys said.
Well, I will give you a scenario.
Okay.
And you say, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
The way I looked at it is, since you're going to be at the mall, and going to be in another mall tomorrow, we took at it like shopping. If you go shopping, there's a number of stores.
Right.
They're all a great shopping experience.
Rick, let's point this out. Everybody loves going to the mall.
Absolutely.
Right.
You know, to be at the mall is fine.
Sure.
Right.
But there's some malls that are set up, it's kind of an outside store.
Right.
It's easy to get to.
Exactly.
You people shop there often. It's a great experience. You love it. But there's other stores maybe that are inside the mall.
Right.
Harder to
Further
get
to get in there.
Exactly.
Harder to get there.
Back by the escalator.
But if you can work to get there, it's a great shopping experience.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes.
And you said you have been to the easy shops that are easy to get to, but the other shops you haven't.
Exactly.
Is that it?
That's it.
You're right, Rick.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I said.
Yeah, you and I were saying the same thing. I was just talking about how you get to the mall.
Right.
Differently.
Yeah, we were talking about, do you just talk about the mall or do you actually go in the mall?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
you and I were saying the same thing.
Just in different ways.
Different ways.
Right.
Yes.
But we had some theories you would not believe. Emailed in.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not even
I
going to share
bet.
those with you.
Some people said they're shopping by yourself and they're shopping with someone else.
No.
And that was not it.
No, it's all involved with another partner.
That's right. So we were right. We just had to have had some clarity.
And it is just one,
Yes.
you know.
It's one, but there's different. There's
Look,
different.
there's a
different
lot of
kinds.
good
Talk about
sales.
the two different ones.
Hey, there's a lot of good sales down at the mall. Okay.
That is not even in the equation.
Right.
I mean,
But
I know what you're saying.
yeah, I mean, you know.
You're just saying. I know what you're saying.
Okay, good.
Our
That
analogy
store,
was right.
that store at the back of the
glad.
mall sometimes seems like it moves though.
Right.
It like closes and moves over there, you know,
Right.
near the teddy bear store.
And you
or
might
something, know.
you might find that if you'll shop at the easy access stores, it's easier to get to the store that's further
no,
in.
I've shopped there a lot.
Really? Well,
how about that bachelor?
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm going to give you my wife's phone number, and I'll let you talk with her.
Sure.
Okay? Because I don't think it's appropriate for me to give you any advice.
Rick, there's different malls. It just depends.
By the way, we're on the air.
Yes, I know.
We are broadcasting. There's some TV going here. I'm talking. It's flying out to a bunch of stations.
I'm just going to put that piece of paper over there and you draw a picture.
When we come back, we'll let you talk to Tristan. And there's no need to ask that question again.
Yeah,
I think
we got it covered.
But
Okay.
any other questions you have? At 877 We Be Big. Melissa in Nashville, Rodney in Hartselle, Cindy Albertville. We'll let you talk to Trista and others when we come back.
And remember, she's going to be down at the mall tomorrow.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Right. And then again in Atlanta on Sunday. So, all right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're hanging out today. We're fired up and ready. MyPillow.com/BigBox. Have you gone there yet? MyPillow, look, they've even got employee pricing going on right now, and you can really take advantage of some great deals. My coffee, 50% off. It's 100% Arabica. It's great. Also, employee pricing going on socks, 25% off. Blankets as low as $25. Their 6-piece kitchen and bath towel sets, $25. Famous bed sheets are now $24.98. My slippers and my sandals are $25. So move right now to mypillow.com/bigbox. If you go $75 or more, shipping is free. Look for that link too. at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, as this great company has been with us, for years as part of the 30-plus years. So the NFL...
Rick, there may be a picture right there on the text of what I was talking about, them coming out.
Oh, that is them
that
coming
wall
out, breaking
open.
that wall down. You're right. We see it on the text. There's Eastern Michigan breaking down the cinder block wall.
Yep.
There it is. So they do that. They build it, then break it down on the way. Then somebody's got
Seems like that's a lot of cleanup on your track.
And then somebody's got to hold the sledgehammer the rest of the game.
That's what I heard.
Okay. And double overtime. I bet they hated that.
Yeah.
So Coach Matt LaFleur with the Packers and Malik Willis, a bizarre thing happened in this game. Like I said, I didn't see it. I do know, by the way, one thing. Our friend Rich Wingo was actually at the Packers game.
I saw that.
There was some recognition of them. They went and had a big deal and some
big blowout.
They actually, because Wingo played at Alabama and for the Packers. He said because Alabama was in Wisconsin, the Bama players went to that game and then went on to the thing for the Packers too.
Neat.
So that worked out. But anyway,
they go down to the meat house and punch some beef or something.
They should have. But anyway, when Coach LaFleur was asked what happened with Malik Willis, he decided to change the play or called his own number or whatever.
Yeah.
And now look, if you're sensitive, and I know Bubba, you are, I am too. I think we understand Malik's disgust. Apparently, we'll just let you hear it. Here we go.
Yeah, I asked Malik why he didn't throw the ball on that third down, and he told me that Josh threw up on the ball. I was like, that's the first time I've ever heard that. Matter of fact, the official came over to me, Sean came over to me and said, we saw your center thrown up on the ball. Do you want us to take him out next time? I said, absolutely, please do that, because, you're talking about a critical situation. And it's third down, and I've never had a throw with vomit on a football. So I don't know. I don't think Malik probably didn't appreciate that.
Oh my gosh!
Could you not call a timeout and get that cleaned up or something?
Goodness, Lord.
But think about this: if you didn't want to touch the football, you're crailing it, running with it. I believe I'd throw it to get rid of it.
Yeah, I guess he was like, I don't know if it would slip. I'd hate to be disgusting.
Well, it was on the word hut. It was like down. Set.
I've been involved in a game where that started happening, and it's not
it's not pretty.
No, it's really, really bad. And you're out there playing on the field, and now you got traps everywhere where people are getting sick.
Yeah, it's like landmines.
It is not good. And so now Malik Willis, that's a kid from Liberty, right? Liberty University.
Yeah.
Auburn and then Liberty.
Okay. So is he? I know he's not the starter.
Was he with the Titans?
Did
for
they
a
bring
little
him
bit?
in on like third downs and stuff?
He was. The Titans drafted.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Right.
Yeah.
And now the Packers have.
Yeah, now the Packers
their
have him.
quarterback's hurt. Packers quarterback.
Oh, that's right. He got hurt in the first game in Brazil, didn't he? All right. So Bubba, there's a lot of people. They're asking you. People. We were even talking last week. The 49ers, one of the best teams in the league. I know they don't have Christian McCaffrey, but they still look like they were able to dominate anybody in their Monday night game last week. The Vikings beat them, and people are saying, Bubba, come on, get on the Viking train.
Well, Rick, it's a long season, and we've seen this act before. So,
but we've talked about this. Can you
let's not buy our
celebrate?
Tickets to the playoffs just yet? Okay,
celebrate each game though. Let's try that.
Look, it was a big win. Anytime you beat San Francisco, it's good. The announcers on the game said something I was not aware of. They said that the Vikings had beat the 49ers like the last 8 times they played them or something, which had to be a mistake.
No, but isn't that them doing the
spread
cruelty
out over 50 years?
Yeah, they'll beat the best team in the NFC and then boot 2 or 3 to a team they got no business losing to. But their star quarterback that they drafted.
Did you just call him Star?
Well, he's their the guy they're going to plug in.
He's playing great right now.
Well, no, he's out. He got
hurt.
So
he got hurt. Yeah.
Sam Darnell's the backup.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
And he come in and he was lighting it up yesterday. But funny, in typical Viking, lore, one of the highlights from the game, the Vikings are backed up on their own half-yard line. Sam Darnell's in the end zone deep. He throws a 50-yard strike to their star wide receiver, Jefferson, right?
Who's fantastic.
But the story is, watch the referee running with Jefferson, okay, on the top of the screen, and then he cuts down to the bottom.
All right, so the referee keeps up with Jefferson?
Okay, look at him running.
Okay, look at this.
And then he cuts back the other way.
Look at him. Hey,
and then he gets
that referee's got good
and
speed.
turns around.
He's got great speed.
I mean, he was digging.
He is digging.
Nice. He's got some
What
wheels.
that backup movie did.
I look like Adler out there.
Put a purple jersey on that guy.
He did almost block one of the 49ers.
Do y'all realize how fast Jefferson is?
I mean, look, he is running with him, buddy, and then cuts back and actually beats him to the end zone running backwards.
And has a great view to see if it's a touchdown. I mean, he positions himself great.
Now, that's the kind of athletic referee we need right
What
there.
if the referee before Jefferson cut back? He said, "Hey, cut back, follow me, follow me." I got because it looks like he knew what he was about to do. That's why he stopped.
Right. Yeah.
Nice.
What is strange? Sam Darnold's been, he's been a journeyman so far in the NFL, but man,
Sam Darnold.
Yeah, he is looking pretty sharp right now.
Bubba.
He's played a couple
well
of really
first
good
2 weeks.
games. Yeah.
Are you
for a backup incredibly well?
All right, so you took issue too because my one of my sons, James Broderick, young Broderick, he is a Colts fan.
Yep.
And I had lunch with he and his wife yesterday. Sherry and I did after church, and he said, "Tell Bubba to cry me a river of being a Vikings fan. Try being a Colts fan."
Listen,
But-
you got
right.
two Super Bowl rings.
Right.
If you're a Colts fan, the
Right.
Vikings got nada.
How many?
Nada.
Not a
Well,
zero.
thank goodness for Sam Darnold.
Well, whatever.
or Sam Darnold.
Yeah, whatever.
Darnold, whatever.
Yeah, right. I have nothing to say. I combined Malik and Matt LaFleur a minute ago.
Yeah.
You called it Malik LaFleur.
Did you really?
It shows y'all how much we actually watch the NFL. I don't watch very much of it. You know what I learned about the NFL when I get here?
Yeah.
That's funny.
I try to watch it on highlights.
Sure.
Try to keep up.
Yeah. Like I say, I think my wife was more interested in last Monday night's game than I was.
It all just depends what game's on, when it's on, and if I end up in front of the TV, if I pay attention to it or not.
Right, yeah. So
I'm probably more likely to watch the Chiefs. Just they're usually more exciting.
You know what?
You looking for Taylor Swift?
Yeah, I think I think
my house is good.
Can I tell
He's
you-
a good quarterback.
Can I tell you about the Vikings, though, Rick? They're dominating that game, going in to put it away, and the running back fumbles on the goal line going in, and the 49ers get it and come back and make it close.
So it was almost a Vikings moment.
Oh, yeah, it reeked of it. I go, well, here you go.
And
here
here
you
we
go.
Yeah, that's. But like you say, I would like to see you though, like Speedy's suggestion. Can't you just enjoy the moment?
Yeah, it
I
was
mean,
great.
Yeah,
It was great.
But you're saying if your franchise has any Super Bowl wins, you can't say anything.
No, you can't say not one word. Because that is the measurement. Isn't that what every team's trying to do
Well, that's
at the
true.
beginning of the year to
That's
win the
true.
Super Bowl?
Yeah, you're right. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, don't forget Rick and Bubba archives every day. Catch them on our podcast channel, or you can watch them on our YouTube channel. If you got more, though, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. It is 15 minutes to the top. The Rick and Bubba Show, 877 We Be Big is our number. Trista from The Bachelorette is with us. She is on the phone right now talking to some other media across the country. She'll be back in here with us in a minute. We're getting calls, want to know if she's coming to Atlanta. We just mentioned that to Chris and Marietta. She is coming to Atlanta on Sunday. Tomorrow's Birmingham. That's Saturday, 1 o'clock at Parisian. And then at the Galleria Mall. So we'll be at a mall. And then on Sunday at 1 p.m., it's Phipps Plaza Parisian. So she will be there on Sunday at 1 o'clock.
Phillips Plaza?
It says Phipps. P-H-I-P-P-S. It is Phipps. Phipps Plaza. So go by and see her tomorrow. I'm in Birmingham, and then Sunday, Atlanta. I'm a little uncomfortable now. My wife is on the phone.
Well, Rick, I just got a call from my wife, too.
Yeah, did you take that call?
Yes, I did, and she told me that I'd been shopping at the kiosk. And
Okay,
so,
right,
so
right.
You just might want to go ahead to your call.
Well, I think she wanted to talk to Trista, who's not in here yet, but we'll be back. Hey, babe.
Hey, babe.
Happy Valentine's.
Happy Valentine's Day.
You feel like going shopping tonight?
What do you mean?
Well,
What's going on?
I just thought, with Valentine's, maybe go out and try to do a little
Oh,
something.
babe, guess what?
What?
Catherine is in.
We have a babysitter?
A babysitter.
I can't even breathe. So,
Isn't that great?
That is great news.
The good news now, if you want to eat, you'll have to go at 3:30. But other than that,
we've already just we didn't even try that.
Yeah.
We're going to go to the movie first and
Yeah.
then go eat.
We're going to tomorrow.
Hey, we're giving out our
Yeah.
idea.
What we thought we would do is just forget trying to eat early. Just forget to eat a snack or
there's
something.
no way we're going to get in.
And then try to be a walk-up like at 9 something. See if something's available.
But yeah, we got to have this romantic. It's Valentine's Day.
I know. Thank you for my card this morning.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you very
welcome.
much.
No, and I'm getting ready for my Brody's little baby class. He has a sweet little baby class on Fridays, and I was trying to get ready, but I saw Trista come in because last night you were saying that you didn't know for sure if she was even going to be there.
Well, because she's sought after.
Scheduled to appear.
Yeah.
She was in the scheduled to appear mode, but we've had a mom card that nobody else had. Her mom listens to the show.
Yeah. Oh.
So she got her in here
But,
for it.
I just wanted to tell her, and I hate that she's gone off and talking to somebody else.
Well,
right.
she'll be back in just
We're
a minute.
speedy.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. Because I just wanted to ask her, should I just wait on my question before
Well,
she gets back?
Speedy
or?
told me to kill time to get her back, and that's what I really don't know how much longer she's going to be. I see people scurrying around out there. What do you want to ask her, babe? I mean, I'll still let you ask her, but I just want I just want to be ready.
Well, I wanted to welcome her to Birmingham,
Okay,
and I
that's
wanted
good.
to tell her I think she is one lucky lady.
Okay.
Not that I don't think I am, Rick. I think I am like the luckiest lady in the entire world.
Honestly, do you think I'm as hot as Charlie R. Ron?
Oh, definitely.
Are you looking at me right now on TV?
No, I'm not because I was afraid of feedback.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Does the
You can tell
TV do
she's-
the feedback the same as the
yeah,
radio does?
even worse, it's delayed, and like what you and I are saying, you won't even see it for a few seconds.
Oh, okay. See, so I'm in our bedroom right now. Which, by the way, our bed is nice and fixed. Did you tell everybody about you breaking our bed?
Yes, I did.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, well, so it's ready.
Well, took a little repairing though, didn't it?
Yeah.
Had to bring in help from outside, a handyman.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we still on the air?
Yeah. We got it fixed.
Yes.
Right on our anniversry.
I think
is
that-
that luck?
How about
Or is
this?
that
Seriously,
like luck
or you just leave it on the floor and you don't have to worry about it breaking again. Yeah.
Well, you don't want people coming in looking at the house wanting to buy it, and there's a bed.
But the kids can bounce on it easier.
Right, they get up on it later.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't know if when I was a kid, there was nothing better than bouncing on the bed like a trampoline.
I'm gonna tell you, as
and
an
of course,
adult,
I get on demand for doing it, but I go, wow, it looks like fun. I wish I could still do it.
let me say, as an adult, it's kind of fun to bounce
Sure,
around.
sure. You don't hit your head.
Baby, I don't know. They're trying to get her back in here. What was the other question you're going to ask her?
Okay, I was going to ask her how she picked between the last two because
not so
I mean
much
just
who.
from a female standpoint,
Right.
and I know you two have no clue about guys. I mean, Rick
No.
doesn't know any. I mean,
And you know
today-
what?
he
I'm
has
glad
no
of that,
idea who-
Sherry.
Huh?
I'm proud
Aren't
of that.
you glad, though?
Yeah, he doesn't know who's cute, and I'm not that I'm looking, or obviously I'm a happily married woman, but I am a woman.
Right, and you do
I
know.
can see. And I mean,
She
both
thinks-
of these two,
Well,
the
here's-
last two that she
Right.
had to pick from were awesome. And she even said herself that she was falling for both of them.
Do you know,
and
Mom?
she just had to choose.
You know what was her final that made her choose? Do you know? Mom doesn't know either. Because they haven't even told her who she chooses.
I think, just
Yeah, well,
going
see,
with the
I
past
guess
shows,
Huh?
they usually end up with whoever they were hot for right out of the gate.
You're right.
They always work
And that-
your way back to
Do you remember that, Sherry,
Yeah.
what she said when Charlie got out of the car?
Yeah, she was like, wow. I mean, I remember, because, see, we didn't watch the first Bachelor.
Yeah, see, we came in late on it.
I
We
Remember?
never even saw her on that.
When that door swung open, I thought Peter Howell from Jacksonville stepped out for just a minute.
Did he
You
look
know,
like
really,
the guy you
yeah,
went to school
sure,
with?
Yeah.
Here we go. Thanks for being here today. Speedy, Greg Adler, they're here. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There goes Bill Bubba Bussey.
Yeah, glad to
Come
be
on,
here,
buddy.
and thank all of you for joining us. The little party we call Rick and Bubba.
So tonight, Philadelphia and the Atlanta Falcons for Monday Night Football. So that's kind of your update on sports. So if you're just now joining us, we have talked about the second assassination attempt of Donald Trump. We ran that down a little bit. Took some phones on that. So that's already been covered. Then we got into kind of some sports updates. We've covered that. So now, also last night, the Emmy Awards. Now, Emmys, that's TV, right? That's all the TV shows and
television,
all that. I know, Speedy, you can't watch a award show. I can't either.
Yeah.
Apparently, there was an actor. I'm not familiar with this actor. Adler had his name. He's what's his name?
He hosts
John Oliver.
John Oliver?
John Oliver, yeah. He's that guy behind you with the glasses. He's the British guy on his Last Week with John Oliver.
Okay. Not familiar.
Okay.
No,
I know that's a shocker, but not familiar.
I think he was on the Daily Show for a long time, and now he's got his own show.
Okay.
And it's a Daily Show news and comedy kind of thing.
Now, once John stopped doing the Daily Show, I didn't watch it anymore.
Jon Stewart, yeah.
Jon Stewart was very funny.
He was great.
We disagree on a lot of things, but he's coming around.
You ought to give it a watch, right?
He really is coming around.
It's good.
All right, that's it's about as an English accent as you're going to get. That's really good.
Forrest Gump.
Not bad, I don't think.
So anyway, apparently in his speech, now remember, it wasn't it also the Emmys were Ricky, how you say his last name?
Gervais.
No, that was Golden Globes when he got up and ripped them all.
Golly.
That was a good
Golly.
While drinking a glass of wine.
One of my favorites of all time. But anyway, all right. So the Emmys last night. This person's is getting an award for, I guess, the things that Adler's talking about he does that I've never seen.
Yeah, Greg was saying his show has won year and year and year.
Yeah, they say he's won like 30 Emmys.
Okay,
30.
Did not
I
know
swear
that.
I think I read that. That sounds a little high.
Did
Well, you
not
don't have
know
to
that.
swear.
Now you've got him winning more than Oprah, but that's good.
I'm just telling you, he's won a lot.
All right. So anyway, he is trying to give a tribute to his dog.
Yes.
Who died?
Haitians were not involved.
No.
Maybe.
We don't know that. By the way, I told the guys in the break, have you seen Babylon Bee? They said this. I didn't say this. They said kids are now using a new excuse at school. They're saying their dog ate their homework and a Haitian ate their dog.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's a good one. All right, so and they don't care. They don't care at all. No. They had the second assassination attempt headlines out, and people were still out trying to figure out who did it.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so here he is. He wants to give a tribute to his dog. And they crank the music on him. And now we do beep it out, but he says something horrible.
He's not happy about it.
He drops an F-bomb on the Emmys for interrupting him during his dog tribute. So here we go.
And it's just silent. So
I just want to thank. It's going to be very silly. Our dog. We had the most fantastic dog, and she was at our wedding, and she got us through a pandemic. She was with us for the 2 pregnancies, and perfect choice of music. We had to say goodbye to her, and.
There it is.
Oh wow!
It is. I feel like Sarah McLachlan right now.
Okay, good. He needed to say that. Yeah, that helped.
Wait, is that the right song?
I think it is.
Okay.
Is it?
Arms of the Angel, that's it.
Yeah, that's Sarah McLachlan commercial. That's a big pick-me-upper.
Oh,
Yeah, oh gosh, it is.
You ever just be eating a sandwich and then they're showing you that? You're like, my goodness, can I just eat my sandwich right now?
Right.
Yeah, little thing shaking.
If I was a Malik Willis, I wouldn't even throw the ball after watching that.
I know it.
It just, it'll take, you'll be sitting there, if you're ever watching anything you're like somewhat enjoying.
Yeah.
And like you're talking about, you got your snacks out and you're having a blast. And all of a sudden you hear Sarah McLachlan, you're like, oh, here we go.
I keep thinking I'm going to see Nope in one of those commercials.
Well, you don't know that you have it.
Yeah.
Right.
Who knows?
You don't know that you have it.
All right, so last week with John Oliver has won 9 straight Emmys.
30.
You said 30, Greg?
That's what it said. Let me find it.
9 straight. I don't know about 30 total,
30.
but
Okay.
for scripted variety series.
Okay. All right, so let's go to 18 down here, Adler, and I'm going to ask you guys an opinion on this because I think this could happen. So the drone shows, right again.
3-0.
The drone shows, Bubba, are starting to get out of hand.
No,
okay?
I know.
I actually heard.
It almost scares me.
I actually heard someone say that does one of the best fireworks shows that we have access to where we live. And I was complimenting them on their fireworks. And they said, well, in 2026, what we got coming, don't you?
Drone
and I'm like,
show.
what? And they said drone show. Will drone shows go on to replace fireworks shows?
I wonder.
Huh?
You think we could borrow one of those drones?
Would you
to
I would be
protect
more.
Trump?
I would like them more.
Greg's in on the drone show versus fireworks. Bubba.
What about a combination?
What if you can't have it? No, I'm asking you to pick.
I'm still fireworks at this point.
Until
just
drones
because
show
of-
themselves?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not going to jump ship too soon.
Speedy.
Have a look at this one though.
I know
This
it's
is impressive.
But this is the Chinese. Watch out.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah,
This is the Chinese. Watch out.
It's very communist in nature, but it's
It-
very good.
Okay, here it is. All right. That's all drones. What I'm looking at right now.
This is a globe of drones in the sky. They broke a world record. It's the world's largest drone show.
Do they turn into a
ever.
dragon?
Yes.
They do. Oh.
It's a globe right now, and there it is. It's a heart. 8,100
How's
drones.
that work?
How many drones?
8,100 drones flying at the same time.
I can't comprehend.
There's a heart with an orb right there. There's a 3D heart within an orb in the sky.
I'm still in the fireworks camp.
I don't know, man.
I
Look
mean,
how small the football field is compared to it.
Oh my gosh.
It's amazing. How do they do that?
I mean, it is.
You realize how easy they could take them and tell them to come kill you?
Oh yeah.
If they can get them to do a sphere and do a heart, they can send them to kill you with no issue.
A bunch of red dots
How
on
do you
them.
get that many cut on at one time? It seems like the first one's the battery would be dead by the time you got to 8,000, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully, it's automated. The turning on and off. Otherwise, by the time you get to the end.
It's got to be on to receive a signal to cut on.
Yeah.
You know? So I don't know how they do it.
I think they're all in it.
You are intelligent.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think they're all in a dock together. They're all like plugged in a dock, and then you send them off from there. So you can communicate while they're on and
All right.
plugged in.
Yeah, it just happened to me. So you and Bubba discussing drones and how they're powered. I went to a happy place.
You want to talk more about that or not?
Well, no, it's not that. It's just I have those conversations where I don't even know what y'all are talking about. I don't know what to do with myself. I don't even know what to do with my facial expressions, and it harkens back. And I told you this story before when we first 21 years ago moved to where we've been living now for 21 years, and Sherry decided we should get to know our neighbors. Do you remember this story? And of course, our neighbors are people that have like real jobs that are like really important, like surgeons, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so they come over to the house, and the women leave us. And let's just be honest, on a normal circumstance, if you're with like-minded guys, that's a good thing. But if you're left and they begin to discuss their day, so let me ask you, did you do the so-and-so procedure? Yeah, I was holding that. I had they were with a clamp, and that's it. And they just start going and all this, and I'm just looking around, and I don't even know what to say because I think when they kick around to me, like, do you have anything to add from your workday?
Right.
Am I going to add that I can talk like I have helium? I did that today.
Or we got a birthday cake delivered.
Right. Yeah. So Burge,
as much fun as it is.
Rick, what do you do for a living? Do a radio show. All right, that's neat. So what'd you do today? Well, I can talk like this. I mean, and they just take somebody's heart out, set it over on the table, put a fake heart in,
right?
And they're looking over to me, and as soon as they left, I said, babe, I appreciate the whole get to know your neighbors thing. I said we're not. I don't think we can run with them. We just don't have anything to bring to the table. I bet you the conversation you had with those women was very similar.
Yeah.
My conversation with the husbands is way off. I'm not even. I'm not even.
Way off.
No,
You can brag about how early you get up.
Yeah. Well,
the doctors do too.
Yeah,
probably.
and then what are they going to do? They're going to say, "Yeah, I've been doing surgery all night." Cry me a river.
There's that.
We get called out in the middle of the night all the time.
What about confused American though? They can't do that.
Hey, wait, man! Look, I can cross my eyes. Hey, wait a minute!
I wear a horse head.
Yeah.
I run around.
Right.
That's
Sure.
pretty cool.
Yeah. I got cool sausage balls recipe today.
What?
You. But see, can look at Charlie and Ryan and kind of understand, you know, the basics of, I guess that's a pretty good-looking guy,
Right.
if I can say that. But, like, Sherry will tell me she thinks Sting is hot. And say, I'm like, Sting?
Sting is hot. I like the kind
Sting?
of rugged, you know. Ryan, to me, is a little,
Go ahead and say it.
well, as we said, and Rick came up with this word. I did not come up with this word. A little sappy.
Just a little sappy. We're just a little too sweet. You're giving me a cavity now.
Yeah, I can only stand about 3 poems a year.
I
That's kind of the
personally
limit.
am just a very aggressive woman, and I feel that Trista is the same way. I could not have ever picked Ryan just because of that. But I can see the initial attraction because,
Right.
you know, initially, yeah, that's wonderful, but it might get old.
All right, here it is. Here's the question that every guy is thinking right now, and Bubba is too, and he's just being kind and not saying.
Yeah.
Can you tell me that if me and Ryan and Charlie were standing there,
Rick, why are you going there? Why do you even ask?
you would pick me over them?
Because I know you.
Right. I mean, but let's say that we just started dating, and I was one of the 25.
Rick, you don't want the answer to this question
I know.
on Valentine's.
Where are you going with this?
Well, I'm just saying, do you think...
I mean, heck, it took me 1 year to even go out with you the first time.
Well, that's a good point.
Rick,
Well, she
you
makes
and I are holding on by a shoestring. Let's not push it.
You're right. What
okay?
you're saying is, Rick, you needed some time, and they don't give you time on that show.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know,
I have to grow on
she
you.
may have ended up, if she had more time,
Mhm.
picking somebody totally different. But, you know, I think on this show she had to go with her impulse and
You're
her
right.
instinct. And her instinct probably was right, because I have agreed with her choices of letting people go, except I would have let Russ go a lot sooner.
Yeah, this
we were screaming, please get Russ out of there.
Russ was slimy. I don't know how he made it so long.
Yeah.
He's got a future in used cars,
I mean,
no doubt.
we all...
And I'm not trying to be mean
No
either,
offense to
'cause
used
I'm
car
sure-
salesman.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, Sherry? We all went to college with that guy, Russ. I mean,
Yeah.
we all remember him.
And the guy peed on the bed. But
Right.
yeah.
Well, and what did you think when Sherry was watching that? You know that's how men live when we're away from y'all.
Yeah, see, you know, the difference between The Bachelor and then The Bachelorette is just like, I think The Bachelorette was a little more, I don't know, I just,
Well, you can see how men group together is a lot different than women
Look,
group
we
together.
act a little more goofy, but I think our psycho numbers are way down.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, really, overall.
yeah, I agree. And
Russ is the closest thing to psycho, and you can
Yeah.
put up with him for a few rounds.
Men-
you know?
men-
Hey, Christy, she's out of there,
Yeah,
baby.
men are a lot more...
She's boiling rabbits. You know, come on.
You know, you never saw a Christie in the men thing. That's a good point.
well, let's talk about Cassio.
All right,
Do you think he's made the right choice?
Do you mind commenting on that, honey? And I know you don't want to get caught up in that, but
Well, and the
we're
problem-
using you for a segment here.
I have to say that I didn't see all of the dates.
Okay.
So
Well, you saw
I do
this
not
morning.
Because, see, I don't get up until, well, I get up at a certain time, and I have to rush and get Brooks ready for school, and he has to get off to school.
So
and
you haven't seen many of the days.
So it's usually about this time that I get to start looking at the TV.
So
or
what-
even listening to the radio, because we're just rushing to get everybody
Yeah.
ready in the morning. So this is about,
Well, what do you think? We're about to have to go to the break here in about 30.
Uh-huh.
What was your feel today? You think you just made a good call based on the little bit of information you have?
gosh, I just think it was his choice. I really do.
Sherry,
Just
what do you think you made? Go ahead and say it.
Do you think I really should, Rick?
Yeah, Sherry. We want your perspective. We wanted it the other day. We couldn't find you in bed. Y'all must have been shopping without us.
I am afraid.
right, we're back. 21 minutes past the hour. All right, so we have a piece of video that's pretty cool. So all these, security videos now, and everybody has the Simply Safe systems and things like that. Everybody catches everything on camera now.
Oh yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, and we had a great shot of you, Bubba, slipping. We've played several times. So, but this one is not just a video of somebody's dad, right, slipping?
Correct.
The irony, in if you really listen, okay, the irony of this is that his dad slips while listening to the show, and he slips and falls while a commercial for Relief Factor, which is about pain relief, is playing. I mean, what are the odds of this? Well, apparently 100%, Rick. But so here we go. All right, so we're watching him. He's wow, he went down hard.
I haven't knocked his hat off.
He went down hard.
All right, so now you can start in the background. You might pick it up. You hear for 1999.
You'll feel the difference.
Three-week quick start.
I love how he just kind of held it together.
Because you know why? He's from a generation they don't whine about everything.
That old step's wet. You can
By the way, I like her.
Good
what
night.
Kind of camera is that?
What kind of cool setup is this house too? I love this house.
Oh, it's a great house.
Is this? I mean,
it's his hunting. Their hunting camp.
I was about to say, is this the hunting camp?
They look like got lots of deer.
Somebody means business.
Yeah.
Got a bobcat.
Oh yeah,
Gary, that camp house.
Gary could do a lot of work with that bobcat.
Hey, let me tell you, if you give me that bobcat right there, I can help him. Because
backhoe, man. I tell you, I'd love to dig ditches like that. That's awesome.
Yeah,
and I mean, you can't even hardly get any work anymore with all these foreigners.
He didn't even spill his coffee.
He did
not spill his coffee.
It looked like he had two drinks, one in each hand.
Wow.
Look, this guy's a professional.
Some of these
have a top on it.
Pathetic examples or attempts at men now. They'd lay there and whine. They wouldn't go to work.
Yeah.
This is a guy he's old school. He just gets up, makes sure he's not hurt bad.
You see him check himself out, check his arm.
Yeah, didn't even spill his coffee.
Check your hips.
Yeah, break one. Yeah, and if he could get a quick start pack for $19.95, he's fine. He's absolutely fine.
He gets his duffel bag there. Okay, let me grab my Bama hat. Got that.
Hat.
Roll Tide.
Good stuff right there.
First Roll Tide.
Yeah, that's it.
Roll Tide. Get my hat back on.
Yeah, and then now I'm headed to my truck.
He didn't even cuss.
He didn't.
Nah.
Yeah, you'd have heard something.
It's nothing to him. He's going on with his day.
I love that guy.
He's a hoss.
Greg would have screamed, Lisa, help me. Lisa,
I'd have been screaming, but it wouldn't have been that.
Yeah, right. Greg would have screamed like the guy who got his dog tribute interrupted.
Yeah. Right. You can't.
So
but that slippery step, buddy. Let me tell you.
No,
it was slick.
We were
like an owl.
We were laughing. we were laughing earlier talking about Gary. So we look, and he's serving us and now, and he's out there. He's a fighter, and we're talking about Gary Palmer.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and Gary Palmer is
Gary Vance.
very, very, very. I mean, he knows his stuff. Incredible with policy, but not the most dynamic presentation.
Rick.
No.
What are you doing?
He's a friend of the show, Rick.
I love him. No, we're talking about this, but let me
Very
say,
serious.
But he makes fun of himself. He was telling me, as a matter of fact, that he had another guy.
But he didn't want you to make fun.
No, this is funny. Him and another guy. I think this will own you. He does this every now and then. He will make fun of himself for not being overly dynamic, but yet having a lot of great information. But he said that he had another guy that he's got. And he said we're very similar. And I said, well, why? He said, why we're so close? I said, well, he goes, we're the only two people that find each other to be interesting. He was trying to get some stuff, for the show and all this about the economy's Trump versus Biden, and it's not even close. Like we said, this should be the easiest election ever. if you care about your life, as far as like what things cost, your ability to make a living, all these
Those
things.
kind of things.
So he
Just a few minor things like that.
So he gave me one of they put together some things where we could simply, when people bring them up, talk about it. But so the guys were discussing and we were laughing. What if Gary Palmer did all the research, but Gary Vance did the presentation?
The Gary and Gary.
Hey, let me tell you, if you compare Harris and Trump, I mean, let's talk about housing. I mean, you can see. I mean, if you look at housing prices under Trump, I mean, heck, we're doing pretty good. You think about the average cost right now under Biden and Harris and Kamala and all them, whatever her name is.
Kamala.
You know, a starter house right now, Bubba, I mean, even down at Lake Mitchell, it's like $1 million. You got to have $1 million to even have a house these days. I mean, you can't even have a house. So, see, that would be a little different presentation. He gets the information.
Much different.
From Gary Palmer, but then presents
the other Gary, actually.
Hey, don't even get me started on worker wages. You can see that, and everybody. Hey, worker wages way down.
Gary and Gary.
Okay.
And now under Trump, we had good worker wages. I mean, sometimes I wish he could just be quiet and just talk about these policies. But I'm going to tell you, if he does that, it ain't even close. Talk about worker wages and things like that.
Now, is it Gary out there, or is it Gary Palmer moving his mouth to Gary Vance behind the curtain?
I think Gary gets up, Palmer moves his mouth.
Okay.
And then we just get Gary Vance
to do the voiceover.
Hey, you want to talk about retirement and market assets? Don't even get me started on that. I mean, hey, including annuities, defined benefit plans, defined contribution plans, and hey, have you seen the IRA? Can you imagine that? He's got your attention. How about this? If you, it's already increased 26.8% after adjusting for inflation. Do you see how much that would kind of keep your attention? I think it would actually pull us in just a little bit. So we
maybe you can get with them.
Hey, you know how much goods are?
Goods?
Don't get me started on goods.
Do you think he'll talk about the economics of Quebec?
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, we're gonna end up being like Canada. I mean, before you know it, you ain't gonna be living in Birmingham. You're gonna be living in Quebec. 42 months of the Biden-Harris administration seasonally adjusted inflation for all goods services, up 19.4%. That's 2.5 times faster. During the 48 months of Trump administration, which was really 7.8.
I love how you get your neck real long.
You know, so, but don't you find yourself finally getting that in?
I'm in there.
I mean, it ain't even close if you just think about it.
You talk about Gary Palmer being a serious guy. I found the clip from the 2017 Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo when Gary Palmer stopped by to say what's up, and Bubba goes, "I haven't seen you since you were shot at." And look at Gary's face. Gary's just like, "Yeah, that's a good one, Bubba."
Hey, they tried to shoot Trump again.
They did.
We got to do something.
Gary was out at the softball game.
Yeah, he sure was.
Which
was a good one, Bubba. That was funny.
Well, if y'all want to talk to me, hey,
he didn't find it funny, but we did.
I aim to put a smile on everybody's face.
That's right.
Hey, call me. I'll talk to you about the home increase affordability index. Ask me about the home affordability index.
You know what?
Under
You
Trump.
really don't need all those graphs and charts and information. Just get you a shopping cart and roll through the grocery store.
I just looked at your grocery store down at Piggly Wiggly.
Rick and Bubba.
The only green shirt I could find this morning. It's going to be a little troubling for TV today, but
Yeah, you look like you're running around there a little bit. Mine is green, I think. I know. This is green, and it's Yes. just dark green. If you are slightly color inhibited, like I am, with a little bit of a colorblind issue, trying to find something green. Every year, Rick, I think, oh, St. Patrick's Day, I'll wear something green.
Yeah.
You go to the closet and realize I don't have anything green. That's not a color I use a lot.
Yeah, I don't have many green thing, and Speedy's trying to pass his shirt off as
No, I
green.
got green pants.
Oh, is that what it is, green pants?
That's green?
Now,
Hold that up again.
That's a
Hold
form
your
of green.
pants
Yeah,
up.
if yours is green, mine's definitely green.
Yeah, and D went really green.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah,
Speedy, that is green?
Yeah, it's a pea green.
Yeah, I call that church green because you only wear that kind of green if you're going to church.
Yeah, it's pea green, like English peas.
See, my rods and cones are just not picking that
Well,
one
look.
up like I need to. You know what I mean?
You know,
It's,
there's help for that now.
Yeah.
And heads up to all the fellas and all the crew. Yes, I know this is a Walmart T-shirt.
But that's okay.
I
It's
get-
all right.
That's okay.
It's okay
because
for
you're
the day.
feeling lucky.
Top of the morning to you, D.
Okay, just want to clear that.
Top of the morning.
We've got that covered, so we'll crank that out here in a few minutes. We are, sad to report that once again, for the second year in a row, we had one glory year where we had more than one little person in the parade. As kind of a tribute to the leprechauns and all that. They're very difficult to deal with. They're in high demand this time of year. This and Christmas.
Of all the promotions we've done, Rick, St. Patrick's Day is always the one that we have the biggest issue with.
Well, yeah.
I mean, for Halloween, if you need a group of Wiccans, they come out in a minute,
Like bingo.
But it's just tough. The little people, I don't know if they're just not good at keeping appointments.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're,
They have surgery a lot, and they have car trouble a lot.
Really?
I've noticed that is normally their excuse, and God love them. If they're having surgery, then I wish them the best, but surely though they would know that a day or two, maybe even 4 days before the event.
I think they're playing a little leprechaun game with Speedy.
I do too.
Yeah, I'll be there. Can't make it.
You know what I think they're
very
wanting him to
troubling.
play? You know what they're wanting him to play, and he's not playing along. Catch Lucky. He's got Lucky Charms.
Yes, they are. They want you to chase.
Right.
I think it's just a built-in thing. They want to be chased.
Well, I have decided after getting burnt again, because I have a game that I play here, guys, in my own mind, and that is I kind of try to figure out when they'll call and cancel. Because I know I've got 3 of them booked, but I don't ever
if you could just deliver one.
Right. I don't really ever get that excited about it because I know the day before, 3 days before, they'll all call for some reason and cancel.
Yeah, and to throw salt in the wound, guess what Disney had on last night, prime time?
What?
Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory with the
Now,
Oompa
that's
Loompas.
cruel right
with
there.
With the Oompa Loompas. And you know what Willie had? I mean, he had a pile of them.
I like to think outside the box, Rick, but I just feel like in our country, and I love the free enterprise system that we have here, that there
may be one of them calling.
That's right. Maybe he's in the parking
Come on
lot.
in, little fella.
Maybe he just can't reach the button on the elevator.
We're coming down, buddy. Now that's Rick Humphreys, our own little person.
Right.
From Talladega Superspeedway.
Hey, Rick, that wasn't Bubba and Rick that said that.
No.
Please note. I think there is a need out there, and I hate to see a need go that's not taken care of here, supply and demand. Rent a midge. I think it'd be huge.
God, that would be big.
Franchises available, and St. Patrick's Day would be taken care of.
Rent a midge.
Your Christmas party. Think of all the little elves you could have running around. And
Well,
go, where am I going to find elves?
If you pay them, heck, we'd have a pile of them show up.
Where am I going to find elves? And somebody at the office will go, well, I know where. Rent a midge.
Every one of them wants $100.
Yeah.
And I tell them we don't pay for guests.
And when you hip it up, so after years, after it's really caught on, you go, St. Patrick's Day coming up. You called Rom yet? You don't like that? And they go, wait a minute, rent on midge. Because there'd be rent on midge,
Sure.
and then there'd be Ram rent a midge.
You're right.
Which would be in competition. They'd be, that'd be their big
And once
competitor.
you had several companies doing that, the price would, be driven down by competition, so it's affordable to have a room full of them.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. It is the first phone troll of the week. And it's available now, 30 seconds a pop. Greg Burgess on the phones. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program will come to a close. Someone else will get an opportunity. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. But lines are available, so join us now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll get you lined up and ready to go. Hey, simplysafe.com/bigbox. We just mentioned them moments ago when we were watching the security camera. of someone falling down while listening to Relief Factor, which was hilarious. But anyway, simplysafebubba.com. If you go and look right now, you can get the free indoor camera. You can also get 50% off on your new system. Now, they don't do long-term contracts. There's no hidden fees or anything like that. This level of security will earn your trust every day by keeping you safe. And it has been named again Best Home Security Systems by U.S. News and World Report. So a lot of you have made this move. They're LiveGuard monitoring 24/7. Let me tell you something. They can see what's going on in real time. This means they can interact with people that have gotten on your property, and that's great. But also, it means if they see a fire happening that you're not aware of, a flood type situation, carbon monoxide poisoning has entered the home, they can alert you in real time. So if you'd like to find out more, go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. You'll go there, or just look at the link that we have at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. They got a 30-day happiness guarantee, so that's important too. So go to simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox for 50% off. 50% off on a new system. All right, to the phones we go. 30 seconds a pop. If you want to join us, you can. Jason out of Birmingham, Alabama. Jason, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Long-time listener.
Thank you.
Just want to get an update on some of your old guys, Don Juan and Casio, and also the 7 o'clock song y'all used to do. What was the reason that y'all stopped doing it? I can't remember.
Jason.
And anyway, love you guys, and keep doing a good job.
Jason, why can't you remember that? We've explained that so many times. I mean, you're better than that. I mean, come on, man. So anyway, Don Juan is, I know that he does body jam. He's like
Body jam.
an instructor for some sort of exercise something. Body jam. He also still works in radio. He board ops and produces for WSB right in Atlanta.
Yep.
In Atlanta. And Casio is doing radio himself, has his own show in Huntsville. With Jimbo Wood, right? They're both them still together, and they're doing that. And a lot of you are using the text option today. You didn't see who Casio picked on the Fatchular in the replays from Turner South days that's been running on the YouTube channel.
So good, by the way.
So so he actually picked Megan. Yeah, Megan is who he picked, and they did not find love.
No,
but that's who he picked for those of you that missed.
Yeah, I think they dated like a whole 3 weeks after
something like that.
Yeah.
Might have been 3.5. Might have been 3.5. But anyway, but he is happily married and has been for years, and is doing great. So that's good. And the 7 o'clock song, which we have explained many times, I'm very disappointed, Jason, is because it says 7 o'clock in the morning. Well, once you put your first East time zone affiliate on the network, that doesn't apply to them, and then you get to the point where where people listen to. There's as many people that listen probably to the archive of the show as it's close than catch the show live. So time stamps within the show just don't really work anymore. And so the show tries to stay as generic as possible. So whenever you're enjoying it or wherever you're enjoying it, it all seems to work.
I did get an email on this topic. Will, by the end of the year, just one last time, will we do the 7 o'clock song?
No, not if I have anything to do with it.
Okay, you're sung out on that.
No, of course we will.
And Don Juan, communicating with him, he has promised that he will stop by the studio one morning.
Right.
So we'll be texting with him, and we'll get a day.
And then if we really want to upset people, we will have Casio call in the show while he's doing his show.
Yeah. Well, he's doing so much comedy on the road. Maybe we'll get him.
Well, that's true. He's also doing stand-up comedy. Glad you brought that up.
He can throw his voice to
and
where
has gotten better and better at that.
But he does cherish his years here on the show, or as he called it, the funny years.
The funny years.
That's right.
Let's go
line.
That was a great line. Let's go to Link. Is it say? Link. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Earliest memory I had of y'all show, early 2000s, you guys had Steve-O on. Conversation did not go out. Steve-O from Jackass Show. Now that he's sober and changed his life, would you guys ever have him back on again?
Probably to sing the 7 o'clock song.
I don't remember having him on. Do you?
I don't remember having him on, actually, Link. I don't remember that.
Now, we're not saying it didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm sure
remember
it did.
Right this minute without thinking about it. So
yeah, my first reaction is a no. I don't think that'll happen. Probably not. Not that there's any. I just don't see how that would ever happen.
And a lot of people are emailing and texting wanting to know what happened to Robbie from Roebuck, Rick.
I get that a lot.
Yeah.
It's look when he does these. Well, no shout out.
That's good.
Yeah, the Robbie from Roebuck. That's actually a documentary we're putting together.
Yes,
full.
Don't miss it.
Michael,
I don't know who this guy that does these graphics are, but those are
Is
outstanding.
he emailing you, Adler, these like you requested?
I'm
Okay,
looking on the
good.
text option, and there's so many every day. I'm asking myself, is this person on fixed income?
Rick,
Can I get on that email list too?
Yeah.
I'd like to have some.
Well, be careful. Wow, this weekend. 100 or so this weekend.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, do you think fixed income, disability, or do you think homeschooled kid?
I think
I work from home and I'm
that's it.
independently wealthy.
That's it. I think
Okay,
he works from home.
He's
huge
got a lot
fan
of
the
time.
show,
A lot of time.
Or he's just set up a program to where it kind of feeds itself and does some things.
Maybe
It's y'all know who it is.
The number he can turn out is incredible.
Yeah, it's from the same number. I don't know who it is.
It's Eddie Doty. Doty.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's who it is.
Who is
Oh,
that?
okay.
The person that emails us all the time, and wow, I got 100. I'm not joking. This weekend.
Okay. I'd to go, Doty. Let's
So
go.
how old is he? I'm saying about 40. What do you think?
I don't know. Let's go to Michael in Alabama. Michael, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, I want to see if you guys watched that Bears-Texans game last night where the ref working the chain gang fell backwards.
Did not.
Had to leave on a stretcher.
Did not. No, did not see that.
Sounds like something I'd do.
Y'all pull that up and watch it, man. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, man. Let's go to
There's
Shane.
just so much out there sports-wise during football.
Oh, yeah. Shane, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I went back in back when y'all first got started using Bubba to walk around the guys mall videotaping, just doing some shenanigans. I just wonder if that is any possibility that I could put that like on a CD or something, if y'all still have the tapes.
I don't. I don't even remember that. Do you remember that, Bubba? Us walking around the Gadsden Mall with a video camera? Did we even have a video camera in those days?
Again, I'm not denying it. I'm going to have to think about it for a minute. He said he's 30 years old.
Okay, so that's
156 photos this weekend.
So is that?
Eddie.
I work from home and I have time.
Eddie, what do you do? Send us that
Eddie,
text.
put me on the email list because some of those are really funny.
Is it your home?
And I never see them except when they fly by in here.
Is it your home or your parents' home?
Hey.
No, I'm just trying to get a vision, a visual.
Eddie,
Corey in center. Corey, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Green Acres.
Hey, thank you, Corey. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
I tried to get through Friday. I had a request. I wanted to hear Rick Burgess as Beth Mowins singing "Eating the Dogs, Eating the Cats."
Oh, the song we sang.
Yeah.
Friday.
Now, how did the song go? Somebody remind me.
Eating the dogs.
We'd have to
eating
hear-
the
Now,
cats.
we
cats,
gotta-
cats.
Beth Moynihan's coming in, eating the dogs, eating the cats. Trump's gonna win an election coming up. Are you getting pick up the yards?
Don't we have a remix of that?
No,
we
it's,
do.
it's a totally another song.
Brand new
It's just a
song.
different
Another
type
song.
of music. We'll play it next.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like calypso this time.
Eating the cats. Cat.
I'm gonna tell you, eating the cats and eating the dogs. Coming in here from live. Toledo Rockets putting it on state this weekend, Speedy. Sorry about that, love. Let's go to Skylar. Skylar, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you, buddy. Go ahead.
Rick, I got to listen to you come preaching Gadsden. Just want to say thanks for the word. Been listening to you guys since I was in elementary school. Love y'all.
Thank you.
But real quick, a funny story talking about advertisements and good timing. When I was really little, I was at my grandparents' alone, sitting in my grandfather's chair, and my head started itching, and the television got astronomically louder, and it said, "Itchy dry scalp?"
No, it did not. That didn't happen. That didn't
Dude,
happen.
yes, I have laughed about it my whole life. Itchy dry scalp?
Dobbs in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Come on, Dobbs.
Good morning, guys. I was talking with a friend about celebrities you've met, and I was pretty sure I met you guys around 30 years ago grand opening of a Hardee's or a Jack's in Fort Payne, Alabama? Any memory of that?
Likely a Jack's.
Well,
you know what? I will say this: odds are high.
Odds are really high that your story is accurate.
Yeah.
Wish we could recall it.
I don't remember that per se. I remember being at one at Nakalula Falls. I remember doing one there.
Yeah.
But we did several things
We
in
did.
Fort Payne. So
All right, let me tell you this. If you tried to get to Jackson, you couldn't because our broadcast booth was surrounded by women from sock mills.
Yeah.
That did happen.
Right.
That's Fort Payne.
Yeah.
We were the #1 show in sock mills far and wide.
Oh, yeah.
Loved it.
We'll come back. Speaking of that, the eat the dog, eat the cat, there's another one. A more calypso version. We'll play that for you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wouldn't be long for $150. You'd have 3 or 4 of them.
Sure. I think that a lot of the little people are confused. We're not making fun of you guys today. We're celebrating your day today.
Well,
today is your day. All we want to do is you come in and us throw you.
It's just like
That's
Thanksgiving.
It. And celebrate your day.
All we're asking,
That's all we're
and
asking.
in the past, I don't know how this has changed. I don't know if it's PC that's done this, but I remember, I can't remember exactly how many years ago, there was a year, and I tear up thinking about it. It's hard for me to even get through it, but there was a year when one of our old bosses still talks about it. He shows up at work, and there are midgets and dwarfs running everywhere.
Yes.
Little people were chasing them, were throwing them.
Somebody thought the circus had broke down in our parking lot.
You remember we even had one sitting up here on the counter?
Yeah, who just sit there the whole show.
And I had a couple on my shoulder. It was.
I had one I was using for a keychain.
You remember, and I threw one of them to you, and his foot hit you and busted your lip.
Well,
I'll
what's
never
so
forget
funny?
that.
But you know what? We both smiled and laughed.
If you hear
after we stopped the bleeding.
If you hear him tell this story today, he tells you riding in, he heard that we were throwing midgets in the hall.
And chasing.
And how about this? We had a better hall then. It was a slick floor, and they'd really slide on it.
Yes.
Especially if we
Which
varnished
counts.
it like the day ahead of time.
Which counts. That counts on distance.
You'll get carpet burns now, so you got to be careful how you catch them. But he was driving in, heard this going on, thought, well, that is great theater of the mind. Walks in, literally had to dodge a midget sliding down the floor.
Yes.
And thought, oh, my gosh, this is real.
As a matter of fact,
and you ought to hear him tell that story to
remember,
people today.
he said, I knew I wouldn't be able to get out of the way. It was about to upend me, so I opened my legs and went right through.
Right,
You remember that?
Yeah.
So what I ask is...
Chasing them, grabbing them, and throwing them.
And we talked a little bit about this this past hour, but it's find the shortest member on staff.
So we've
and
had
let
to do
them
that.
be our honorary midget today.
Right. So what we have today is it's an MEM, a medical midget, and that's Peaches, who, according to the medical,
to the game Trivial Pursuit, declared this morning she is a medical midget.
She's 4'10", and she's got red hair. She's Irish. I think that's better than nothing. Do y'all agree with that?
Absolutely.
So we'll have window fun, and at any moment, I'm going to try to pick her up. I'm just going to sling her right through the window.
Throw her right through there.
Okay. And I'll tell you, too, who we blame for this dilemma today. I have to put fault right at the doorstep of the Georgia Capitol.
Oh,
because years ago, we had a plentiful supply of midgets.
Remember, that's what I'm talking about, that exact story.
I don't know for sure. We were told that Georgia passed a law to give a tax credit to midgets.
Yes.
And they all flocked to the east. And,
have you
and
pop
you
off
just,
that. That'll make you feel better.
You just cannot bring them back over the state line.
When Georgia gave that tax break to little people, that killed us. Do you agree?
Yes.
And they just won't drive anymore. I mean,
they're afraid if they come over here, they're going to lose it. And, you can't explain that to them. But, they love Georgia, and they're getting the tax break. I understand. If they were giving fat people a break, I might move there, too. But,
by the way, your lighting
happy
looks
St.
weird.
Patrick's Day. My what?
Your lighting looks weird today. I mean, I look
it's a little dark.
Compare the lighting on my side to your side. Is there a light out over there or something?
No. We're good.
Well, I think it was.
There it was.
I think it was an iris issue, right?
It was an Irish. Okay. It is.
Iris.
Hey, top of the
issue.
morning to you, Irish.
Got to open the eyes of the old camera there.
All right, let's officially kick off.
We're not Irish, we don't think, but we really don't care. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Look,
I just soon kiss you anyway.
Hey, if you look at my goatee, there's one or two red in there.
Yeah.
And my dad's got a little. We all got a little bit of. Some of my kids are redheaded for a little while.
And what red hair we don't have, we make up for on our neck.
There's it's officially started.
I feel like we need
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
Here we go, 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so a couple of things to be aware of. Rick and Bubba and Buffalo Wild Wings, a charity charge day today, benefiting Vanisa's Foundation. Greg and Lisa Burgess, this is something that they have been committed to, been helping with for years. Speedy and Greg will be at their big run coming up on October the 5th. Find those details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. But today it's pretty simple. You help this wonderful organization by simply eating delicious food at participating Buffalo Wild Wing locations all over Alabama. So thank you so much, all of you that are so committed to that. Like we say, it's not overly sacrificial, but it sure is kind of you to make sure that you put Buffalo Wild Wings on your list on days like today. Okay, so we remember the comment from the debate. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Yep.
From Trump. And it's been made into more of a hip-hop song last time.
Mm-hmm.
What I see here on our video list today is the term calypso style.
Yep.
Is that what, is that what I have here?
Calypso vibe.
What is that? Does that mean like the Jamaican sound?
Sure. Correct.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're talking steel drums, this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Calypso.
If it's like a do.
Buffalo soldier. Hey, Rick, that's reggae.
That's reggae.
All right, so I couldn't help but do that. All right, so
we have a split screen here.
Okay,
for those of
are
you
you
can't
looking?
see it.
All right, is this the guy who does it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Left side is Trump at the debate. Right side is the guy that mixed it.
And this is the guy who also is sending us the AI stuff.
This is not Eddie.
Okay.
No.
How'd you get Eddie in?
Well, I think
By the way,
Eddie's probably got
me these. These are great.
Yeah, well,
he's really great.
He said he did, and I love that he owned his own number. He said he sent 156 pictures over the weekend.
That's great.
In Springfield.
A little harmony.
Wow.
That's
good.
That's good stuff right there.
Trump's face.
The dogs.
I got to tell you, I can't get enough of.
Rick, it goes on for about a couple more minutes.
I'd like to hear the whole thing.
What I love too, instead of going whoa, 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 it has a dog going. It's pretty funny.
How's it go?
It shows it's like a husky and it's howling. It's going.
One more time.
Please cue it up. Adler, cue it up. Eating the cat.
I found it. Here it is, Speedy. That's amazing. They're auto-tuning the dogs.
That is really good.
It also shows you that if you get the auto tune out, anybody can have a hit.
Yeah, even a dog.
Anybody can have a hit. They can even get me on key, I think. Maybe.
Oh my God.
They eat in the door.
Here's the cat.
They're eating the dog.
That's really good.
Amazing.
There's pop music in a nutshell, right?
That's it.
And look at the guy's shirt. He's got a cat playing on the
Oh,
keyboard.
yeah.
He's playing on.
That is
so
hilarious.
good.
And evidently,
Eating the dogs.
Eating the cat. They're eating the dog.
that was Speedy, everybody. Oh my goodness. Evidently, the streaming revenue from this song is going to the
Sure it is.
whatever
Eating.
stray animals of Springfield.
Sure it is. After he takes his cut.
Sure.
And good for him, he
Eating
should.
the dogs.
Eating the dogs.
Oh.
Speaking of
That is
cats.
Funny.
And we were sent this all weekend long.
Yep. Goodness.
The oldest cat in the world. Now, Greg, I know what you're going to do.
And
so
who keeps up with the
He's going to throw
hair
hairballs all in there.
So the original owner knows this.
Where's Norwich? Anybody know where that is?
Norwich.
Somewhere.
In Norwich.
Norwic.
Somewhere in the UK, right?
Norwich.
I think you're right, Speedy.
He read it somewhere.
No,
He
that's just
didn't know
what it
It's a
sounds like
city
to
in
me.
England.
I'll tell you one thing. If somebody eats this cat, they got an appetite. This thing's huge.
Eat me, I'm big.
Uh,
I'm the cat. What's that cat caught up in it?
They're eating the cat.
Goodness gracious.
Aren't you due for a vacation, Speedy?
Oh my God.
You lost your mind. What are you doing?
He's lost.
I was
That's the
cat.
worst thing you could have possibly
I
said.
got caught up being the cat.
How about this?
Even him saying it was a cat.
It doesn't matter. Can you imagine somebody just turned the show on?
I know.
Can you imagine?
Oh, I'm red. How red's my face?
Oh, it's funny.
Very bad.
Eating the dog.
But Greg, here, Bubba, get ready to release the Kraken.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Oldest cat in the world has passed in Norwich. The claim, 33 years old.
Again.
Here he goes. Here he goes. And release the
Get that
Kraken.
in human
So
years,
who-
Rick.
They saw. They know when it was
Eating the
born.
dog.
152 years.
Eating the cat. All right, so.
That's 152 in humans.
But it's not. It's just 33 years.
It is. It's 30,
Okay.
That's a low. That's an old cat.
Yeah, it's an old, real old. If it's 33, it's really old.
I don't.
I mean, we've had some that were in their late teens, maybe 20.
33.
Before.
I'm with Greg. You think somebody just made this
Well,
up?
I mean, you could.
It's
I mean,
possible.
somebody had to be around 33 years to verify. I mean, is this the original owner, the new when it was born?
You know the owner was so sick of it.
Oh, guys thinking, I figured it only lived about 18 years.
You realize how many days that owner went in there and said, "Please let this be the day."
Oh my goodness!
Oh,
Still,
I bet they missed it.
Well, I'm just talking about, don't you? If he got to where he was
World's
struggling,
oldest.
you know,
Right.
hanging on. I don't mean if he was doing well.
And for all they
Yeah.
know, there's an old feral cat out there older than that. Nobody knows.
Here we go.
I don't know.
You
Greg.
know, most
it's hard
of
to
the
live
time
in the
cats,
wild.
they'll go off on their own and die. You know?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Unless you won't let it out.
What was his name?
Rosie.
Rosie.
Imagine the food bill on that one.
Yeah, let me. Since we're on
How
a
much
cat
she weigh?
story,
What'd
I'm
you say?
gonna.
What was
It's
the
like-
weight?
Well, see,
That's a different cat.
That's a
that
different
was
cat.
fat.
Okay, I thought that was the same cat.
No,
we got
no,
a
that's two
picture
different-
of a fat cat
No,
all weekend
there's
long.
Ruby. Or what's the name?
That's
Rosie.
Rosie.
You're right.
I'm so
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kiss you anyway.
Hey, if you look at my goatee, there's 1 or 2 red in there.
Yeah.
And my dad's got a little, we all got a little bit of, some of my kids are redheaded for a little while.
And what red hair we don't have, we make up for on our neck.
There it is. All right, Spencer started.
I feel like we need Irish Spring soap.
Here, what you got? Social. I'm sorry, buddy. If you're happy, somebody say. How about that? Hey, well done.
And I want you to know that Kathleen here.
Oh, wow, they were playing.
Rick, on your right, she has been with us for 3 or 4 years.
So
you've
seen it just grow over the years.
Oh, yes.
And Kathleen, who do you have with you tonight?
This is Kelly.
Kelly?
Hey,
Kelly.
Top of the morning to you, Kelly.
Can I tell you, I love the sound the bagpipe makes, but as visually, it is one of the most disturbing instruments I've ever seen. I tell you, in my mind, I think that like a sea creature is attacking somebody.
Well,
that is what, or how about this? You're walking downstairs that has a carpet runner on it, and you fall and you grab everything you can on the way down, and that's what you got. You got the rug, you got the rails, you got everything with you.
And the fact that they have to keep air in that bag, but with the air going
the timing
in,
is not right. You're used to seeing people, that play and you blow and the sound, but here it's all off. It's like you're watching a Japanese movie and it ain't timing ain't right or something.
Are these Irish pipes or Scottish pipes?
These are Scottish pipes.
These are Scottish pipes. Dane, who has the Irish pipe that is called a gillet.
It's an Eland pipe, but it's Trent that plays that.
Trent, okay, yeah, and he normally, we normally push him around. He is a school teacher and actually had school duty this morning, so he could not be here.
His big day.
He had to actually read to the students, and he was sick about it. And so, how you doing, buddy?
All right, so when we come back, the parade will commence.
Okay, sure. We got Irish dancers. I mean, a mob of them in the lobby.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't understand. The lobby is barely holding these Irish dancers.
What we need is a camera shot of it coming by, and we'll just narrate like we're Katie Couric on Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Okay, good. So I can run the camera then.
Yeah, we'll narrate the parade as it comes by.
Because we were worried about that, how I was going to be on the phone and do camera work.
Yeah, we don't worry about that.
Okay,
we got
good. All right, good.
Yeah, baby, a brand new hour from the Big Boy Studios. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, thank you for being with us. So as we start a brand new hour, we thank you for being with us today. Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge going on today. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, now available as well. We talk about to Chris Clem, 27 and a half years he served at the border. He has some idea of this is a public safety issue, and he makes that crystal clear if you haven't heard that yet. All right, so Bubba, as we start a brand new hour, you and I are not overly, we don't follow UFC very much. I know Adler does. Greg, I know your son loves it. Do you dabble in it?
Nah, I did at the time, but it's been years.
Yeah, so I don't really follow the UFC, and I know this is going to be a little bit of a juggling act here because I'd like to discuss, believe it or not, the technology that is the Sphere in Las Vegas without getting too engrossed in the actual fight.
The fact that that's a venue and we've seen the concerts,
unbelievable.
The atmosphere they can create, I can only imagine.
Yeah, I believe, Bubba, that you have to get to the Sphere.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
You can't be a high-tech person and not get to the Sphere.
Yeah. CES 25, look out.
So, Adler, you know about UFC. And I'm looking right now at this Sphere. It's unbelievable. I've seen, we saw U2 there. I know the Eagles have been there. And so look at what they can do.
How big it is.
The screen is just unbelievable.
That I can't believe everything it can do on the outside and the inside.
Yes.
Yeah, what does it look like on the outside when they're doing that on the inside?
They were showing during the event. They had whatever the UFC wanted on there. So it was showing the logo, and they would cut to it during when they were going to breaks and things like that. They were showing even some of the fights on the outside of the screen too. I'm with you guys. I think that a concert, that's the ultimate. To go to the Sphere, to go to a concert, to me, would be a lot better than a UFC fight.
But this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
They utilized it very well. They had these mini movies, and I still don't understand it. It was a love story for Mexico and their contributions to combat sports, is what Dana White kept calling this over and over again, a love story for Mexico. But there were some Mexican fighters on the card, but the headline fight did not have any Mexican fighters in it. It didn't make any sense.
Okay. A narrative that was almost
dogs.
and they're eating the cats.
But you can see how, it is amazing.
Look at that,
it's
Bubba.
Absolutely amazing. But
the mothership just pulled right up.
It definitely did.
So Adler, back to that first. That's incredible.
But Speedy, do you struggle in here? Or you're
Speedy's falling over the rail.
If you're an IMAX struggler, do you struggle here?
I might get a little dizzy in there.
Yeah, a little vertigo.
Yeah.
This would make IMAX look kind of like a warm-up,
like nothing. Yeah, Adler put he's right. Who needs Apple Provision? Is that what's called?
Right, Apple goggles.
Who needs it? I mean, you go in there. That's the biggest
there.
Visual experience. Not
Adler,
sure who that
go back
is.
to that very first scene you had with the pyramid on it.
Yeah, how cool was
Aztec,
that?
I think we've been to that one. I went on that Aztec
we
out
did.
into the jungle
Yes.
tour when we were in Mexico.
Yeah, when we did
we went right to the top of
Where'd
that
you
right
go?
there.
The listeners,
You went to the top of that.
Yeah, walked right up it. It was out in the jungle.
Right there where chop people's heads off. And
Oh,
It
yeah.
had a great view of the ocean
A lot of Hanks
behind
out
it,
there.
too.
A lot of Hanks.
Oh, yeah, there's still bloodstain on top of it.
A lot of Hanks.
Yes, where they've run down steps.
Sure.
But to me, even with all the craziness, it was still underutilized because you're watching such a fight that happens in such a small ring.
Yeah.
The Sphere, to me, was underutilized.
Well, see, look how small it is. If
what I
you're in
say.
the upper seats, I mean, that's tiny.
If I'm in the upper seats,
That's like
am I
you're
now
a mile away from a baseball
Yeah, I was
game.
going to say, am I now just watching it on the screen? Because I can't see that tiny little thing like Bubba said.
Right. They were showing the fights live just like they do like when you go to any fight or any football game or anything like that. There's Bruce Buffer freaking out. But it was Noche UFC. So and again, I still don't understand the Mexico tie. I don't understand why it was done. Did Dana White get all this in motion when he thought a Mexican fighter was going to be in a title fight? Like, it does not make sense to me.
Okay, I remember watching an interview, and did we play that interview? He explained the concept behind all of this. It's been a while.
Yeah,
a while back, and I can't remember what he said and why it landed on to that night. There was some.
It's Mexican Independence Day.
That's okay.
And and there was another. Canelo was fighting at another Vegas. big room in Vegas.
Okay.
And so that room that they normally take and they have a contract with was taken by a Canelo fight. So Dana White said, all right, I'm going to have this in the Sphere. It's going to be this cool tribute to Mexico. And it was neat. It was very neat, but it's still, the theme did not really seem to tie. There were some Mexican fighters on the card, and they had some wins and some losses and all that. But to me, it just did not make sense. Dana White said he spent $20 million to make all of this happen. On a normal card, he'll spend between $5 and $7 million. He said he's never going to do this again because of all the trouble and all the cost. But when you go and look at the gate, the tickets that were sold ended up being the highest amount of money taken in by a UFC event ever. Floor seats were between 12 grand and 17 grand.
What?
The cheapest seat you could find was $1,000 to get in the room.
Wow.
So people on the text are asking the question, if you want to do a tribute to Mexico, shouldn't you maybe have it in Mexico, or were they too afraid to do it because of the situation in Mexico?
Again, there's so many things that did not make sense. But since this was so successful, they're getting so much press in the aftermath of this. And I think Dana White speaks in dollar signs. That's all he cares about is money, frankly, and that's fine. Whatever.
Oh, wow. You had a little attitude about that? You don't like that?
Well, it's fine. Whatever.
Okay.
But
you had a little attitude?
Yeah, what's up?
With all of this press in the aftermath of the event, Dana White says he's never going to do it again. I see a American tribute to American fighters happening sometime in the Sphere in the future.
So you think this is kind of a setup to that?
Yeah, I
walk
do.
up to it.
Somebody on the text says the female fighter in the co-main event
was
Mexican.
Yes,
defended her belt.
Yeah. Who won the men's fight?
Valentina Shevchenko won, and then Merab Dvalishvili. He's Georgian. He's a Georgian fighter.
Did the favorites win?
I thought he was going to win, and he did. Yeah. Okay. I was glad to see Bullet Valentina to get her title back. I hope she retires. She's done enough. She's amazing. I'm a big fan, but she's done enough.
What about Dusty Rhodes? How'd he do?
Didn't look good. He and Yokozuna.
What about Andre the Giant? How'd he do?
He and Yokozuna got tied up.
How was the American Dream?
But it was amazing. It was amazing, but I think still underutilized.
Look at the sphere right there.
It's
when it's the moon.
Look at the John Brown sphere.
Yeah. So that's outside, but it looks like the moon is sitting in the middle of Las Vegas.
Incredible what they can do with that thing.
It's an amazing venue. It really
Any
is.
chance you get to the sphere?
Oh, I think if I'm anywhere nearby, I've got to go by and see it.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if I can afford an event that they're having there.
Yeah, I bet they're pretty.
What did you say the cheapest seats were for that?
1,000. Yeah, 1,000.
Oh, wow.
Now, I'd like to see a concert. I think
I would love to see a concert there.
We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up 15 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Time for the annual Rick and Bubba St. Patrick's Day Parade. St. Patty's Day is, we do not have any little people today. They canceled on Speedy for various reasons. We do have Peaches filling in, representing the little people. She is 4'10" and is, what we can tell from our medical journals, a medical midge. So we will use her this morning, and Speedy will be trying to also toss her at certain points in the program to make it officially St. Patrick's Day. Now we will narrate as like you said, as if we're Katie Couric and some of the overly excited group from the Today Show who usually bring us the Thanksgiving Day, Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade and all that. So we will actually narrate. I don't have information on every single person that goes by, but I think I'll have most of them. I know that we'll have Irish dancers. I know that we will have Scottish pipes. We'll also, there'll be the bagpipes, Don Juan on his sax. Cassio will be doing quotes from Braveheart.
Trying to get that parade lined up as we speak, Rick, which is always a handle at a parade.
Also, is Jim the Crazy Sign Man here?
I can't find him.
With his steel drums?
Well, now that's scary right there. He ain't here?
I cannot believe that. So we have that going on, and also, there'll be some surprises pop in there because we're going to actually roll this through the building. Which means it will be, somewhat disruptive for everyone else doing a show now.
We have 5 other radio stations on this floor, so we will disrupt them and basically deal with the memo later.
Yeah, we've got a meeting scheduled for today anyway.
Sure, so why not just put that on the agenda?
Just put it in there. So look for that. And coming up on tomorrow's program, one of our favorites, Frank Caliendo, is going to be here, and he's just going to hang out. He's not going to have
the Madden guy.
Yeah, so a lot of you have been asked for him to come back, and want to thank the Winfrey Hotel for putting him up, and Camelot Chauffeurs for providing transportation to get him here.
And Rick, I've got Cassio. I've given him my cell phone. Excuse me.
Cassio?
So you'll have some audio from the hall.
Okay.
Hey, Cassio.
Sons of Scotland, I am William Wallace.
Okay. Just little bitty snippets from Braveheart.
Yeah,
all morning.
Thank you, Cassio. That's very good. So is the official Rick and Bubba St. Patrick's Day Parade ready to begin?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, all right.
Still to come on the show, Jerry Seinfeld was in town. We've got to talk about that. The first show began as a disaster.
Were you there for the first show? Okay.
Also,
so good.
You know about it. Okay.
You can comment as well then.
Also, Rick, my first turkey hunt ever. We'll talk about that in a little while.
Yeah, okay.
Don't miss that.
All right, here we go.
Start the parade, Speedy.
William Wallace is going to lead it. All right, here we go. Here it comes. There's the pipes.
Those bagpipes are just disturbing. The more I look at them,
there it goes.
They really sound cool.
Okay, there's
somebody stepped on the camera.
Speedy. There goes Irish dancers.
Where did the camera go?
Speedy's camera is not working.
Where did the camera go?
It's just holding Ryan Greenwood. All right, we got this shot.
Somebody let Speedy know his camera's not working.
Look, he has no idea. It's back. It's back.
Okay, we're back. Rick, that is the high-tech term for somebody stepped on his cord.
All right, there went D with his. That was one lap, and there's Peaches, who is our medical midget, and she's just kind of dancing and frolicking. All right, now they don't know what to do. There's something happened.
A well-organized machine. Do we not have footage anymore, Christopher? There we go.
Hi.
Just rolling through another one, 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. So, looking forward to chatting with some of you also coming up a little bit later on. Let's look at the week, some things that are going on this week. Excited and looking forward to being in Rossville, Georgia. Beautiful place. You've never been to that part of the world. Going to be there at Shiloh Baptist Church. I'll preach Sunday morning, 11 a.m. local time. They're on Eastern time. And then we'll do a man church at 5 that afternoon. So if you want to find those details, you can find both of those. If you're coming to the morning service, go to burgessministries.com. If you're coming to the man church, you can find that at themanchurch.com. Also, Scott Dawson will be up in Sevierville, Tennessee. And he'll be speaking at a men's breakfast there at Connect Church. If you want to be part of that. And ladies, next week on the 24th of September, Sherry Burgess will be at First Baptist Church, Pensacola, Florida. And she looks forward to being with you ladies there. If you want to be part of that, go to burgessministries.com. You'll find it under upcoming events. All right, so Bubba, J.D. Vance. You know, J.D. Vance, he's a bit of a nightmare for the left-leaning press. He won't really tolerate what they're doing. He calls them out for what they're doing. CNN's Dana, is it Bash? Is that her
Yes,
last name?
uh-huh.
Dana Bash.
Yep.
She is always willing to be ready to bash anything associated with the right. So J.D. Vance, when she starts trying to play some of her games with him, he's like, hey, can you just ask me questions and let me answer, or are we going to play this game? I'm paraphrasing, but that's the bottom line. So here he is, and watch her head. She starts jerking her head around like, what? So watch this. Here we go.
Dana, would you like to ask me questions and then let me answer them, or would you like to debate me on these topics? I noticed that when you had Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, you gave them multiple choice answers to the questions that you asked, and you allowed them to answer the questions. I'm happy to be here to talk about policy, but if you're going to interrupt me every single time that I open my mouth, then why am I even doing this? So please ask a question, and I'd ask you to be polite enough to let me answer it.
Yes.
Wow. I love that.
Wow. She
So-
did the only interview that Kamala has pretty much done. That was her interviewing Kamala and Tim Walz, and we all saw that.
Multiple choice answers, by the way.
It was a joke.
So now watch J.D. Vance walk Dana Bash into a trap on who has been ultimately responsible for the border and all the illegal immigrants in Springfield, Ohio. So here we go.
Now, let me just fact check a couple of other things that you said, Dana, because it's important. You said that all of these migrants are in the country legally. They are in the country through what's called temporary protective status.
Right.
That is when Kamala Harris waved a magic amnesty wand, taking people and giving them legal status. That is not to say that they're here legally. That is a terrible indictment of her amnesty policies that have further opened the
But
border
they're not,
and further
but it's
caused
not illegal.
terrible migration
you
into
might
this
be,
country.
You might not agree with the policy, and obviously you don't, which is totally fair and legitimate. There are policy disagreements all the time. But the fact is it is the law because President
Dana,
Biden
the point
and
is,
Vice
Dana,
President Harris are. But I don't want to frankly go down this conversation about policy
Dana,
because
you made a point. You don't. I agree. You don't want to talk about policy.
No,
Dana,
what I
which is
want to
why
talk
you're talking
about,
other
I want to talk
distractions
about
instead of about the fact
Senator,
that Kamala
it was
Harris,
your
Dana,
distraction.
granted amnesty
You were the
at
one
a mass
who started
level. She
talking about
granted
eating
amnesty
dogs
at a
and
mass
cats.
level.
There we go.
They're eating the dog.
They're eating the dog. They're eating the cat. So
you could hit me with that all day.
Let's go to the twos here. We are going to sing that all day. Let's go to the twos. Sorry, Speedy, you might want to leave the room. Kamala Harris is now talking to the Black Caucus.
Here we go.
That means she's got to sound more black, whatever that means. I think people should just talk the way they talk, regardless of skin color. But you know what I mean. So here is Kamala Harris, and she's, she's gonna she plays to the room. Boy, she's really gonna be hip and cool with the Black Caucus dinner. So here we go.
Hello to all my divine nine brothers and sisters. And my sorors.
Oh, my God.
Oh, gracious.
And to all my HBCU brothers and sisters.
Oh, that's tough.
I'm embarrassed.
Yeah, I guess this is what that feels like.
Yeah, this is it.
So 2B, is this?
That even got
did
me.
somebody ask her the question again?
She
like
actually
in the debate.
She did do another interview.
This was with a local station, I believe.
Local ABC. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was
She-
it ABC
yeah.
Philly?
She's going to give the exact same answer she gave in the debate when asked this very specific question.
Yep,
Yes.
that's
All right.
it, Rick.
All right, here we go.
When we talk about bringing down prices and making life more affordable for people, what are one or two specific things you have in mind for that?
Well, I'll start with this. I grew up a middle-class kid. My mother raised my sister and me. She worked very hard. She was able to finally save up enough money to buy our first house when I was a teenager.
Specific plans, please.
I grew up in a community of hardworking people.
No, something
construction
specific.
workers and nurses and teachers. And I try to explain to some people who may not have had the same experience, but a lot of people will relate to this. I grew up in a neighborhood of folks who were very proud of their lawn.
No, it's a specific plan, please.
And
so pretty long.
and I was raised to believe and to know that all people deserve dignity, and that we as Americans have a beautiful character, You know, we
Planet.
have
What a neat world.
ambitions and
She has not
aspirations and
answered one.
dreams, but not everyone necessarily has access to the resources that can help them fuel those dreams and ambitions. So when I talk about building an opportunity economy, it is very much with the mind of investing in the ambitions and aspirations and the incredible work ethic of the American people and creating opportunity for people, for example,
South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S.
Yes.
or should help South Africa
Yes.
and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future.
That there's not a lot of difference.
What are you going to do to bring down prices? Well, we heard how you grew up. We heard people had pretty lawns. How are you going to bring down prices? That's the same answer you gave in the debate.
And Americans have character some
Yes,
in their lawns.
yes.
I grew up.
You know
I
what I'd
grew
like
up-
to see you say? The common thread in all the high prices is energy cost. It is gasoline. It is fuel to transport these raw materials, to transport wholesale materials, to transport retail materials. And I am going to do everything I can to pump and drill all that we can, and that will bring the prices down. And that will translate into prices on products.
Well, that's the kind of question you're being asked.
Right.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do where I grew up, how I grew up, or how pretty the lawns were in my neighborhood.
Right. Just
that's you talking about a bob and weave. That was nothing.
And you know what I noticed, and I could be wrong. Maybe this.
I mean, just give me an answer that may not be right, but I mean, at least answer it.
Well, this reporter, I think, it's a total guess, realizes that we're all people like us are saying she never answered the question. I think he's trying to give her another chance.
Yeah, to clarify, and she goes back almost word for word what she said during the debate.
He's hoping that forever the Democrats will now take his clip of his local interview and say, what do you mean she didn't give specifics? Look,
Right.
look at what she said right here. He thinks he's about to do that. And she gives him not a little bit of the same answer and then adds even more irrelevant things.
Yeah.
In my neighborhood, back in my neighborhood where people cared about their lawns.
Mm-hmm.
When we get to the lawns, I can't even believe we're there, and I don't believe he can either.
There's some nice yards out there and lawns, but our prices are still high.
Do you think when she gets to rolling like that, it's like if you've ever been in an automobile and all four tires hit ice, and you realize you have no control of the vehicle, and you're just kind of hoping it works out, and that it's not too bad, that you can eventually grab your tires can grab something here in a minute when you get on the shoulder or something. Does she have any idea where the car's going at that point?
I think that they have coached her up to answer a lot like Biden did. You remember Biden, and where he was getting high marks is people felt like they could relate to him.
Yeah, he cared about
or he could relate to them, what he was saying, and she's trying to do that, but it's so obvious what she's trying to do, she's not answering the question.
Yeah, that's not an answer. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, go ahead.
How speedy he is on, okay?
Go ahead, Cassio.
Fight, and you may die. Run, and you may live.
A key.
One day, many years from now, as you are dying in your beds, will you spend all the days from this day to that for one chance, just one chance to tell our enemies. They may take our lives, but they will never take our freedom!
Peaches, go cut all the lights on. Okay, it looks like we're marching in a cave.
There's our dancers.
Some of the lights are not on.
Yeah, what?
Hey, good morning.
Okay, all right, the camera's messed up, won't focus. It gives us a nice MTV look.
Yeah, we'll just say that's really mod.
There goes D.
It looks like Speedy has dropped it in a jar of Vaseline, but that's okay.
And I got bad news for you. All the lights are on. But
there was one down the hall that wasn't. I mean, it looked like they went right into a cave.
Yeah, look, hey, Peaches. There's just, I don't know what that sound was. Is that D's saxophone? there's
D is a little out of practice on that, Rick.
Yes,
I hate to.
look, and there's somebody going
Who
by.
am I to be critical?
Bubba, the Irish dancers are from the Birmingham School of Celtic Arts. And
what did you say? Of what?
Celtic Arts.
Could that be Celtic? You
No,
know?
they pronounce it Celtic. I asked
Really?
that very question. There's the saxophone.
Been a while for D.
Yes. You can go.
Modeling career taking off. Musical.
Yeah, it is spelled it is spelled Celtic, but they called it Celtic. All right, here we go. The Boston Celtics. All right, look, here they are again.
Speedy, can you hear me? Who's got the phone, D?
Casio.
Yes.
Casio, tell Speedy I'd really like to see them break in on Jay Barker at some point.
All right, there's Jim, the
crazy sign man. He made it.
Hey, there goes Casio Kid playing William Wallace.
Hi, Jim. Are you ready for war?
Yes.
I'm ready for war. You look a wee bit shaky, my lad.
If you notice, too, even Titan Boy has his St. Patrick's Day stuff on today.
How about the bagpipes are a loud instrument? Can I tell you that?
Oh, here it comes again. Boy, that... I'll tell you, the bagpipes.
Oh, they're breaking in.
All right, they're going...
WJOX, our sister station next door.
Yeah, they're going into Jay Barker's
We call it
show.
Jock Itch.
Yeah, and there they all go in. I want the whole parade in there.
Pack every single person of the parade in there.
There better not be one person standing out in the hall. Look at Jay.
They may take our lives, but they can never take our freedom!
Jay Barker loving it. Matt Coulter probably a little unsure.
Sure.
There's Jay Barker.
Yes. Look at the little dancers just hopping
around.
around.
Up and down. Look at them hop.
Hopping.
Oh, my gosh, look at Casio hop.
Oh, Casio.
I can feel Casio hopping over here.
There's one more person. I can't get them steel drums in there.
Yes, we broadcast from a cave.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to say anything. I feel like we might need to call the folks that manage the building and tell them we need a few new light bulbs.
Yeah.
I don't want to be picky.
Don't they know that the whole building should be lit for TV?
Yeah. And how about this? It ain't just a TV thing. It's usually dark in here.
Yes, it is. There's Casio right in the camera. Casio.
Yeah, come on in here. Let's just pile them in.
Yeah, pile them in. Everybody in.
Well, they missed us.
Wow, there comes the back.
Here they come.
Wow. Look at them piling in here. We got dancers, we got bagpipes, steel drums, William Wallace.
Watch the aggressiveness on this bagpipe here, Rick, on the lead.
There's Dave.
Wait till she hunkers down on it.
35 minutes past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up before the hour's done. Are you listening to us on buyraycon.com/bigbox earbuds right now? Are you? Testing 1, 2. Well, you're loving it, and you also pretty proud of yourself because you paid about half the price of the other premium audio brands. Here's Terry. Hey, Rick, I finally ordered the Raycons, hearing you guys talk about it. They're literally the best earbuds I've ever owned, just as you guys said there would be. They stay in my ears with no problem at all. They sound great. Thanks for turning me on to them. If you've been wanting to check them out, now's the time to do it. Even pick up a pair for your kids or your grandkids, maybe another family member, maybe there's a birthday or anniversary coming up. No better time, a 30-day happiness guarantee. You have nothing to lose. You get 15% off today. Now, keep in mind, they're already about half what the other brands are trying to charge you for the same quality, and then we get you an additional 15% off and free shipping. So go to buyraycon.com/bigbox right now to take advantage of that, or just simply go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button, and you can find it there. All right, so other things that we have not discussed on the program today, or we haven't played. Are you familiar? Have you seen the video? And I don't want to be unkind because, well, let me get your feedback on this.
Are you talking about 13?
Yeah, this is not our nature. Okay. Okay. No, not 13.
Okay, that's what you're.
No, we've already played that one. I'm talking about the 6.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 6.
Is it 6?
6, yeah. Now,
no, I haven't seen that one.
So you help me here. If your husband is vying to be the vice president of the United States,
yes,
and you go out and do a stump speech for him, are you fair game?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, because I know that we do think, I don't think you go after people's kids and things like that, but I mean, if you're going out and you're giving a speech, because we're all very, very concerned that your husband and Kamala Harris could potentially lead this country, and we don't want that.
And on the kid note, when Tim Walz' son was on stage, there was a video that was going around where it looked like Tim Walz was jerking his son kind of gruffly, and we didn't understand what was going on. I saw another angle of that later in which it does look like Tim is pulling his son so that his son doesn't run into one of the teleprompter screens, those clear little glass screens that are on a stand, which would be easy to run into. And so I wanted to clarify that. I didn't say that Tim Walz was being mean to his kid, but I was saying that it kind of looks like Tim Walz was being mean to his kid. Upon further evaluation, it looks like he was trying to save his son from running into that teleprompter, and I'm literally always trying to be honest on this show. So thank y'all for giving me a chance to clarify that.
Okay, good. I'd forgotten that you had even done anything on that. I thought we had kind of avoided it altogether. But
eating the dog.
So do we agree that if Tim Walz's wife does a stump speech for him, we can cover it?
Yeah.
Right.
She's a bird, right?
Well,
yeah.
I'll just let you decide for yourself.
Speedy, you can't watch this.
I know.
Yeah. Okay. So here she is. Really, the fact that Kamala, her husband, Tim, his wife, this little bunch. I mean, it's an interesting.
It's a bunch
journey. Yeah. So here we go.
But I kind of liked it when she did this. Turn the page. You like that? Okay, so I need you to be with me and practice with me. What are we going to do? We're going to turn the page. Oh, pretty good. Do it again. We're going to turn the page. And we're going to turn the page. All right, so I'm going to be watching you because when I see Wisconsin, and I'm watching nationally on TV because this is a pretty important place, and Minnesota helped you practice with this. You just show me this. Turn the page, right? Turn the page. And you know what else that looks like? Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Donald Trump. We are turning the page. 52 days and we are turning the page. 52 days and it is bye-bye, Donald Trump.
Speedy, you all right, buddy?
Everybody okay?
That's tough.
If you still got Howard in there.
Everybody okay?
That's tough because I focus on Tim a lot. When
everybody
she's doing
okay?
That.
Don't do that.
You remember Howard?
Oh yeah.
Did you see when the other day he was waving at the ceiling and everything?
I did.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Is everybody okay?
Crazy. There you go. That's it. That's it.
Everybody all right?
I'm not. Speedy's not. Speedy's definitely not.
No, it's been a lot of this today.
Everybody okay?
I'm confused. Turning the page on.
Turning the page.
They're in power right now.
Turn the page on that economy.
I mean, they're.
Yeah, I see. Y'all did turn the page on us, as Bubba said,
and it went downhill.
Y'all turned the page. We had a booming economy. We were doing great, and y'all turned a page to a terrible horror story. Well, I liked our story, and y'all turned a page to a bad story.
They're eating the dog.
The page is
turning the page.
Bubba, the page has been turned. We're living the page.
Yeah.
I mean,
We're gonna have to eat the page.
We're in the page. Y'all turned it. So yeah, and people are talking about the same thing I felt like I was maybe, I think third grade is being a little kind. I felt like we were more like in kindergarten, and our teacher came in, and wow, that's it. But it does explain Tim Walz a little more.
Yeah, I bet they're a sight.
What I mean, look, let's not forget she's also the same lady that said that when the summer riots were going on in 2020, that she lifted the windows at the house so that she could smell the
burning tires,
the burning tires and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, it's just very bizarre
because she wanted to take it in.
Yep.
But the pages we're in their story now. We don't like it.
It's still their
book. Bad story.
Same book.
Yeah, we're the ones trying to turn the page back to the story we had.
We're the page turners,
right? They're not.
Give me the book.
Do you like that Bob Seger song, by the way?
It's fantastic.
I love that song.
Yes.
Bob Seger, come on now.
Yeah.
Long and Lonesome Highway, east of Omaha. Come on.
My goodness.
Do we have the Florida State clip? Speaking of weird things on TV, or did somebody send that to us? Was that on the rundown, or was that in the email?
Email.
Rick, did you see that?
What was that?
During the Florida State football game, they're panning through like the cheer group for Florida
I have
State.
seen that. Yes, I have.
And it's all the girls with their pom pom, and right in the middle there's a guy.
I saw it.
And as you pan through it, you catch it. Okay, can we hear the audio from this?
I think it's just
Yeah.
So, but the ESPN commentator is, when they come back to him, is staring at the monitor, making an odd face when they come back.
I've seen some people.
He can't figure out what's going on.
I've seen some people being very, as a lot of you out there would deem, unkind. The only people that sent it to me put underneath the picture why we're 0-3.
Right.
Yeah.
Now I don't know how
I
don't know how you tie a male wearing a sparkly, glittery dance line.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Or is this
Something
a major
like
red?
that.
What is it? A dance line?
And yeah. They're with the band in the stands and on the lower.
Oh, I got that.
Yeah.
But is that the dance line?
The
sparkly
that's
outfit
what it
he's
looked
wearing?
like. It looked something like that. I couldn't tell. Very that's kind of the way they were dressed. It looked very dance line like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the baton section or something. I don't know. Flag section. I have no idea.
Yeah. It's
that's just. I mean,
easy saying flag section.
Yeah. When your son's putting on the one piece with the sparkles on it that the dance line's got and zipping his boots up, you got problems.
Y'all, the ESPN guy was the funniest. They come back live and he's staring at his monitor with this look on his face like, what in the world am I seeing?
Adler, I just emailed you what Bubba's talking about.
Oh my gosh,
his
it's funny,
reaction.
Rick.
Okay.
It's just it's just they're showing to Bubba's point the stadium, and he's obviously watching the monitor, which they always do, and he's just kind of studying the monitor.
Does he have bigger eyes than Tim Walz's wife?
Yeah, somebody said she's got realtor eyes, and that's true.
Yeah, could
All right, here we go.
Could be. This is somebody recording it off their phone.
So the TV or the audio is not great, but
they're panning the crowd. That's what you saw a minute
friend.
ago. Obviously, something doesn't belong here.
He did not know what to say.
Can't believe it.
He just had that look like I'm trying to figure this.
His
what
first
was
thought.
that?
His first thought was, I knew I shouldn't eat that for breakfast. Because he thinks he doesn't really see it.
Right. It's like Greg looking at his laptop sometimes.
Yeah.
It's like it's the sun.
Yeah.
All right, so that does appear to be the dance line.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's what it
Something
looks
like
like.
that.
Yeah, they do have small pom poms.
The flag team.
Mm-hmm.
Does Florida and Florida State play this year? Are they?
They normally. Let me see.
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah.
How'd you feel about because of the new alignment of conference and stuff that we had two rival games this past weekend? You had
was it
Oregon State,
Right.
Colorado State, and it seems like there was another one.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And I thought, wow, those are kind of early.
Yeah, they play them last game of the year on November the 30th, Bubba.
We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 30 seconds of pop phone troll in America, and you can join us. Means a lot of folks getting in here, making comments, asking questions. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program will come to a close, and we'll move to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions or anything like that. That'll garner an instant buzzer because we want to hear what you have to say, your comments, your questions, bringing information to the table. And the good news is if you call, and all 10 lines are available, so calling now, it makes it easier to get in, but then you don't have to stand in line very long. Is there any better feeling than you walk up and they go, how long is the wait? And they say, we can probably sit you in just a few minutes. So that's what's available to you now if you want to call us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Reminders, Alabama. Today is Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge today with the Rick and Bubba Show. Vanisa's Foundation will benefit. So go eat at the participating Buffalo Wild Wings, and also you can enjoy a great meal while helping out a great cause at the same time. Then also a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast is out. If you have not picked that up yet, look for that wherever you get podcasts. Our focus is the border from someone who should know, Chris Clem. He served us protecting the border for 27 and a half years. We ain't got no band, Randy. Randy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a camera operator, and I can tell you right now that camera operator that shot that, he had been shooting that for the entire game, trying to sell the director on it. And the director finally, at the last minute, was like, you know what? Okay, I'll give it to you. Here you go.
Watching their response, the announcers looking at the monitor, that was solid gold. Yeah, thanks for your insight on that. You're right. You're absolutely right. 866-WE-BE-BIG. There's lines available for you, and we're rolling through the Tro format. Let's go to Craig. Craig, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Craig. Y'all wondering why the Haitian refugees, a lot of people wonder why they're bringing in Haitians. Well, they're losing the Spanish-speaking people because of their Catholicism, and they really stand by pro-war. Haiti is very evil, so those are the type of people that Democrats can control, and that's who they need. They're losing their group that they normally control.
That actually is a very, very astute point. I actually talked to someone who was, has been talking with Mexico and has been into some of these Latin American groups, and also going into Latin America and some of these places. And where the Democrats are running into trouble is, and we've talked about this, they did this in Africa too, and it didn't work, is they go in and they say, we'll help you. But
are they eating the dogs?
Well, in a different way, spiritually. They go in and they say, if you want our money and our help, you must embrace LGBTQ.
Right.
You must embrace all these different things. Abortion on demand, and guess what's happening now? Then China comes in and says, "What can we do to help you?"
Oh yeah.
You don't have
we'll
to
build highways.
You don't have to embrace anything.
We'll build you refineries. All we want is a little military base out there on the edge.
And then what happens? To your point, once they give them the money and take care of them, and build all these wonderful things, suddenly this country becomes a little more China leaning, than leaning toward us, when we would have had their loyalty if we had not demanded that they suddenly turn into a bunch of immoral, people that they were not compromising that. I mean, it's sad when you have one of the biggest denominations in the church, the United Methodists, and the people that rejected what they were doing were the African.
No.
Churches saying we have no biblical authority to do this. I mean, America, we're about as off track as you can be right now, and we better do something about it here in November.
We're not getting any closer.
Jonathan Muscle Shoals, WLAY. Jonathan, go ahead.
Hey guys, I wanted to ask a question. The whistleblower that brought up that the questions have been provided before to Kamala Harris and all this stuff. There's people saying, "Oh, it needs to be investigated," this, that, and the other. What would come of those investigations? I mean, is there going to be some sort of punishment? What can you explain? I don't know that y'all covered that today.
I really, I guess I'm a little odd on this. I really don't get on that wagon. I don't get on the earpiece wagon because I think that's a weeds issue. If you are running for president, you pretty much know what you're going to be asked. I don't think there's any real curveballs out there. I don't think you have to have the questions. She had, obviously had some very planned responses that she's repeated over and over since then. So I really don't think that is a big issue, other than we need to focus on the real issue of taxation, of the border, of our economy, inflation, and energy, the mainstay of this election.
Yeah, and I'll go.
And I don't mean any disrespect to that. I think we just need to we need to stay on the two main issues, the economy and the border.
Yeah, and I'll draft with you. I will go take it a step further. If you decided, and he did, to go on ABC News with these two moderators against Kamala Harris, and you didn't think she already had the questions, you didn't think they'd already given her the questions, you didn't think they were going to try to put her in the best light they could, then that was incredibly naive. To your point, I don't think there's anything they can do to them. If the press decides to do that, you might go, well, that's bad form and that's not fair, but nothing's going to happen. And you knew you were going to be in that situation when you went in. So back to Bubba's point, keep talking about policy.
Yeah.
You win the policy argument. Going away. Take us back to when you were in charge. Take us back to the economy. Take us back to the wall. Take us back to our standing around the world and not letting people put us into chump deals. Okay, go back to all that. Who cares if they said that you didn't have a bigger crowd as you said you did? Who cares? No one cares about that. You win the ideology policy argument, so keep having that argument. She cannot hang with that. You just heard her again. Yeah. She has no answer.
If I was coaching Kamala, I would say to dodge the questions you don't want to ask, get on the abortion issue, get in as many weeds as you can, get Trump mad, get him off the pace, talking about how his crowds are not as big or people are leaving. And you saw her do that, I thought, very well the other night. I don't think it was his best performance, although it didn't appear to hurt him with the independents as much policy. As I was afraid it was.
Back to policy. She didn't say anything about policy.
Right. Well, she didn't either. Yeah, that's
what I mean. Yeah. James in Missouri. James, go ahead.
Hey, just wondering if y'all heard, I read a little article, I don't know how true it is, on Facebook, where apparently Guy Fieri kicked out Whoopi Goldberg out of one of his restaurants personally.
Who did? The guy, that chef, what's his name?
Guy Fieri.
Guy Fieri.
I have not heard that.
No,
James,
I haven't
don't
either.
know.
I haven't either.
That could be
okay.
internet
I heard
fun.
they got to wrestling.
No, I'm not giving
it may
Kamala a game plan. I'm just telling you what she did.
Oh, yeah. Bubba, you know what? You can tell me what I need to do to win the 100. I still ain't going to win it.
Well, it's like a football game. We know blocking and tackling is going to win the game, but you still got to go block and tackle.
You don't.
Hey, what I need to do to win, you need to block and tackle. But what if they block and tackle better than me? Well, there's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah. I'm in trouble.
Is that a true story, Adler?
It looks like it originated from a satire website, so that did not happen.
Okay. All right,
I just don't ever see anybody who is a true capitalist, an entrepreneur, kicking anybody out.
No.
If I had a restaurant, I'd feed Joe Biden and Kamala just like I'd feed anybody else.
Did y'all hear about Guy Fieri? Fired that wig up.
That did not happen. Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. Hope you have an outstanding day. Don't forget the archives for any part of the show you might have missed.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get